Meet Xue Jing, originally just a regular Earthling. But a month ago, he suddenly crossed over into a world that felt similar, yet completely different from his own hometown. After arriving here, he somehow ended up getting a game system. So whenever our guy Xue Jing trains any specific skill up to a certain required level, he can actually unlock the corresponding system skill. Whether it is raw physical stats, his raw strength, running speed, perfect aiming, and everything else you can imagine. Take today at his high school, for example. Xue Jing just finished up his standard running fitness test. Thanks to his speed improving from the previous run, his sprinting skill actually leveled up. He instantly gained 20 bonus experience points from it. Nice. Putting that completely aside around the entire school, Xue Jing is definitely the ultimate popular handsome guy. Because all the schoolgirls actively admire him, he accidentally managed to trigger a special hidden skill, the charm skill. And even if Xue Jing does absolutely nothing, the experience points for it just keep constantly going up. Even so, he actually finds it completely annoying and useless, because to him this is just an absolutely worthless ability. While he is standing there, resting up, suddenly something tears right through the air straight toward him. Xue Jing immediately shoots his hand out and perfectly catches it. It turns out to be a tennis ball intentionally thrown at him. He stares at the ball in his hand. Then he looks right at the thrower, giving this completely arrogant smirk. What exactly is going on right now? Another male student quickly runs over to him right then. This guy is Li Ke, Xue Jing's absolute best friend. Do you actually know those guys over there? Xue Jing just nods once and points straight toward the sports field. Li Ke immediately looks over in the direction his buddy is pointing. His face completely drains of all color instantly, because that guy over there is the school boss, Pei Yuguang. He gets incredibly nervous and quickly asks him again, why on earth did you end up provoking that guy? Is this whole thing because of some girl? Or maybe just randomly pick someone so this is over, so you can stop drawing angry enemies from everywhere else? Not interested at all, Xue Jing replies, completely ignoring him while tossing the handkerchief that some random schoolgirl just handed him a minute ago. Li Ke complains, you might not be interested, but the rest of us are. Plus, that guy Pei Yuguang is definitely not someone to mess with. Hey, where exactly are you trying to go? Hitting the gym. Lifting weights is useless. You need to practice actual martial arts. Li Ke tried explaining that to Xue Jing, but honestly, it clearly had zero real effect, because deep down Xue Jing knew that regular gym training was basically totally useless for normal people. But he actually had a system, so the normal rules didn't apply here. Even though his daily grind helped him make some pretty massive progress, it was also seriously exhausting. The intense training practically turned Xue Jing into an absolute food-destroying machine lately. But he wasn't grinding this hard daily, just to flex or show off to the crowd. The city where he currently lived was officially known as the 5th metro area. And listen up, places like this are strictly divided into inner and outer zones. The further out you go, the more barren and poor, while the inner zones hold all the real wealth and power. In this brutal world, Xue Jing only had half a year left until graduation. He had to risk absolutely everything to reach that inner circle, or face a miserable lifetime of poverty. That is why he pushed his absolute limits, determined to secure a much better future life. While quietly thinking over these grim facts, Xue Jing headed straight to the local supermarket, grabbing groceries to refill his completely empty fridge back at his home. The final bill of $201 made his face pale. He quickly put a few items back, then carried his 2 grocery bags back home. He felt incredibly sad today. 5 measly eggs cost almost $30. This crazy world had seriously lost its mind. Right at that moment, a dark shadow suddenly darted right past Xue Jing. Looking closer, it was actually a black cat with beautiful, sparkling bright eyes. Absolutely gorgeous-looking creature. But just as he opened his mouth to praise, the poor cat suddenly collapsed and rolled right onto the ground. Are you trying to pretend that I hit you or something? Xue Jing asked suspiciously. But then he quickly noticed that the cat was actually covered in terrible cuts and bleeding injuries. He figured it probably just lost a brutal fight with other stray cats. Who knew the stray cat world was actually so brutal and totally savage? Now watch this. The cat suddenly opened its tiny mouth and spoke. This absolutely insane moment left Xue Jing completely frozen in total shock. He literally could not even believe his own ears. But even if you were totally deaf, you'd still hear it loud and clear. That thing really just spoke human. Xue Jing looks it up and down, checking it out closely. Then he spots a strange gold ring attached right to its tail. It looks super weird. He reaches out to touch it. Instantly, a blinding golden light bursts out in every direction, followed by a sudden pop-up from the system. Divine matter detected, currently absorbing all the raw divine power. Xue Jing is totally stunned. All right, you and I need context. This planet is Earth, part of a wider world known as Xue. 287 years ago, God died. On that fateful day, every single person on the planet witnessed this exact crazy scene. The gods literally vanished from the mortal world forever, just like that, leaving humanity to fend for themselves entirely. Yet now Xue Jing has actually found an item packed with real divine energy. If that is really true, could he actually cultivate and become a god himself someday? Thinking about this, Xue Jing scoops up the black cat and heads straight home. On the way back, he even grabs some standard cat kibble from the store. But the second he slides that bowl of food over, the cat's face shows pure absolute disgust. It hates it. Aren't you a stray? How are you acting this picky right now? Xue Jing is honestly completely speechless. But here is what you and I know: this cat literally spoke human earlier. A wild theory suddenly pops into his head. What if this thing isn't actually a cat at all? Xue Jing immediately turns around and rushes straight to the kitchen. He starts cooking, completely dead serious about doing this right. And during this whole cooking process, he racks up a solid amount of EXP for his cooking skill. Minutes later, a huge bowl of mixed fried rice with full toppings is done. This time, the cat's attitude pulls a complete 180-degree turn. It is practically drooling all over everywhere. Its two eyes are literally glowing with excitement. It immediately buries its face in the food to eat. This pretty much proves the whole thing. Xue Jing's theory was right on the money. The only reason this cat can actually speak human words is because it isn't one. It is a human trapped inside a cat. As for how that exactly happened, it probably has everything to do with that gold ring on its tail. Just as he thought that, the system hit Xue Jing with another urgent notification, announcing his divinity absorption process was finally 100% complete. Then the text on his glowing status window suddenly shifted once again, revealing Xue Jing had unlocked a brand new divine skill going by the name Twin, and it was finally ready to be fully activated. He smashed the accept button immediately. The twin skill booted up with absolute perfect success. Right inside the palm of his hand, a brilliant golden speck of light materialized, before rapidly melting straight into his own skin. For now, this new skill only comes with a single passive effect attached, but let me tell you, it is completely utterly overpowered, because it literally grants him an extra life after taking a fatal hit. He can freely choose the exact moment he wants to respawn, anytime within 7 full days. Though the skill does come with a brutal 3-month cooldown. Reading that insane notification left Xue Jing's jaw on the floor. This was basically a walking set of resurrection armor. If just the passive ability was already this broken, it looks like whenever the active skill finally drops, we know it'll be absolutely insane. It's just that right now our guy's divinity points are nowhere near enough to actually unlock it, so he absolutely cannot use the active skill just yet, which means he just needs to keep farming and absorbing more divinity. Simple enough, right, he thought. His eyes simultaneously locked dead onto that little black cat, as a completely wicked, inhuman smile started creeping across his face. But taking a much closer look at it now, its tiny body is actually covered in brutal injuries. If he keeps draining its power, that would honestly be a bit too cruel. So Xue Jing decided to temporarily push that wicked plan to the side. Instead, he just crouched down and gently rubbed the cat's head a few times. But he definitely couldn't just let the creature walk away like nothing happened, so he decided to temporarily keep it in his house. Plus, Xue Jing needed to go out searching for any solid clues connected to that mysterious thing known as divinity. Thinking this, he suddenly ordered the cat to stand. Xue Jing wanted to see exactly what the little creature would do, and surprisingly, it actually stood right up for him. But he just cut the lights and hurriedly rushed straight out the door. The small animal's eyes locked dead onto the closed door behind him, looking clearly dissatisfied with the whole situation. Right now, you and I see he's totally alone inside, but the security camera in the corner, still rolling perfectly. Xue Jing heads straight for the outer ring area. People out here live in absolute complete misery. For folks in the outer ring, getting into the inner ring is just ridiculously, insanely hard. Even if you make it, the entry fee is insanely high, enough to bankrupt a totally well-off, normal, wealthy family. Still, countless people eagerly chase after this wild, impossible dream. But here is a wild secret: you and I know there is another way, and that is pursuing martial arts. If you can become a true martial artist, then all those problems just instantly disappear completely, and that is exactly the golden chance Xue Jing wants to grab. Our guy just keeps pushing straight ahead, hoping he can find some solid, useful clues related to divine power. But instead, he suddenly runs into a really sketchy group. You are Xue Jing, right? The guy our boss Boris has his strict eyes fixed on. You actually dared to mess with him. You are completely dead meat today. Every single one of these thugs is packing heavy weapons. They clearly want to teach Xue Jing a very painful, brutal lesson, maybe even take his life entirely. But Xue Jing, he is not scared in the slightest. Instead, he just heavily sighs and asks, "Which boss did you say again?" The second he finishes speaking, the bald guy in the group suddenly falls flat right backwards, like he just got hit by some massive, unseen heavy force. The rest of the gang's jaws literally hit the dirt floor, staring at their fallen buddy, then looking right back at Xue Jing. But nobody actually saw what he just did right there. Very quickly, a second guy lets out a super loud scream, and he also drops flat backwards. Then it is the third guy's turn. Now watch closely, Xue Jing actually slows down his movements a bit, just enough so they can see it clearly. All three guys got totally dropped by tiny little flying pebbles, fired straight from his hand, knocking them out. Earlier, Xue Jing had been practicing his pinpoint aiming skills incredibly hard using those, throwing darts, so this is basically a piece of cake now. The defeated thugs lie on the ground, constantly screaming in pure pain. Ouch, guess you actually have some skills. But that definitely wasn't enough. With his lackeys completely wiped out from the field, Yu Guang finally stepped right into the fight. Xue Jing actually planned to use the exact same attack method as before, but his opponent charged forward just a split second faster. He had no choice but to dodge sideways. Yu Guang's heavy fist completely missed the mark, smashing straight into the wall behind him, causing the solid concrete to violently shatter. Now it was Xue Jing's turn to be shocked. Yu Guang actually knew how to use real martial arts. Well, you and I know this just got interesting. Plus, he wouldn't even need to hunt down anyone else. Tell me everything you know right now. Xue Jing slowly walked straight toward his fallen enemy. His voice sounded absolutely threatening. Otherwise, I really will not hold back today. Yu Guang was nowhere near Xue Jing's crazy skill level. Very quickly, he got beaten until he was literally shivering. He frantically started begging for his life. Big boss bro, I surrender, I really give up now. I will tell you everything. A smug smile appeared right on Xue Jing's face. Thought this guy was tough, but he is a total noob. The whole fight he only used one single move, spamming it over and over again. In the end, he couldn't even survive one single punch. Meanwhile, our guy got a sweet new reward. After the battle, he successfully activated something totally huge, a brand new skill called hand-to-hand combat. All that aim training definitely did not go to waste. It didn't just boost Xue Jing's dynamic vision during combat, it also massively improved his accuracy when landing a strike. So when he was facing a low-tier martial artist exactly like Yu Guang, he easily dominated. Seeing Xue Jing walk right toward him, the guy was scared, absolutely pale, begging once again. Don't, please stop hitting me, Boss Jing, I am begging you. Xue Jing slowly squatted right down. He didn't hit him, but his intimidating glare asked the question. What exact move did you just use back there? Yu Guang was completely terrified, so he didn't dare hide anything. He immediately answered that it was called internal energy, not a martial arts move. Internal energy is gathering sheer power throughout your entire body, then using a special technique to release it outward. How do I train? Who teaches it? Xue Jing kept pressing him for answers. Bro, I only learned the absolute basics. I cannot explain it, please just let me go. This time, Xue Jing grabbed his collar really tight, playing dumb. Word is you smoke, drink, and even dye your hair. Murder, arson, hip-hop, dancing, you literally do it all. Such a tough guy, and you are giving up this easily. Staring at his absolutely terrifying face from just inches away, Yu Guang was literally terrified to the point of tears. He opened his mouth and immediately called out to him. Big brother, he endlessly begged for his own miserable life. He desperately swore all that smoking and drinking stuff was just a total rumor. Yu Guang really just relied on those fake rumors to build his tough image. A school boss showing off to everyone else. Think about it, if it was real, how would he still be in school? Seeing that the guy actually seemed to be telling the truth, Xue Jing finally relaxed his grip and let him go. But he didn't forget to drop a heavy threat first. If you do not learn your lesson this time around, every single time I see you, I will beat you down. Still, the fact that Yu Guang actually bullied his classmates, it was undeniable truth. Xue Jing thought for a moment, then ordered him to go home and write an apology letter. Tomorrow, bright and early in class, you will read it to the whole class 10 times, and you better record a video for me to double-check. Yu Guang didn't dare disobey. He just nodded his head frantically. Yes, yes. Then Xue Jing suddenly pulled out his mobile phone. The bully actually thought he was about to get hit again, so he panicked and screamed out the martial arts gym address. Xue Jing just muttered a few words and Yu Guang gasped. A loud, totally confused gasp. Didn't you just tell me that you had no idea? I was just going to ask myself. After finally dealing with that complete and utter coward, Xue Jing followed the exact address that he was just given. By this point, he had already entered the inner city ring. After that intense fight earlier, the system generously rewarded Xue Jing with tons of experience points. Right now, he had successfully unlocked a total of 7 skills. Normally, grinding super hard at the gym for an entire hour, that would only boost his physique by about 200 XP. But get this, he just fought one single quick battle. 0 fatigue, yet he scored a massive amount of points, way beyond any normal training session. He even unlocked a brand new skill. Xue Jing figured from now on he really needed to go find some fools, begging for a brutal beatdown. Just thinking about it while walking, he finally arrived right outside the Jinfeng dojo from the address. Honestly, to us, this dojo looks pretty decent. Xue Jing pushed the doors wide open. He asked to look around the place, but the receptionist quickly shushed him, gesturing for total silence. Because the master was currently teaching class, he followed her, pointing finger right over, and saw an old guy with a beard. white hair guiding his 5 disciples through their intense cultivation practice. The so-called basic breathing technique, right? It is all about exhaling right out and inhaling deep to activate your body's inner energy. It's the absolute basic foundation here. Only when you fully circulate your chi for martial arts can you be considered a true beginner. While lecturing, he demonstrated the moves so the students below could follow along. Seeing this right there, Xue Jing's eyes totally lit up. A beginner cultivation technique, huh? Wasn't this beginner class exactly what he was looking for today? So Xue Jing quietly asked the receptionist girl if he could jump in and join the session. Completely mesmerized by his incredibly handsome face, she just nodded and agreed right away. She even told him not to push himself too dangerously hard, getting the green light. Xue Jing walked straight over to an empty training mat. He sat down and started following the master's instructions from up front. Even though he looked super serious, it was obviously just the look of a total rookie trying out martial arts. So the receptionist girl obviously didn't think for a second that he could actually do it. Breathe, inhale until you absolutely cannot anymore, then hold it tight, the old man demanded loudly. The disciples below started inhaling with every ounce of strength they had. But as we all know, lung capacity has its limits. If they couldn't use that breath to activate their inner energy, they would hit their absolute breaking point really fast. One by one, they all started quitting. This made the receptionist girl super anxious, watching from aside, terrified that they wouldn't find even one single decent disciple. Any student without potential gets instantly kicked out by the master. And as we watch, time slowly passes by. When every single other person has already completely failed, the old man suddenly stands up and slowly walks over. The girl actually thinks he wants to settle the score with her. She quickly begs for absolute mercy. Master, please just give me a few more days to try. I will definitely help you find a true prodigy. Who knew he would just walk right past her completely? As the girl watches him, he just raises a finger to his mouth. He signals for total silence and whispers softly, "Stop talking right now. This kid is still trying hard." The breathing technique he just taught sounds really simple at first, but practicing it is actually incredibly difficult. Such a massive amount of oxygen rushes into the lungs. Anyone without enough natural lung capacity, they do not even have the basic right to practice this. Plus, this raw energy just keeps rapidly expanding inside the physical body, like your whole body might just explode. Yet Xue Jing somehow manages to push through and hold on until now. Right up until the final countdown finally comes to an end, he finally lets out a gentle breath and opens his eyes. His blurry vision slowly starts to clear up. Xue Jing looks up and sees 2 incredibly worried faces watching him, just nervously waiting for him. "How are you feeling right now? Does anything hurt or feel weird?" Xue Jing just casually shakes his head. He actually says he feels an amazing surge of fresh energy everywhere, and the magical system confirms it too. Boom, he successfully unlocked that crazy internal energy skill right now. Seeing this happen, the girl acts like she just struck gold. She instantly grabs his hand and makes an exciting offer. "Hey classmate, what is your name? Do you want to officially join our awesome Golden Wind Dojo today?" Xue Jing obviously really wants to join them, but before he can even answer her, we suddenly hear a massive, terrifying crashing sound echoing, interrupting them as the dojo glass shatters. Something terrifying completely smashes it to pieces. Then a massive, horrifying dark shadow violently crashes straight into the building. It brutally attacks one of the dojo's students without any hesitation. This thing is very clearly a total nightmare monster. Terrified screams from everyone in the room instantly ring out loud. And that poor male student is practically dead on the floor already. What on earth is that? Xue Jing couldn't believe his eyes. As for everyone else, they were already turning pale with terror. "Evacuate the area right now and do not panic. Manager Zhang, please get everyone under control immediately." Surprisingly, that old man was the calmest one there, barking orders without hesitation. The woman known as Manager Zhang, she quickly snapped out of her shock and started evacuating the disciples out. "But listen, you and I are about to see this monster shift targets," locking its deadly sights onto her. Right in the very nick of time, Xue Jing lunges forward fast, shoving her out of harm's way just barely in time. Manager Zhang just stares at him, totally mesmerized and completely awestruck, her face turning bright red instantly. She whispers a quick thank you, but honestly, her mind is racing with some pretty bold thoughts right now. She is definitely enjoying this moment. Having him pinned right on top of her like that, his charm stat literally just shot up by 20 points, thanks to her simping. But our guy Xue Jing has absolutely zero time to care about that. Earlier, Pei Yuguang mentioned something. Internal energy means gathering power from every single muscle in your body and channeling it outward through a technique to strike with explosive force. Now that this monster is right here, it is the absolute perfect time to test this out. And wouldn't you know it, the beast charges straight at him. Xue Jing instinctively unleashes every drop of his internal energy. He lands a very solid hit, but the creature barely even flinches from the heavy blow. He starts wondering, is this ugly thing built like a cockroach? Can it actually withstand a hit 300 times its own body weight? That is insane. If that is really the truth here, You and I know he needs a new strategy, focusing all that raw power into one single point. Figuring it out, Xue Jing instantly throws another heavy strike at it. But this time, it is not just a basic physical punch. He is packing pure internal energy. That exact hit instantly unlocks the infamous one-inch punch skill, delivering massive explosive force from an insanely short distance, and it completely blasts that ugly creature far away. And just like that, Xue Jing wins casually, brushing off his hands. He muttered that the monster was way weaker than he had expected. Manager Zhang watched the whole thing from the sidelines. You could practically see the pure admiration shining in his eyes. Meanwhile, the old master beside him was starting to get really worried. After all, Xue Jing had only just figured out how his energy worked, releasing that much power all at once. If it were a normal guy, their body definitely would not be able to handle it. Not to mention that roach monster was not entirely dead just yet. Right then, the beast slowly dragged itself back up. The injuries somehow made it look way more aggressive than it was before. But Xue Jing was not scared at all. He even motioned with his finger, boldly taunting the ugly creature. Oh, it wants to keep going. The result will be the exact same. He spoke while gathering up his inner energy, ready to pull off another epic attack just like before. Too bad he could not strike. But before striking, Xue Jing tasted fresh blood in his throat. His body froze. He was completely unable to attack. He actually suffered a massive internal injury, completely clueless about what was even happening. Seeing the roach monster charging right toward him, "Stick with me here." Xue Jing finally started feeling genuine panic, secretly regretting that he pushed way too hard this time around. But right at that exact moment, a brilliant blue flash of light sliced right across the monster, instantly chopping the entire creature cleanly in half, saving Xue Jing from certain death by a hair. While he was still trying to process what had just happened, the person who launched that attack stepped right out. White Jiang Unit, Captain of Squad 838 taking over here. All civilians and uninvolved personnel need to fall back immediately. A gorgeous girl with a fiery build and very long hair, striking silver hair, appeared. This was the very first time Xue Jing heard of the White Jiang Squad, but that girl clearly seemed to be incredibly strong, able to completely wipe out that roach monster with just one single strike. We have to wonder, is this organization entirely filled with overpowered fighters, just like her? While Xue Jing carefully studied White Jiang from across the room, she was clearly having quite a few thoughts about him too. Looking him up and down for a good moment, Xue Jing looked to be only 17 or 18, yet he somehow managed to beat that roach monster barehanded. Look at those brutal injuries, plus one more absolutely crucial detail. Our guy is just seriously handsome. This honestly makes Bai Ya even more completely hyped. She desperately needs a valid excuse to officially recruit him. Without thinking twice, she steps right up to him, pulling out a little slip of paper for him. Xue Jing just blinks. She firmly reminds him to arrive at the exact address written on this piece of paper by 5 p.m. sharp this coming Sunday. Everything he wants to know right then. She can completely explain it all to him. Xue Jing looks down at what the paper says. 7th floor of the library. He completely falls into deep thought. After that, he and the anxious manager, Zhang and Elder Lin, leave the gym behind. That girl manager Zhang seems to be especially anxious today, constantly asking if Xue Jing is actually doing okay. Does he need to go hit a hospital immediately? I am totally fine, seriously. Xue Jing desperately tries to convince her. Thank you for letting me tour the place today. This awesome martial arts dojo. Since we are all done, I am heading out now. Manager Zhang simply nods her head, and she does not forget reminding him. He absolutely has to come back tomorrow. But Elder Lin, standing off to the side, sighs heavily, thinking to himself, this is too hard. This kid just tapped into real chi for the first time, and he already has this much insane power. A tiny little dojo like ours can definitely not contain a giant talent like him. Xue Jing walks just a few steps. Sure enough, we finally see that system notification pop, stating he just survived a crazy, fierce, and intense battle, earning 229 points. Experience and multiple skills all receive massive bonus point upgrades. But right now, Xue Jing only cares about the one-inch punch. That just got fully unlocked. That broken skill lets him concentrate all his chi into a single point, hitting absolute maximum speed inside the very shortest possible distance. Listen to me closely, no matter how ridiculous their defense is, it gets completely shattered. That feeling was honestly just so incredibly thrilling, making Xue Jing want to experience that wild rush again. Thinking exactly that, he starts gathering his chi once more, but his chest felt like it might explode. Xue Jing was practically gasping for air. He remembered the exact words Elder Lin from the dojo had just told him a moment ago, so he finally decided to stop risking his life, get a good night's sleep, then figure things out tomorrow. After all, today's haul wasn't too bad anyway. The White Jiang Squad, that cockroach guy, all these crazy things showing up today. It made Xue Jing ask a question we are all wondering. Just how many dark secrets in this wild world were still completely hidden from him? He also decided to check out that spot this weekend. Almost back home right now. Xue Jing suddenly remembered something. the black cat. Watch this, he checked the security cameras. And it was exactly as he predicted. It was doing something totally out of bounds for a normal, feline pet. It was playing on the computer. The second Xue Jing walked inside, he shot it a completely murderous glare. Hey, what exactly were you messing with on my computer just now? The cat was so terrified, it literally broke a cold sweat. It immediately meowed a few times to play cute. Seeing this, Xue Jing just sighed heavily. Not gonna talk, huh? Fine. I will settle this score with you after I wake up. He was honestly way too exhausted today anyway, so Xue Jing just shoved the furball aside and collapsed hard onto his bed. Seeming to sense that something was off with Xue Jing, the cat walked closer and gave him a few sniffs. With its incredibly sharp animal senses, it instantly picked up the distinct scent of blood. Did he get into a fight with someone? It thought to itself. Damn. He is my personal human. Who on earth dares to bully him? This sudden nagging frustration made the black cat want to completely drop its dumb pet act. It jumped straight onto the bed and spoke human words. Young man, tell me right now, what exactly happened to you? Do not worry, just spill it. No matter what it is, the grand cult leader of the dragon cult, Ning Fengna, will definitely stand up and demand justice for you. Seeing that it dropped the fake act, Xue Jing immediately replied, listen, we both knew he was human, but right now he was totally out of gas, so he pulled up the covers and crashed. Figured he would deal with it later, leaving the black cat. She was super annoyed about getting absolutely zero info. The next morning when he woke up, Xue Jing was completely full of energy again. He cooked up a massive table of delicious food. Sitting right across was the cat, shoving food into her mouth like there was no tomorrow. She finally asked him, so you weren't actually beaten up by anyone, but you actually defeated a literal monster instead of losing. Even though Bai Ya was the one who finally ended that roach guy, Xue Jing still just nodded, giving a simple yes to Ning Fengna and her question. The cat looked deep in thought as she muttered, I have never heard of those things running straight into the busy city center. Lost in her deep thoughts, Ning Fengna completely failed to notice that Xue Jing had already stood up. By the time she snapped out of it, he was right there. He reached out, giving her a friendly head pat. Thanks so much for worrying about me, little Ning Fengna. Ning Fengna, Ning Fengna, Ning Fengna, little Ning Fengna. Getting a sudden head pat, both of her cheeks instantly burned bright red. And that ridiculously cute, cheesy nickname. It just made her even more flustered and confused. You are not allowed to call me Ning Fengna. You must respectfully address me as the great sect leader. Ning Fengna stated very seriously. But honestly, those bold words had absolutely zero actual damage or effect on Xue Jing. He just laughed, replied to her, and then pulled out his phone. All right, then the great Lord Ning Fengna. Since the great Lord Ning Fengna already knows how to talk, then how about you try and explain exactly what her greatness is doing right here? The phone clearly recorded a video showing Ning Fengna very seriously typing away on Xue Jing's personal computer. Getting caught red-handed like that on camera, she was just absolutely embarrassed. She was completely speechless, having no idea what to say. After a long and hard internal struggle, Ning Fengna just proudly raised her little tail straight up. All right, he explains, this golden piece is called the cat tail ring. It is a genuine divine relic. Right then she goes online to look up information about it. Xue Jing just casually sits right down. He reaches out and grabs Ning Fengna's tail. Playing dumb earlier was totally fine, but now he knows she is actually a human transformed. This sudden touch completely embarrasses the flustered Ning Fengna. She wants to hide. So this thing really is a divine relic, Xue Jing realizes. He mutters, God actually died 287 years ago. They say those scattered golden light points, radiating out back then, were the legendary divine relics. I've only ever heard rumors before. Now I'm finally seeing one firsthand. No wonder it absorbs divine energy so easily. Hey you, how long are you going to keep grabbing my tail? Even though Ning Fengna really did not want to interrupt, she absolutely had to speak up. Only then does our guy realize he is being way too handsy. He awkwardly clears his throat and quickly lets go. He returns to looking totally serious. So are you trying to figure out how to use it? Not at all. I want to take it off. Ning Fengna replies, sounding completely exhausted. Then she starts opening up about her own powerful faction. She reveals she is the leader of the Dragon Sect, the absolute largest faction in Qing City. They do not just control all the local business operations here. They also partner up directly with the martial arts dojos. They run a massive underground network for trading rare medicines. As we all know, getting too powerful paints a massive target. Plenty of rivals were blinded by pure vicious jealousy. That is exactly why Ning Fengna was ambushed inside her own villa. They violently slapped this cursed ring on her, turning her into a cat. By the time she fought her way out, the Dragon Sect had already become easy prey. Her enemies had completely taken it over. Taking off this cursed ring is her only option left. It is the only way she can revert back to human form. And Ning Fengna swears she will absolutely wipe out every single one of those traitors. So what exactly is your next move? If the internet is useless, then checking the local library is probably going to be tough. Xue Jing points out. At this moment, Ning Fengna dramatically crosses her two tiny front paws. You and I know that smug look. As for this, our grand leader here planned it all out ages ago. The big plan, you learn martial arts and get insanely ridiculously strong. Seeing her act so bold and totally confident, Xue Jing thought he heard her wrong. Hold on a second. How are those two things even remotely connected? Of course they are connected, Ning Fengna quickly explained. Once you finally get super strong, big, powerful factions will definitely come looking for you. Who knows? One of them might actually be holding a super rare divine relic. Then you can just follow that exact clue and investigate everything. You will absolutely find a way to take off that cat collar. Xue Jing felt like she just read his mind absolutely perfectly, because as of yesterday, the White Jiang squad already had their eyes firmly on him. But Ning Fengna had no clue at all. She was just super fired up, saying she had to introduce Xue Jing to the absolute best dojo, a place known as Hidden Dragon. Xue Jing had obviously heard of this place before. Back in the day, he actually looked up the tuition fees for every single martial arts academy located in this entire city, and the Hidden Dragon dojo was easily the most expensive one there. But the insane price tag wasn't the exact reason why he remembered it so well. It was because the internet was flooded with one-star reviews, calling it an absolute garbage dojo, where the teaching quality absolutely did not match the crazy price. Every single day, they just sent a few girls out to supervise. They gave zero guidance and just stood around cursing. Xue Jing brought all this up, but Ning Fengna just scoffed at him with absolute contempt. Those totally useless guys cannot handle a little pain. Why the heck are they even trying to learn martial arts? In the true martial artist world, nobody would ever dare to look down on the Hidden Dragon. So how do I even get in? Xue Jing quickly asked her. By following the classic street rules, of course, you challenge them directly. Hearing her say that he genuinely thought he had to walk in and just completely wreck their dojo, just speaking this thought right out loud, Ning Fengna shot another look of pure, absolute contempt straight towards Xue Jing. She scolded him for being a sheltered guy who never actually saw the real world. The huge challenge she was talking about, it was literally just an interview. It's definitely not the pure destruction he was just imagining. All right, you and I should know dojo disciples are divided into ranks. Even if you pay the tuition and train super hard without raw talent, all that grinding is completely useless. These paying disciples make up the biggest chunk of the numbers, but they sit right at the absolute bottom tier. Slightly above them are the disciples blessed with actual rare natural talent. And at the very top, the elite challenger rank. Even those gifted with talent need to prove their raw, solid power. If they only bloom at 8 or 15, it is basically worthless. On the martial arts path, a fighter's mindset is absolutely everything. Possessing an invincible fighting spirit, that is the only way to throw a truly unbeatable punch. Issuing a challenge is basically nominating yourself for the top. It is also the perfect method to prove that absolutely fearless mindset. Fengna drops all this heavy information at lightning speed, leaving Xue Jing totally stunned, struggling to process it all. Then she gracefully shifts her weight, gives her tail a quick wag, and leaps right onto the window. Remember to hit the dojo tomorrow morning. I have some business to handle now. The very next day, Xue Jing actually shows up at the Hidden Dragon dojo just like he promised. Hey there, fellow student. Welcome to the famous Hidden Dragon dojo. A young man steps right up to personally greet our guy Xue Jing. Seeing the guy hold his hand out, he politely reaches back and grabs it. He originally planned to explain exactly why he came here today, but as we are about to see, this is no ordinary handshake. The guy instantly applies pressure, a lot of it squeezing tighter and tighter every single second. Xue Jing immediately realizes that this whole thing is a secret test, and since it is a test, he definitely needs to face it with absolute dead seriousness. Luckily, he got plenty of good solid rest yesterday, so today he can easily gather his inner energy. Using the exact skills he learned yesterday, Xue Jing quickly flips the script and takes total control, crushing the dude's hand so hard it literally makes him cry. The guy hurriedly screams out loud, Okay, that hurts, let go of me now. Hearing all this massive commotion over here, a bunch of other disciples from the Hidden Dragon dojo quickly gather around, laughing and completely roasting their defeated friend. Haha, do not take his words to heart, friend. This dude is a total martial arts fanatic. He wants to fight absolutely everyone. Who even knows how many times he has lost? All of you, just shut up. His face turned completely red as he angrily shouted. Xue Jing thought he was something special. Turns out the guy is just a total newbie. He just really loves showing off. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted out, Look, the old master and the inner disciples are actually here. Wait, what is going on? Even the dojo master came out for this. The old master they mentioned is none other than Li Qi. He is sitting in a wheelchair, pushed by Zhu Shan. Pushed from behind, flanked by 3 elite disciples, Meng Basheng, Meng Qingzhao, and of course, Chen Fuguang. But the crazy detail you and I must notice, on his lap, wait a minute, is that actually Ning Fengna? Seeing this heavy lineup, the regular dojo disciples could not help but completely panic. They started nervously whispering around. Those elite inner disciples never usually show their faces, yet they all showed up. What massive event is happening today? Is our entire martial arts dojo about to go completely bankrupt? Seeing Ningfengna actually appear sitting right on Li Seven's lap with such total absolute confidence, Xue Jing was honestly pretty shocked. The wheelchair slowly rolled a bit closer. He simply raised a hand demanding total silence from everyone. Then he locked eyes directly with Xue Jing and asked, "Are you the kid here to challenge us?" Xue Jing glanced over at the opposite side. Ningfengna was literally winking at him. Who knows what crazy story she fed the old master? But catching her drift, he confidently shot back, "That is right." Li Qi's face was completely unreadable, happy or sad, excited or just mocking him. It had just been way too long since anyone actually dared to challenge him. Li Qi finally spoke up. "Young man, do you really think you are fully qualified?" "Qualified? What does that even mean?" "Honestly, when you ask it like that, I am lost." Xue Jing awkwardly scratched his head. "All right, you and I know Li Qi looks strong and experienced. Our guy might have a system, but his actual combat skills are still sitting at rock bottom. How about this? Let me ask you a few questions." Old Li Qi breaks the silence. Naturally, Xue Jing isn't going to back down here. And just like that, the two of them start an intense back and forth. The tension in the room, suffocating. "What is your real name?" "Xue Jing." "Age 17. Where do you live? What do your parents do? Are you an only child or do you have any siblings?" Hearing this, Xue Jing starts realizing something is totally off. He came here for a fight, not a literal blind date. Why the heck is he running a full background check? What's worse, Li Qi looks completely dead serious about it. That is until Ningfengna subtly clears her throat near him. Hearing that the old man suddenly bursts into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha, don't be in a rush. My future son-in-law is here. So obviously I need to ask a few extra personal questions." Xue Jing stares at Ningfengna looking completely and utterly confused. He drops his voice and asks her what is actually happening. Ningfengna reacts like she stepped on a nail, shrieking defensively. "How the heck would I know? Grandpa, whether he's qualified or not, we still need to fight him. We can talk after that. Now watch this." Zhu Shanning steps up loudly, cracking her knuckles. She drops into a fighting stance, totally ready for a brawl. "Don't worry, little bro. I'll definitely go easy on you." Even though she definitely does not look like she's holding back. But honestly, Xue Jing doesn't want to hold back either. He wants to see exactly how far his strength goes. He drops into his stance, flexing two fingers forward in his signature, totally cocky taunt. A massive crowd of dojo disciples immediately gathers around to watch. Nobody expected their absolute elite senior sister to actually step into the ring today. Looks like there is absolutely no way Xue Jing leaves unhurt. Meanwhile, Ningfengna is standing there feeling incredibly conflicted about this. She mutters quietly, "I told you this was just a blind date. Why do you still want to fight so badly, you idiot? You better be careful, little bro." Zhu Shanning teases with a cheeky smile. Honestly, Ningfengna is actually getting pretty worried for the guy. But the moment her very first punch comes flying toward him, Xue Jing completely dodged it. But he didn't just stop there. Using her momentum, he locked onto her wrist. Then he pulled off an absolutely beautiful and flawless takedown throw. Zhu Shenyang lay completely flat on the dirt, seeing a literal sky full of stars. She didn't even understand what had just happened to her. Before she was totally knocked out, the other core disciples of Li Qi standing right behind. Seeing this exact scene, they just couldn't help but quietly giggle. They all completely agreed that his observation skills combined with Xue Jing's grasp of perfect timing were just absolutely pinpoint accurate. Old Li was actually even more thrilled than the young kids in his own household. He burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, you really did manage to find an absolutely outstanding young prodigy for this old man. Of course, who do you think I am?" Ningfengna proudly puffed out her chest, replying with a completely confident and arrogant tone. She felt like her earlier worry for Xue Jing was totally wasted. Meanwhile, poor Zhu Shanyang was actually still lying completely unconscious right there on the floor. Xue Jing looked right past her, turning back to Li Qi to carefully probe for answers, asking if his challenge match for today was actually considered a complete success or not. He just survived a wild battle where the weak defeated the strong, so the system naturally got a little bit more generous, rewarding him with massive amounts of experience points. Li Qi stared at him silently, as if evaluating his true worth. Xue Jing never even practiced martial arts, yet he somehow managed to defeat Zhu Shenyang with one strike. Forget about merely accepting him into the dojo. He had already more than met the conditions to become a core inner disciple right away. You and I saw how fast this guy flipped. Just earlier, he was pretending to be super strict. Now he was grinning from ear to ear. So maybe it was finally time to change how they addressed each other. Xue Jing froze up for several seconds, because this whole thing went way smoother than he ever imagined. But he very quickly managed to recover his composure. looking completely calm once again. He firmly clasped his hands together, speaking up boldly. Greetings, Master, and to all my senior martial siblings. Chen Fuguang, Meng, Qing Jiao, and the rest. You and I can tell they're totally thrilled with him. They honestly couldn't stop grinning. Meanwhile, Xue Jing finally manages to pick herself back up. It looks like getting completely stomped by Xue Jing left her feeling absolutely humiliated right now. But since he is formally greeting his brand new senior disciples right now, there is zero chance she's getting left out of this. Hey, don't forget about me. I am Xue Jing, remember? Your sixth senior sister. I just underestimated you earlier, okay? Don't get all cocky just because of one lucky win. Thank you for your guidance, sixth senior sister. Xue Jing wasn't arrogant about it at all. He actually just gives her a deep, respectful bow instead. It turns out before our boy showed up here, she used to be the youngest personal disciple around. No wonder she still acts like a stubborn little kid. After that, a girl named Xiao Kui approaches Xue Jing, leading him off to complete his official admission papers. She super politely calls him by the title Young Master C, which immediately makes him feel pretty darn awkward. Awkward indeed. Master Li Qi explains that his personal disciples hold a completely different high-tier status. In this dojo, absolutely nobody is allowed to disrespect them. Starting today, you and I are looking at an official Inner Circle elite member. So calling him Young Master Shi right now is honestly just the standard protocol here. It's just that he seriously cannot get used to it. So he reluctantly asks if they can change that crazy title. Young Master Jai just sounds so weird. Then how about Lord Jing? Xiao Kui immediately suggests instead. That title honestly feels like even more heavy pressure. Xue Jing can only let out a sigh. Whatever, they can call him anything they want. So holding Ning Fengna in his arms, he follows Xiao Kui to finish registering. While waiting for the paperwork, they start chatting for a little bit. That challenge wasn't nearly as tough as you claimed earlier. Xue Jing went down in just a single strike. You're the one who lost. Truth is, she is way stronger than you. Ning Fengna lazily explains the real deal. Martial arts aren't just measured by some base stats. State of mind, physical condition. Info dictates your luck here. You and I know everything can become a completely critical turning point. It literally decides the match. Exactly like what Xue Jing mentioned just moments ago. She completely underestimated her opponent, assuming that our guy Xue Jing was basically just a total blank slate. If she was actually careful, waiting for him to attack before striking back, then the battle's entire outcome would be totally different. But honestly, no matter what went down just now, Xue Jing is still the absolute winner, earning his spot in the dojo. That is an absolutely undeniable fact right now. Hearing Ning Fengna say this, Xue Jing suddenly felt a little bit upset. Turns out his massive victory was basically just pure luck. But that exact realization only fueled his ultimate resolve. He has to train way harder from now on. Right then, Xue Jing remembered a detail and quickly asked her, "Oh yeah, where did you wander off to last night? You didn't just stay at the dojo all night, right?" Obviously I did. Getting a newcomer inside means I gotta greet Master Li first. Back in the day, that old man actually almost stole my grandfather's girl. Hearing Ning Fengna casually spill this wild romantic drama about her own family elders, with such an incredibly calm tone, Xue Jing honestly had zero clue how to even respond. Meanwhile, Xiao Chui finally finished up the required paperwork. She casually handed him a brand new identity verification card, giving Xue Jing clear instructions. Tomorrow, he just needs to swipe this card to enter the gates. But stick with me, Xue Jing never went home that day. The very next morning, the disciples, arriving earliest, already saw him grinding his training incredibly hard. When they heard Xue Jing stayed at the dojo practicing on his very first day, pulling an all-nighter, everyone literally stared at him like an absolute monster. Just terrifyingly strong willpower. Only Master Li remained incredibly strict and completely uncompromising. Even though Xue Jing was completely exhausted and breathless, the old man strictly forbade him from giving up now. If he didn't push through just a bit more, the entire night's hardcore effort would be totally wasted. Xue Jing is naturally a very stubborn guy at this moment. Heavy sweat was already pouring down his entire face. His physical strength was completely drained, yet he absolutely refused to just throw in the towel. Right until the system window suddenly popped up, displaying a glorious level up notification. He lets out a heavy breath, collapsing backward onto the ground. A massive beaming smile spreads right across Master Li's face. He admits he has trained a ton of disciples in his lifetime, but Jing, he is absolutely the strongest one yet. At this insane rate, Jing will master the Hidden Dragon Sect's core technique in no time. The second those words leave the old master's mouth, Jing, who was completely flat on his back, suddenly bolts upright. Wait, what exactly is this technique? How far do I have to push to actually learn it? Looking into his eyes, literally glowing with pure excitement, Master Li knows this kid is a total battle maniac. He slowly reaches out one hand. He tells Jing to grab it super tightly. Our guy is not slow. He instantly realizes this is a test. He grips his master's hand hard. Right away, Master Li starts channeling his massive inner chi. Immediately, Jing feels an absolutely massive and totally overwhelming wave of pure, raw energy flooding straight into his body. And worse, he cannot fight back against it at all. His expression quickly turns pale, twisted with pure strain. Only then does Master Li finally let go of him. Then he asks a totally random, totally unexpected question. What kind of sports do you even play on a normal day? Honestly, just regular running. I really do not do any other kind of training. Master, is there something seriously wrong with my body or something? Jing cannot hide his growing panic now. Master Li just shakes his head. He says it is not a bad thing at all. It is just that, when he finally checked out Jing's body, it felt like some perfectionist god with insane, obsessive, compulsive disorder literally sculpted him by hand. Every single muscle, every single bone, every single organ is perfectly balanced to an absolutely terrifying and flawless degree. To put it simply for you guys, Jing is an absolute freak of nature, literally born for combat. Even though the old man says that, Jing instantly knows the real truth behind it. This insane physical perfection is all thanks to his system, his overpowered stat board. More precisely, right after activating his hand-to-hand combat skill, his body started leveling up at this totally ridiculous speed. So on some level, yeah, he really can be considered a one-in-a-million genius, because normal people obviously have zero clue about his cheat system. So does this mean I can finally learn the secret technique, the hidden dragon sect technique? Xue Jing asks with absolute seriousness. Right now, his current state looks incredibly intimidating. What is the rush? You just joined the sect yesterday, kid. After grinding hard all night long, his body is already completely covered in brutal wounds. Rushing his cultivation right now, forcing his technique right now is basically begging for an early death. Xue Jing really hates to admit it, but since Master Li insists, he has no choice but to accept it. Master Li tells him to head back and rest. He promises to send someone over with the sleeping dragon ointment later, so our MC obediently heads straight back to his room. Not long after that, a sudden knock echoes through. Xue Shanning stands there glowing with pure excitement. She bursts right in holding some medicine. Junior brother, let your senior sister help heal those nasty wounds. Sixth senior sister, why did you come all the way here yourself? Xue Jing stares at her suspicious expression. It looks incredibly dangerous and totally unhinged. You and I are both wondering, is she just here for brutal revenge? Xue Shanying casually waves her hand, signaling our MC to sit. Come on, junior brother. Take those clothes off. He doesn't hesitate for a second, ripping his shirt wide open, revealing those absolute washboard abs. Her eyes instantly light up. Wow, not bad at all, junior brother. He asks bluntly. You flatter me, senior sister. What happens now? Getting straight to business, she smirks. All right, come over here and lie down. Look, a system screen pops up. Someone has suddenly developed intense romantic feelings for you. Charm stat increased by 45. She reaches over to grab something suspicious, while he just lies completely frozen on the bed. That's right, be a good boy and don't move. She directly slathers the slick ointment onto Xue Jing. The sudden touch makes him flinch in shock. Wait, but hearing his plea, she doesn't stop at all. She leans in closer. I told you not to move around. Xue Jing starts sweating absolute bullets right now. He can only lie there totally helpless. What in the world is this crazy girl planning? Suddenly, Xu Shanying gets dangerously flirtatious. She presses herself completely against his incredibly tense body. Junior brother, stop looking at me like that. She keeps rubbing the medicine, playing her games. Her voice was practically flirting with Xue Jing. She admits she is a pretty competitive person. He just blushed, staring intensely right at his fingers. Xu Shanying could not help thinking. His hand strength is pretty solid. She practically threw herself right onto Xue Jing altogether, begging him to say absolutely anything. He forced a laugh to brush it off, stammering that it was nothing. As long as you were happy. Hearing that, Xu Shanying started acting all pouty and visibly upset. She turned her face the other way completely. Acting spoiled, she said fine, she was the one wrong. She clearly lost to him because she was completely careless. Yet she still thought about getting some revenge, taking the chance to tease him on purpose. Right then, Xue Jing gained another 45 charm points from the system. Xu Shanying flushed bright red, her voice sounding a little bit pleading. Please do not be mad, okay? Just like that, he easily scored another 90 charm points. Absolutely wild. Xue Jing lay down completely, sighing that he was not mad. It just hurts a little bit. Keep going, senior sister, there is no need to worry about me. Hearing that, Xu Shanying immediately sat right up and made a crazy demand. Upper body is all done then. Now take off your pants for the rest. Xue Jing jumped up in absolute total shock. He quickly grabbed her hands to stop her right then and there. I can just do it myself. I will not bother you anymore. Xu Shanying burst out laughing, seeing Xue Jing react exactly like that. Just teasing you. Look how completely terrified you are right now. She handed him the tube of medicine and casually said, guess the 7th junior brother will have to do the rest himself. Saying that, Xu Shanying happily skipped away from the room. Xue Jing instantly gained 3 times 98 bonus experience points. Stick with me here. He walked down the street, body totally sore. He could not help complaining. So scary. She almost dismantled his entire body back there seriously. Right now, his combat skill hit level 3 and his internal energy finally upgraded to level 4. Huge gains today. Seeing this progress, Xue Jing was absolutely thrilled. I leveled up. Heck yes. Anyway, he did not have anything else to do right now. Perfect time for his upcoming library appointment. He held up a business card for the White Zhang squad, whispering quietly to himself there. Alright, the name sounds pretty childish, but it is actually the city's elite special police unit. Xue Jing stares straight ahead, looking completely confused right now. If they really want him, why set up a meeting at a boring library? We cut to the city library. 7th floor of the library. After walking the aisles, he stops and thinks to himself for a second. Totally empty. Is this whole thing just a massive prank on him? But then a voice suddenly breaks the quiet silence. Xue Jing, you finally made it. He spins around purely out of instinct. It turns out to be a girl named Yuking walking up. Hello there, my name is Wu Yuking. Xue Jing secretly breaks down her name. The word Yu means childish, and Qing means clear sky. Then he directly asks her where is Shuren. Xue Jing follows her to a nice breezy spot with tables and chairs. He asks why they met here. Yuqing casually gives him the real answer. My insider secretly set this up. She pulls out a chair and keeps explaining. Secretly introducing someone very important to me. Obviously, we could not just walk right into police headquarters. Honestly, I was still pretty skeptical at first. Yuqing sits down looking right at Xue Jing with totally friendly eyes. But now that we have met, I actually believe it. The moment he takes a seat, he throws out a direct offer. Come and join our team, okay? Yuqing stays calm and asks exactly why. He watches her open some random book and start reading it, and he is visibly quite surprised. Before Xue Jing can even ask, she beats him to the punch. Did you not want to know the truth about divine relics? Looks like my guess was completely right. Yuqing looks highly suspicious now. She asks how he even knows about the divine relic concept, but Xue Jing has absolutely zero intention of answering her. It is inconvenient to say. She politely grabs the water bottle and pours him a glass. While doing that, Yuqing keeps up her warm smile. If you want to keep quiet, no problem. Failing to provide the information upfront is entirely my own fault. She points right at the glass she poured and says, try this. Xue Jing does not hesitate, grabbing and chugging it down. He slams it down. Now listen to his question. Is this not just a basic cup of pure water? Yuqing offers no explanation at all. Alright, why pour water into a completely different pot first, and then pour it from that pot right into his cup? Yuqing speaks up very softly. Try tasting it, Xue Jing asks her immediately. Isn't this just totally plain water right now? What exactly is her goal here? Still, he goes ahead and takes a sip anyway. Instantly, Xue Jing is left completely shocked by it. It is sweet. Yuqing looks right at the pot, calmly explaining. 287 years ago, God died. She slowly starts revealing its dark hidden history. Or to be perfectly accurate, the creator perished. The glowing sparks scattered from his death slowly transformed into, well, let's just call it the blood of God. That divine blood infected both living humans and random objects. God's blood rained down, binding itself to everyday items and creatures. It could even attach itself to a human being's literal dreams. This exact pot in Yuqing's hand is a perfect example. Anything marked by this strange divine blood is known strictly as a divine relic. The Sweet Pot God designation 1567. It is one of those incredibly rare divine relics. Xue Jing gets super curious and reaches out to grab the pot. Hey, can I take a look? Who knows, maybe you just dumped sugar inside it before showing me. She doesn't hesitate for a single second. Of course, the very second he actually touches it, his own divine power begins rapidly spiking upward. Xue Jing suddenly feels a massive surge of hope. He really can absorb divine energy this way. Just by making direct physical contact with divine relics, there is definitely hope to save my active skill this time around. So what does it actually do then? Water pours out perfectly sweet without needing any added sugar. Or does it boil hot water out of nowhere? The longer he holds it, his divine power just keeps exploding. Seeing Xue Jing totally mind-blown by this little trick, Yuqing just cannot stop herself from laughing. Almost there, keep guessing what it does. This guy acts like he has never seen the real world. Honestly, kind of cute. He lifts the strange pot way up high. Then he excitedly discovers another totally insane hidden feature. The water level inside hasn't dropped at all. The water inside this pot is totally infinite, Yuqing replies. Exactly right, our guy's pretty smart. His divine stats just keep on rising effortlessly. Seeing this, Yuqing just gives a soft smile. Numbers met. Now he can trigger his epic active skill. She takes a seat smiling, but her words carry a heavy hidden meaning. As the absolute top student of Qingfu High School, he really should understand exactly what this implies. Xue Jing answers coldly, completely brushing off the standard laws of this entire world. Then our guy tries to break it down perfectly. So you and I both know this random soda bottle is basically a perpetual. motion machine. It can actually completely reverse the most fundamental laws of the entire universe. Could that infinite power source in the inner ring actually be connected to this crazy thing too? Xue Jing suddenly snaps her fingers, giving Xue Jing a quick signal. She tells him to stop overthinking these mysterious divine relics. Their very existence in this world already represents pure and absolute absurdity. They are artifacts that normal humans simply cannot ever copy. Right now, Xue Jing is feeling a little suspicious. He asks why she's going out of her way to tell him this. Xue Jing then slides a sleek business card over to him saying, 3 days ago, as a totally normal person, you defeated a monster. Facing down a terrifying, deeply mysterious creature like that, you didn't show any fear at all. Xue Jing takes the card while Xue Jing just keeps right on talking. Mentally, he has completely surpassed the vast majority of normal people. So she extends her hand, her voice full of absolute sincerity as she invites him. I really hope you decide to join our elite relic containment agency. Welcome to the Wu Corporation's special division. Xue Jing doesn't even hesitate for a second. He immediately grabs her hand, shaking it like crazy. Big sis, please let me join your awesome team. His fiery enthusiasm is off the charts. Xue Jing practically shouts his epic declaration aloud. I will absolutely follow your every single order. My absolute favorite big sister. A massive agency that contains magical divine relics. A dream job like this is absolutely impossible to pass up. Xue Jing is insanely hyped now. He's already thinking about all the crazy rewards he'll get. A high-tier divine relic containment company. Hearing that name you just know. He'll be exposed to so many overpowered divine relics. I am totally getting rich. He happily imagines his bright future. Alright, picture this. He is holding a massive pile of relics. Right now, these divine relics are the absolute only source of divinity. Just one single passive twin skill alone is already this insanely overpowered. An active skill would be completely broken, just totally off the charts. Xue Jing bursts out laughing, acting like he owns the whole place. With this, absolutely nobody in the entire world can ever defeat me. Wu Yuqing just sighs. This kid clearly has not experienced the real world. She reaches into her bag and pulls out a crisp document. Wu Yuqing slides it over to him and says, look over the contract first. If everything looks fine to you, just sign it. Xue Jing grabs the paper, skimming right through the details. He thinks to himself, this is literally just a completely standard basic employment contract. It just has one extra very strict confidentiality clause added in. Then Xue Jing finally looks up. Is this job actually super dangerous, Wu Yuqing? She instantly starts breaking down the exact nature of the work. These divine relics are basically ranked into 4 tiers, A, B, C, and D, strictly based on their total danger level. Since you literally just joined the company today, we are only giving you the easiest tasks. D rank stuff. Just follow the basic steps perfectly, and you honestly will not face a single drop of danger. Then she smirks slightly, adding that starting from tomorrow, once you actually level up some, that is when we will hand you the genuinely dangerous high-risk missions. Xue Jing presses her further. What about A rank? Then Wu Yuqing instantly jumps in, calming him down to explain. You really do not need to stress over that kind of situation yet. Whenever a top-tier relic like that actually decides to show up, no single person or private company could ever handle that mess alone. That is when the heavy hitters from the government officially step in. But honestly, you and I know he still has questions. He slams that contract down right on the table and asks, one last thing for you. Why exactly did you choose me? Sure, I have technically come into contact with a divine relic before, but that does not automatically make me qualified for this job, right? He is secretly thinking to himself. She has zero clue about my secret system panel, and does not know I practice martial arts. Is it really just based on Shu Ren's word alone? Me joining your team, no matter how I look at it, it just feels totally off, he muttered. Wu Yuqing replied softly. You've got one thing completely wrong. She gently brushed her hair back. Her aura suddenly spiked as she completely corrected Xue Jing's assumption. It wasn't you who made contact with the divine artifacts. The divine artifacts are the ones that actually contacted you. Hearing that, Xue Jing felt instantly genuinely annoyed. What does that even mean? Wu Yuqing looked down, explaining it quietly. These divine artifacts, they actually possess a certain level of their own independent will. She thought back to her very first days dealing with these bizarre ancient relics. They will actively approach the people who naturally draw them right in. Wu Yuqing just kept on explaining. And humanity actually has one specific type, people capable of actively attracting these powerful divine artifacts, and I happen to be one. Suddenly, she pointed a finger right at Xue Jing. And as for you, Wu Yuqing's expression was overflowing with confidence. You just so happen to share my exact constitution. Offering you this massive salary is definitely enough to prove my absolute sincerity, right? Hearing that, Xue Jing couldn't help but start seriously overthinking things. Wait, am I actually that ridiculously overpowered already? No wonder they were in such a frantic rush to recruit me. He finally gave in, taking the pen to sign the official contract. Honestly, the whole salary thing isn't even that big a deal. I just really happen to like these divine artifacts. Xue Jing placed it down and happily stood right back up. I hope you'll take good care of me from now on. Good sister. Wu Yuqing gladly accepted the signed official contract. She instantly flashed a massive triumphant smile, happy working together. With that settled, Xue Jing walked away. If there's nothing else for me, I'll head out now. Wu Yuqing politely waved him a gentle goodbye. Goodbye. As he walked, Xue Jing could not stop his mind from plotting the Hidden Dragon Dojo and securing 10 totally distinct divine artifacts. Just handling those 2 massive tasks is enough to keep me insanely busy. Looks like I definitely won't have any time for normal school stuff anymore. He immediately pulled out his phone, texting Xue Jing to request a leave of absence for him. Besides earning $200,000 a month, even working 15 years post-graduation wouldn't get me that ridiculous cash. He secretly formed a concrete battle plan. You and I know what's coming. The absolute most urgent priority right now is boosting my own fighting strength. Only by becoming infinitely stronger would he ever hope to actually return. We shift to the outer ring. As he is walking along, Xue Jing casually pulls up his system panel. First things first, you and I need to see what this active skill actually does. The full information window instantly pops up. Skill name, Gemini level 1. Divinity points required to upgrade. 502,100. Passive gives 2 lives. If he dies, he can pick any time to revive within 7 days. Cooldown, 3 whole months. Active skill, currently locked. Let's check out the unlock conditions. He has 502 divinity points, 500 required to unlock. The next tier is Divine Incarnation, also locked. Unlock condition, 2,000 points. He has 502, plus he must reach level 10. System prompt, activate the Gemini active skill right now. Xue Jing hesitates. He immediately taps yes on the floating system screen. The Gemini active skill successfully activates. At level 1, he can assign one specific ability directly related to his very own physical body. When used, it creates an absolute double multiplier effect. Please select an attribute to activate. Xue Jing stares. After reading the system text, he takes a moment to think, meaning if he chooses pure physical strength as his stat, then using Gemini gives him exactly double his normal hitting power. Right, he starts calculating his options very carefully. He already has revival armor equipped, so doubling his defense feels pretty much entirely useless here. Plus, his base durability is already absolutely off the charts. His primary attack method relies entirely on long-range precision shooting, which doesn't rely on raw physical strength at all. After weighing all his choices, he finally decides to click on action speed right on screen. In the martial world, absolute speed is completely invincible. Going with speed first is the smartest move. But he needs to establish a solid baseline first. Otherwise, he won't even be able to truly notice just how insanely broken this new skill actually is. Now that he has the skill, Xue Jing immediately wants to test this crazy power out. That streetlight is roughly 100 meters away. He'll do a quick test run to check his base time. Without another word, Xue Jing shoots forward like an absolute bullet. The result, he clears 100 meters in just over 10 seconds. Xue Jing smiles, feeling pretty satisfied with that baseline result. Then he confidently smashes the skill activation button on his screen. Now that the skill is fully activated, running back is definitely going to be a lot faster. Right, you and I better watch this. Xue Jing drops into a starting stance, and suddenly his explosive speed is like a terrifying force of nature. Like a rocket taking off. Since his running time was cut completely in half, Xue Jing left a literal blazing trail of fire behind him. When he finally stopped, his entire body was just violently shaking. Panting heavily, he was actually speaking twice as fast. This twin skill is pretty insane. Xue Jing started to seriously think. For someone trying to improve their 100-meter dash from 20 seconds down to 12, it's easy. You just need to stick with it. High-intensity training gets it easily done. But after that, shaving off even 0.1 seconds, the effort required multiplies by 100 times over, or maybe even 1,000 times more. Without enough raw talent and the right resources, pulling that off is just totally impossible. You and I can see Xue Jing imagining the worst-case scenarios. Imagine I'm in close combat with some really strong enemy, and I can't afford to make even a single tiny mistake. He mapped out his exact battle plan in that moment. The moment this skill is activated, nobody can predict this absolutely absurd and wild speed boost. It completely defies all logic and intuition. This right here is his ultimate killing move. Xue Jing stared down at his fists, looking absolutely thrilled by the raw power. This is the twin skill, a truly divine rule-breaking power, completely defying the laws of physics and his physical body. Let's watch as he pulls up his system panel for more testing. While his body was still fired up, he wanted a few more tries. But suddenly, Xue Jing completely froze in absolute realization. Wait, are you and I seeing this? Why is there a cooldown? System panel, are you okay right now? Slowly, he managed to calm down and rethink this whole thing. From the moment he activated the ability until now, The whole thing only lasted about 20 seconds in total. Looks like he will need to calculate his moves carefully later. Staring at the system panel's cooling down timer, Xue Jing couldn't help but wonder. He had absolutely no idea when it would be ready again. So Xue Jing was forced to head back feeling completely depressed. Better head home for now. It was getting late, and his eyes were slowly closing. Training all day is seriously exhausting. His whole body was aching. First up, a nice long soak. After that, a really good night of sleep. Xue Jing just tightly closed his tired eyes. He still had the martial dojo tomorrow. The next morning, his completely empty stomach just would not stop violently growling. Starving Xue Jing simply had to force himself awake. He quickly grabbed his phone to check the time. Wait, did I really sleep for 6 hours? Then it hit him, he actually slept out in the hallway. Why on earth did I pass out here? Xue Jing immediately opened the system screen. Were his skills off cooldown yet? Let's check how much his twin ability has recovered so far. Oh, it was almost fully done. Using the twin skill requires 1000 seconds of cooldown per second active. If totally depleted, it takes a full 6 hours to recharge completely. Right then, an angry text message from Xue Jing suddenly popped up. Junior brother, why aren't you at training yet? Seeing that, Xue Jing panicked and bolted out the door immediately. Oh man, he was so late. Cut to the dojo. We know what is coming. Xue Jing forcefully kicked the doors wide open. Inside, Xue Jing was literally cracking another junior brother's bones into place. When she finally spotted him, her entire face lit up brightly. Seventh junior brother Xue Jing called out, walking straight over to him. You showed up perfectly on time. She reached out and tightly grabbed his arm. Let's have a little sparring match. I need to show everyone how to properly apply force. Lei Zhen chimed in, sounding super excited. Who do you guys think will lose? Chen Lai laughed and answered right back. Isn't it completely obvious by now? Last time, senior sister Xue was clearly just being careless. Our newest junior literally just started practicing martial arts. There is absolutely no way he wins this. Lei Zhen put on a fake worried expression. I really hope senior sister Xue goes easy on him today. Please don't completely break our poor junior brother apart. Xue Jing took one look and instantly understood Xue Jing's real intentions. Not again. She called it a simple demonstration, but she obviously just wanted to get her lost pride back. There was zero chance she would underestimate him like she did the last time. But honestly, he was more than happy to play along with her game. It was the perfect time to test Sixth Sister's strength. Please go easy on me, senior sister. Xue Jing's intense eyes just glared. All right, watch this. She aimed to strike at Xue Jing, but he caught her wide open. Moving like lightning, he easily left Xue Jing completely dazed for a split second, catching her entirely off guard. He locked a tight grip on her arm. Xue Jing showed absolutely zero mercy here. He just slammed her down. Xue Jing hit the ground, leaving her completely stunned. She let out a gasp. Her head was spinning frantically, trying to process what just happened. How did she lose when she clearly gave it her all? Meanwhile, his eyes held zero pity. Just pure icy calm. He fixed his jacket and spoke. Thanks for the match, Senior Xue. System alert, combat match successfully completed. Combat experience points increased by 97, right in front of the completely stunned and totally speechless crowd of onlookers. He casually walked away step by step. As the system notifications kept ringing out, system alert, combat match successfully completed. Fitness experience points increased by 81. System alert, another match officially logged. Mood elevated to a joyful state. Wellness experience points increased by 49. System alert, combat match safely concluded. Accuracy experience points increased by 26. Xue Jing kept his steady, confident pace, heading straight toward the SEC main gates, followed by even more sweet system reward notifications. System alert, combat match officially evaluated. Force control experience jumped by 69. Force control leveled up. 9 out of 500. Now get this. He checked his glowing system status screen. He rubbed his chin and muttered. He realized it wasn't an underdog victory anymore. Did the system panel actually decide that activating the twin speed skill meant he was no longer weaker than Xue Jing? Thinking deeper about his defeated opponent, Xue Jing felt seriously hyped about all his massive post-match system rewards, sparring against the skilled Xue Jing. She had years of rich combat experience, and was definitely on guard against him, yet she still could not react. This twin ability way more powerful than anyone ever imagined. Looks like his main training focus from now on needs to be on exactly how to master this insane duality. Suddenly, Chen Fuguang shouts from a distance, calling out to his junior brother, Hey, want to practice the slumbering dragon technique together? Xue Jing looks absolutely hyped about it. He calmly agrees right away, saying, Yeah, let's do it. Please guide me, fifth senior brother. But then out of nowhere, it hits him like a total truck. Chen Fuguang finally speaks up. Marshal Supreme, wait a minute. Just look at his face. You and I can see he's in pure absolute shock. Then the fear kicks in and he starts sweating bullets. Junior brother, I totally thought you practicing the slumbering Dragon technique all night was just you bragging. Turns out you were actually about to master the epic dragon aura. Chen Fuguang looks totally stunned and a bit embarrassed, pointing at the spiritual energy surging right around him. Xue Jing only practiced for half an hour on his first try. This dragon aura is just absolutely absurd. Suddenly, Chen Fuguang hesitates before explaining something pretty huge. He mentions a legendary realm circulating in the martial arts world, the ultimate mythical physical body in legends. He gently breaks down all the crazy details for Xue Jing. It's called the treasure body, literally forging your very own flesh into an absolute treasure. Within this insane realm, the human body can reach 5 ultimate peaks of power. He gets even more hyped while explaining. He points out that the practitioner's muscles will house the dragon elephant, meaning deep inside. It feels exactly like a water dragon living there. When they hit the next epic stage, the body undergoes another massive transformation, evolving their tendons. These new tendons and meridians become incredibly tough and durable, just like the roots of an iron tree. Next up, their entire body can completely transform its outer skin. They get flawless, indestructible skin that looks just like smooth, beautiful colored glass. After that comes the immortal jade bone stage. This means forging their skeleton into completely indestructible, uncorruptible jade bones, absolutely solid and unbreakable. Finally comes the gold melting blood stage. When using their power, their blood literally boils like crazy. The heat radiating feels just like literal volcanic magma. Chen Fuguang playfully pats him on the shoulder. He jokes around with Xue Jing, making him slightly reluctant. But hey, you and I know it's just a myth. You and I know no one else could. Xue Jing was absolutely dead set on this. He made a silent, firm promise. Just because others failed didn't mean he would. For him, the impossible was completely on the table. It was time to become an absolute martial arts legend. Suddenly, an earth-shattering crash ripped through the silence, exploding right from the window. Meng Bashang had just literally smashed his way inside. Xue Jing's eyes went wide with pure absolute shock. And Chen Fuguang, the guy, looked completely terrified. All color drained from his face as he yelled. Eldest senior brother, broken glass scattered all over the floor. All thanks to Bashang's completely wild entrance. He stood there looking incredibly cool, obviously. Chen Fuguang nervously threw an arm around his shoulder, turning to give Xue Jing the introduction. Come on over here, little junior brother. Let me introduce you to the legend. This right here is eldest senior brother, the strongest fighter in our entire Hidden Dragon dojo, the unstoppable Meng Bashang. While he hyped up Meng Bashang's status, Chen Fuguang totally used the moment to talk some trash. This guy is honestly just a bit weird. Hates talking, a massive muscle freak, zero patience but fiercely overpowered. A massive wife guy who hates normal front doors. Xue Jing slowly walked over to check out the damage, while Chen Fuguang kept rambling on and on about him. He literally prefers smashing windows to get inside. Xue Jing was hit with pure absolute disbelief, staring out with completely wide, shocked eyes. Stick with me here, that vertical drop was absolutely insane. He thought to himself in awe. Did he actually jump from ground level? Exactly how terrifying was this guy's leg strength anyway? Right then, Chen Fuguang snapped back to reality and asked Bashang, Senior brother, what did you even need from me today? Bashang just started waving his hands wildly to explain himself. Got it. Then Chen Fuguang turned to give Xue Jing advice, before finally getting ready to leave. Junior brother, I have stuff to handle, so I'm heading out. But you need to remember this. The vibe in the room instantly turned heavy and serious. It was weirdly intense, with Bashang nodding along in total agreement. The Hidden Dragon essence is truly about channeling and shaping pure energy. Leaving Xue Jing totally confused by those words, the other two quickly vanish without a trace. Channeling and shaping. He quickly drops into his starting stance, resting his hands to think it over. Exactly. He quickly sits down and enters deep meditation. Lately, he was only thinking about one thing. How exactly could he boost his total volume of ki? But he completely ignored the actual shaping of that energy. Maybe he could try combining it with his absolute aiming ability. After some time passes, he takes a massive deep breath. Now watch closely, a massive mutation is about to happen. 3 hours later, a thick golden aura gathers, growing stronger by the second. It completely wraps around his entire physical body. His arm starts going through a really intense physical transformation. Massive veins and power nodes pop out, looking absolutely insane. Suddenly, Xue Jing snaps his eyes open, taking aim with his hand. He shoots out a beam of absolute power. It is terrifying enough to completely obliterate the solid ground. Everything shatters and explodes into flying dust. Xue Jing is absolutely thrilled by this. He stares at his crazy training results. This is way stronger than tossing a random roadside rock. Suddenly, slow clapping echoes from afar. Who could that possibly be? Turns out it is Master Li Qi and Meng Qingjiao checking out the loud noise. His master never expected this. Aside from his totally insane natural physical talent and strength, when it comes to channeling pure energy, Xue Jing actually has this much raw talent. Master Li is absolutely thrilled and hands Xue Jing a special glowing pill. Eat up! Xue Jing does not hold back and snatches it right from Li Qi. He quickly throws it into his mouth. Suddenly, Li Qi widens his eyes, opening his legendary heavenly eye. He orders him to look closer. Little Jing, look right at me. After looking right into Master Li's eyes, Xue Jing freezes, his whole body shaking on the spot. He completely panics and frantically thinks to himself, because he is suddenly floating inside a totally different dimension. What is going on here? Where is this? What did Master do? Suddenly, that exact pill appears right out of a mysterious lake. From inside that pill, a battered golden dragon emerges. It is covered in heavy wounds, losing some majesty. It fully manifests, floating right across from him. The dragon stares down at Xue Jing, looking absolutely full of pain. It feels like he and this dragon share the exact same suffering. His eyes slowly change their color. Xue Jing starts literally fusing together with the giant golden dragon. His entire body is suddenly covered in thick golden scales. What in the world are we seeing now? Then Xue Jing grabs his head, looking like he is in pure agony. The energy inside his body is violently surging absolutely everywhere. It is that raw power gifted by the golden dragon. The sheer force leaves him completely shaken. Could this be a wild side effect from that pill? Xue Jing slowly takes a massive, steady, deep breath, trying to quickly calm his raging aura. He takes a stance, slowly regulating the wild energy flowing right through him. He really needs to fully stabilize his energy first, before even attempting the dragon arts. But enduring this intense pressure just makes it much worse. His face turns bright red from the strain. Pushing through it right inside his own mental space, Xue Jing sits completely cross-legged to find his inner center. Trust me, this feeling is surreal. Every single distracting thought just fades completely away. Suddenly, massive dragon claws materialize right inside his mental realm. The giant golden dragon is fully healed now, showing no wounds and acting incredibly peaceful. It just quietly watches Xue Jing. Right now, it quickly curls its massive body completely around him. While he focuses entirely on cultivating, he knows he just needs to focus completely on his training. Slowly, a brilliant stream of golden light starts glowing directly from the dragon claws, condensing into a glowing sphere of energy. At this exact moment, Xue Jing and the dragon perfectly synchronize. Suddenly, a familiar system alert rings out loud. Conditions have been fully met to unlock the new visualization skill. Visualization, level 10 out of 300. When he finally opens his eyes again, they slowly glow a deep blood red. Xue Jing freezes up, glancing around before suddenly blurting something out. This makes Li Qi laugh loudly. Why did you come back so soon? If you had not returned, I was seriously worried your energy would be completely drained away. He smiles proudly, stroking his beard as he praises the boy. Xue Jing is practically bursting with questions he desperately wants answered. Cultivating dragon energy on your very first try. Little Jing, you are honestly incredibly talented. What exactly is dragon energy anyway? Old Li Qi calmly starts explaining the true nature of this dragon energy. Honestly speaking, it is basically just a very powerful type of emotion. In his head, Xue Jing automatically visualizes exactly what the old man is saying. Alright, let's watch closely. Master Li asks him when striking in pure anger, isn't it devastating? What about pure survival? Doesn't your whole body feel like it has limitless, unstoppable strength? The old master explains while smoothly demonstrating. Red and blue fiery aura glows in each hand, showing perfect contrast. In our hidden dragon style, using emotions to trigger power is called dynamic ki. Meanwhile, keeping those intense emotions fully under control is known as static ki. Xue Jing stares at his own hands, forming a wild new theory. What if he could perfectly combine both dynamic and static states? The power boost would be absolutely insane. Trembling with pure excitement, he clenches his fists, begging Master Li to teach him. So how exactly does he train this? Seeing the kid finally starting to understand it, the master strokes his beard, smiling with satisfaction. You have probably grasped the true core of this technique. Master Li then drops a hint to the deeply confused Xue Jing. First things first, stop asking and think about it yourself. Have you truly figured out its core essence yet? Our guy is incredibly smart, and it suddenly clicks. It means keeping your mind perfectly free from any distractions. Right? Xue Jing shuts his eyes tightly, forcing himself into complete calmness. Inside his mental world, he gets pulled into a void floating with complex mathematical formulas. He suddenly realizes he perfectly remembers everything he has ever learned or seen. Even that one brutal college exam question from his past life that he completely failed. He definitely has not studied this material again at all. But here is the thing, why does it feel so easy in this other knowledge? After easily solving it, he proudly brags to Master Li that he got way smarter. But that is just one tiny piece of the puzzle. Xue Jing calmly reflects on his thoughts, realizing there is actually more. Normal, everyday situations simply cannot manage to shake his deep inner emotions or feelings anymore. His pure power of imagination has also become insanely strong. Picturing a fierce beast in his mind, he excitedly explains that he can now instantly visualize the exact shape of a massive, terrifying dragon. down to a single strand of mane, or perfectly seeing every single gleaming golden scale. Suddenly it hits him. Xue Jing finally realizes, wait, could this actually be the true essence of the visualization technique? Master Li nods, fully agreeing with this exact train of thought. He turns and calls out to Meng Qingjiao, who is casually eating bread, to help. Just talking about it is useless. You must spar to truly feel its power. Meng Qingjiao, get over there and spar with him right now. She looks a bit shy, quickly finishing off her last piece of bread. Let's watch this. She steps forward as Master Li praises her. Xue Jing watched her making his assessment. Meng Qingjiao's raw power control was simply insane. Let me tell you, she's the best disciple here. Even her own father couldn't quite match her level. How does someone so graceful pack that much punch? He locked eyes with her, quickly bracing for impact. Xue Jing couldn't help but wonder compared to sixth sister, who was stronger. Across from him, Meng Qingjiao dropped into her fighting stance ready. Xue Jing didn't hesitate, shooting forward like an absolute rocket. He charged right at fourth sister. Apologies in advance, but completely unexpectedly. He got violently launched backward by Meng Qingjiao's massive strike. Watching this spectacle unfold, Uncle Li looked absolutely incredibly smug. Your attack patterns are way too obvious, kid. Xue Jing quickly recovered, calculating his next move. Is she seriously even stronger than my own system cheat? Meanwhile, Meng Qingjiao just casually brushed the dust off her hands. Now his gaze turned completely dead serious as he began muttering to himself, calling out to his fourth sister. Xue Jing dashed forward before Meng Qingjiao could even ready herself. Time to try this again. This time he would use every trick possible to win. Both fighters unleashed brutal combos, trading blows without holding anything back. You and I both know, play dirty, be ruthless, that's true martial arts. The last one standing wins. Whoever hits the dirt loses. But in a single, careless split second, her brutal kick launched him soaring right across the battlefield. The raw shockwave from that strike was absolutely insane, kicking up massive clouds of blinding dust. Xue Jing's eyes stayed fierce as he pushed up, casually wiping blood from his lip. The fight only escalated, raging on fiercely right from the morning, all the way until the morning sun finally appeared. Both fighters still had insane stamina, trading heavy explosive skills, launching everything straight at each other. The result? A brutal punch to the chest, slamming right into Meng Qingjiao's body. The heavy impact completely stunned her, forcing her sliding backward, looking in absolute agonizing pain. In complete contrast, Xue Jing just stared blankly at his own fist. What was that feeling just now? Thankfully, Uncle Li stepped in just in time to catch Meng Qingjiao. Seeing the final results, the old man quickly made his announcement. We'll stop the training right here for today. Her face clearly showed how intensely frustrated she felt. Arms crossed, pouting, you know she's probably just starving now. Fighting more right now wouldn't do any good. Meng Qingjiao, just go get some rest for now. As soon as Meng Qingjiao walked away, Xue Jing and Master Li Qi stood there quietly, talking about her as she left. Speaking of which, Master, why doesn't fourth sister ever say a single word? Meng Qingjiao went through some dark things back then. He sighed heavily, his eyes filled with pure pity just mentioning her. This kid's tragic story would take way too long to explain. I'll tell you later when there's time. Understood. Li Qi then turned, asking Xue Jing how he was holding up. Tell me, how are you feeling after today? Was all that intense training actually effective? He answered honestly right as the glowing system notifications started chiming in non-stop. Stamina level 5, 827 over 2000. Exhausted. 4, 68 over 800. Sprinting level 5, 699 over 2000. Honestly, he had never been this exhausted in his entire life. But he had never been this incredibly hyped either. A system quest screen suddenly popped up right while Xue Jing was thinking about Meng Qingjiao. Charm level 4, 66 over 1200. Aiming level 3, 567 over 800. Fourth sister was seriously overpowered. They only trained for barely 4 hours, and his experience points skyrocketed this much already. Insane. Melee combat level 3, 520 over 800. Chi channeling level 4, 217 over 1200. Observation level 1, 251. Looks like he'd definitely be sticking close to her from now on. He took his time strolling down the cold, empty street. The second he stepped inside, Xue Jing loudly shouted out for Ning Fengna. Hey, I bought some fried chicken for you. He kept calling but got absolutely zero response. Xue Jing immediately went on high alert, scanning the dark room. Where could Ning Fengna possibly be at this late hour? He quietly approached a room where weird noises were echoing. Heavy suspicion quickly filled his mind. Stepping closer, he realized someone was inside the bathroom. Xue Jing stared down at the shoes in the entryway, totally confused. Ning Fengna wouldn't just randomly bring a guest home. Plus, there was only one pair of shoes. So did that mean Ning Fengna was the one inside right now? Stick with me here, did somebody actually lock her inside that bathroom? He mutters to himself, freezes and picture the absolute worst. Ning Fengna previously mentioned she actually had enemies. Pure panic hits him. He screams and kicks her door wide open. Ning Fengna just stares blankly right back at him. Oh, she was just taking a bath. She shrieks and throws a huge splash of water at him. Hey, do not look. But despite her totally awkward panic right now, he steps closer, looking worried, and grabs her hand. If you keep dragging your feet, our fried chicken will get cold. The moment she hears about food, her eyes light up like she struck pure gold. Fried chicken. Cut to him casually sitting right in the tub, alongside a completely dizzy and flustered Ning Fengna. She is super shy while he gently shampoos her hair. Her mind is entirely focused on eating and feeling dizzy. And right on cue, the system flashes a new notification. Fried chicken. He is bathing me. Watch this. Someone developed positive affection points toward him. Charm skill experience points plus 89. Suddenly, the ring on her tail erupts with a brilliant aura. Glowing brightly, she instinctively reaches out and touches his chest muscles. That sparkling flash makes him wince hard. It is way too blinding. When he finally blinks his eyes open, he is absolutely stunned. A gorgeous human hand is resting right on his chest. He calls her name, looking at her, completely caught off guard. Ning Fengna. Wait, you. The stunningly bright scene before him makes him blurt this out, leaving Ning Fengna completely speechless. How did you turn into a human? Realizing that she is being stared at, she quickly wraps her tail completely around his eyes. Blushing hard, she yells, no looking. Totally blindfolded, he frantically tries to explain his way out. Ning Fengna, just calm down a second, I cannot see anything at all. Her face is tomato red as she innocently asks him, really? Trying to dodge an awkward situation, he calmly reassures her, not lying. No matter what is happening right now, we should definitely stand up, then we will see. Suddenly, something makes her let out a really soft little gasp. Hearing that sound, he instinctively worries about her as she gets super flustered. Hey, what is wrong? No, it is absolutely nothing. She playfully scolds him. And he just gently tries to comfort her right there. Why did she suddenly transform back right at this exact moment? Maybe she accidentally triggered the specific condition, the transformation of the divine relic. Hearing this part about the god's relic, Ning Fengna completely froze up. The transformation condition. She slowly shifted her gaze down to Xue Jing's bare chest. Wait, so that means just earlier. She had completely lost control and fallen right down onto his perfectly toned abs. She spaced out, remembering exactly what had just happened. She actually felt a tiny spark of attraction toward him. Thinking about it just made her incredibly embarrassed. Clueless, she just stared down at her own body. Just one tiny feeling combined with some delicious fried chicken, and boom, she instantly transformed into a human. Seriously, what kind of ridiculous activation condition is this? And what about these cat ears? These sharp fangs and this tail? That stupid god left behind nothing but a bunch of absolute nonsense. Finally snapping out of it, Ning Fengna stammered out a clear warning. Listen to me, do not get any weird ideas right now. This whole thing was just a huge accident. But right at that exact moment, she felt something completely and totally indescribable. Her eyes shot completely wide open. Looking down into the bathtub, she became even more flustered and speechless. You, how dare you? Trembling in pure panic, Xue Jing desperately tried to explain himself. I swear this is totally out of my control right now. But if you do not get off me, then that thing I absolutely cannot control will not be the only problem here. Why didn't you say that sooner? Ning Fengna glared at Xue Jing, threatening him as he kept his eyes shut. I am moving my tail, so keep your eyes shut, do not look. But somehow, in all the chaos, she managed to completely slip up. She fell hard, letting out a moan. Let me tell you, this exact scene would make absolutely anyone blush. Heart pounding as he witnessed everything, his face darkened as he hesitated. Xue Jing was completely trapped in this super awkward situation with Ning Fengna. She could only smile awkwardly and try to defend herself. I swear I didn't mean to. She accidentally glanced down lower once again. Her expression suddenly went completely blank. Wait, did you seriously just react again? Ning Fengna couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. Hearing her sudden sound in that exact moment, combined with the way their bodies were moving, made it insanely hard for him to hold back. Ning Fengna, could you be a little gentler? With you moving so wildly on top of me like that, it's getting really uncomfortable. Hearing Xue Jing complain like that, Ning Fengna just started tearing up from frustration while Xue Jing desperately tried to calm himself. I didn't mean to do it, I get it. While I can still actually control myself, you seriously need to get out of here. Hearing him lay down the law like that, she completely froze right there on the spot. Otherwise, in a minute, you might not be leaving this room at all. She panicked and absolutely bolted right out of that bathroom, slamming the door shut as loudly as possible, leaving Xue Jing behind to just sigh in total defeat. After a while, acting completely chill and relaxed, he casually walked over to Ning Fengna and asked, an hour passed. How did you change back already? Now that she was back in her original form, she was keeping up her guard around Xue Jing. I have no idea. Once I calmed down, I just poofed back into a cat, and now I can't turn back into a human. Seriously, can you blame her? sensing his hand slowly reaching out to touch her right then. She didn't hesitate for a second, immediately dodging away on high alert. Xue Jing's hand just awkwardly froze right in midair. He let out a depressed sigh, thinking internally, makes sense. After what just went down in there is no way she wants me touching her. Honestly, that is totally normal. Xue Jing got serious, speaking up despite Ning Fengna acting completely indifferent toward him. Recently, I met a girl who actually knows a ton about ancient divine relics and artifacts. I'll go find her tomorrow and explain the situation to see what happens. There's a chance she can actually help you turn human again. But right now, the only thing running through Ning Fengna's head was what would happen if she could transform back again. She instantly pictured herself aggressively pinning him down to the floor, with a terrified Xue Jing begging her for absolute mercy. Oh, great and mighty leader. I was wrong, I was so wrong. Seeing that Ning Fengna was already starting to have some seriously wild, inappropriate thoughts, Xue Jing instantly felt a headache coming on and just sighed. What a totally chaotic night, right? Morning sunlight slowly filters right into the quiet bedroom. A system chime pings while Xue Jing is still half asleep. Sleep early, wake up early. Health regimen experience points plus 38. Regimen level up 33 out of 800. Waking up completely, Xue Jing smiles warmly at Ning Fengna, curled up fast asleep right beside him. Out of habit, he grabs his phone to check for updates. A notification pops up, a brand new text message from Wu King. Got a job. Come over immediately. He pumps his fist, absolutely thrilled by the sudden news. Finally, some real work to do. Fast forward to Qing City Library. You and I can see Xue Jing looking totally lost, scanning the whole room. He wonders where is Wu King. She told him to hurry, but she's literally nowhere to be found. Right before him at a massive table is just one random girl quietly sitting there. Besides this girl with glasses, there's absolutely no one else around. But then Xue Jing realizes something is definitely off here. Very off. He squints, taking a much closer look. Wait a second. Seeing him stare straight at her, the glasses girl smiles brightly and gives a little wave. Xue Jing thinks to himself, wait, is that girl in the glasses actually Wu Yuqing? Only then does she gently raise her hand and take them off. Yuqing softly smiles. Your awareness is actually super sharp, she teasingly says. Hearing that, Xue Jing just stares blankly for a second, then his eyes slowly drift downward. His vision drops and lands squarely on her very impressive chest. You spotted me sitting here that ridiculously fast. And then he notices her gorgeous face and perfectly plump lips. Feeling his rather intense stare, Yuqing gives a shy, slightly awkward little cough. Blushing hard, Xue Jing quickly looks away, pretending he saw nothing. Not wasting another single second here, she gets right down to business. Now watch this. It is a divine relic god item 1280. These glasses look totally normal, absolutely nothing special about them at all. But they actually lower a person's entire sense of physical existence, making them completely invisible to anyone's attention. Taking the glasses, he asks her in total surprise, is that really it? Suddenly, a system prompt pops up. Divine substance detected, currently absorbing all the divinity. 6% Yuqing explains, of course it does way more than that. Once you take these glasses off, all of that heavily suppressed presence will completely explode outward in a single instant. Alright, watch this. The longer he wears those glasses, the more intense. His presence bursts out like a blinding radiant flash. Hearing that, Xue Jing's face darkens. He sighs heavily. So he didn't just turn into a massive creep after all. It was just the hidden effect of the glasses. Suddenly, remembering something important, he turns around to ask her, didn't you say you had a special job for me? She cuts him off immediately. Look at this first, she says. With that, Wu Yuqing hands over a thick stack of documents. This time, the mission is incredibly special. It is a C-rank artifact retrieval mission. Honestly, it shouldn't be assigned to him. But this divine relic, known as God 1105, the villainous crown of honor, it continuously amplifies the deepest, darkest desires of whoever puts it on. The current wearer right now is a girl named Lu Huiying. The second she spots an incredibly attractive guy, her urge to possess him becomes completely uncontrollable. Xue Jing touches the glasses. So these glasses were prepared specifically for me, he asks her. Wu Yuqing casually replies back to him. Obviously. Your natural good looks are already top tier here. Just wear these glasses first, and the exact moment you take them off, Lu Huiying's hidden desires will absolutely explode completely out of control. Her voice holds a sneaky little hint. Right when that happens, he can easily just snatch that villainous crown right off of her head. That will force her right back to her normal state. For this exact retrieval mission, literally no one else is a better fit than him. Finally figuring out her whole master plan, Xue Jing can only laugh in pure defeat. So after all that big talk, she just wants him to use his looks to seduce a girl. The system chimes, absorbing 41% divinity. Xue Jing thinks it over carefully. But honestly, you and I both know this job suits him perfectly. He can drain the divinity from 2 relics at the exact same time, and getting that double boost and massive power jump for him. Suddenly, a totally twisted, corrupted smirk creeps across his entire face. Plus, these glasses actually look pretty awesome on him anyway, if he wears them for a year and a half before taking them off. Visions of a blinding, unstoppable, godlike aura completely take over his wild imagination. He would basically be standing above the heavens from now on. Watching him space out like that, Wu Yuqing calls his name in confusion, snapping him right back to harsh reality. He clears his throat, replying, "Are these glasses actually your own personal item?" She quickly explains, "Of course not. I actually just borrowed these from a totally different containment company." Xue Jing asks back, completely surprised, "Wait, there are other containment companies out there?" Wu Yuqing gasps in sudden realization. "Oh, did I forget that?" He continues, "Our company honestly gives off a super mysterious and high-end kind of vibe. I really thought we were the only branch nationwide." She just smiles and answers right back, "You completely misunderstood this. Divine relic containment companies are actually a bit weird. But to describe what we truly do." Wu Yuqing's next few words drop, leaving Xue Jing totally shocked, mouth wide open. "Honestly, you and I are basically just looking at glorified street sweepers here." He interrupts her. "Wait, comparing us to street sweepers? That sounds so incredibly miserable." But Wu Yuqing doesn't feel she is exaggerating at all. In this entire world alone, there are easily several thousand known divine relics already discovered and scattered around. The people finding these relics are extremely diverse and massive in number. These things can literally pop up anywhere at absolutely any given time. Just one single containment company basically cannot handle all of this alone. Plus, this specific line of work is highly dangerous. Not just anyone can step up and do it. Xue Jing asks, very curious, "Do we have some kind of partnership with the other containment companies?" Wu Yuqing quickly replies to him, "Not exactly. At the core, this containment work is basically considered a government outsourced job given to us." Her eyes turn dead serious as she adds more. "Some companies just want to chase after this money. They will use absolutely any means. If you ever run into another company's people, you really need to stay careful." Hearing this, he nods in agreement. "I get it." Right then, he takes off the glasses he is currently wearing. "Oh, right, I want to briefly test out their actual effect now." Wu Yuqing asks curiously. "Wait, test what effect?" As the glasses come off, Xue Jing is instantly covered in a blindingly bright layer of radiant glowing aura. The system chimes, absorbing divine nature currently at 63%. This insane sight immediately makes her freeze completely still. Her heart beats wildly, completely out of her control. System alert. Someone just caught feelings. We definitely didn't see that coming. Charm stat plus 19. Xue Jing nodded, looking perfectly satisfied. Looks like the effects are kicking in nicely. Alright, let's hit the main highway. Only a few cars were cruising along tonight. Sitting quietly on the bus, Xue Jing carefully read through the files Wu Yuqing gave him. The pages held detailed background information on one specific target, Lu Huiying. Age, 45. Affiliation: the notorious Rose Gang. Her main territory covered the shady bars in South City, karaoke lounges, and underground nightclubs. He thought to himself, Lu Huiying's main playground was strictly based in South City, bars, dance halls, and all the local underground clubs. His mind instantly started putting the pieces together, trying to picture what this woman looked like. You and I know this is a classic mob boss setup. The files clearly stated that Lu Huiying relied heavily on her massively enhanced physical stats, boosted by a cursed item called the Villainous Crown, using it to carve out her own brutal territory, and officially establishing a ruthless little syndicate called the Rose Gang. Plus, every single day she was completely draining the vital life energy of countless men in her area, and at the same time, that Villainous Crown kept continuously amplifying her twisted power, fueling her absolute darkest desires. Just thinking about that creeping reality gave Xue Jing absolute chills. The stronger her dark desires grew, the more insane her physical stat enhancements actually became. If nobody stepped up to stop her, the Villainous Crown's insane power would just keep stacking up endlessly. He just needed to snatch that Villainous Crown right off her. That alone would instantly force her back to her weak original state. So he had to figure out how to exploit this. Right as he finished that thought, the bus speaker system announced they had finally reached South City. "Passengers exiting at this station, please head to the rear doors." Followed by a sudden system alert. System absorbing divine essence currently at 79%. Meanwhile, deep inside South City, a young guy was getting brutally beaten down with a wooden club. The woman doing it, shaking with absolute twisted thrill and excitement. She screamed out about the thrill of absolute unfiltered freedom. This felt way too amazing. She threw both arms wide and laughed, doing whatever the hell she wanted. "Anyone tries to stop me, they're dead." Meanwhile, just nearby, Alright, Xue Jing watches this whole crazy scene completely unfold. He is utterly speechless. This lady is so childish. Taking a much closer look, he finally notices that she is wearing a super shiny crown right on her head. Wait, it really is her. A middle-aged man cowers nervously right in front of her. He steps up and whispers, "Boss Lu, please take your time." Xue Jing just smirks and cuts him right off. "Who said I wanted to leave? Where are your two sons? I do not see them today." He forces a nervous smile. "Which one do you want? I will call him now." Right as he finishes, her face twists into pure desperation and she aggressively growls, "Which one? Of course I want them both." After confirming this is actually the infamous leader, Lu Huiying. Xue Jing sighs in total defeat. "I must seduce this crazy old lady. You might as well just end my life right now." Suddenly, out of absolutely nowhere, a massive group marches right up, looking seriously angry and aggressive. The loyal lackeys start shouting with hype, with Boss Duan making a move this time. That crazy old hag Lu Huiying is totally dead meat. Hearing this, Xue Jing gasps. Are her enemies really here for some brutal revenge? He hides to watch how this plays out. The massive guy leading the pack steps up and aggressively roars Lu Huiying. Word on the street is you have been extremely arrogant. He leads the powerful Blade Gang. His name is Duan Kaiping. Hearing these fighting words, Huiying does not care at all. She casually asks, "Who are you?" She is Lu Huiying, the notorious leader of the Rose Gang, just a short distance away. A few of her own men have already been beaten to a pulp. Their faces are completely swollen. They cry out, "Boss Lu, that guy." It is Duan Kaiping from the rival Blade Gang. He is the one who completely beat us up like this. Haiying lets out a gasp. "Duan Kaiping." She takes a closer look. "You actually have a pretty solid build, do you not?" She greedily licks her lips like an absolute creep. "Do you want to play with me tonight?" Just look at her disgusting and totally perverted attitude. Kaiping grinds his teeth together. "You sick old hag." He absolutely cannot hold back anymore. He rushes in, throwing incredibly powerful punches. "Give me back my territory right now." But Huiying is absolutely not someone to mess with. She easily dodges every single one of those heavy strikes. "You crazy old witch, stop dodging if you dare." Just by listening to their little chat, Xue Jing quickly pieces together exactly what is happening right here. Basically, this whole area used to belong entirely to the Blade Gang, until Lu Huiying and her Rose Gang came in and stole it. That is why these two sides completely hate each other. So you and I are watching a classic gang war play out right. Let's get right back to the action. Since he cannot manage to hit Huiying, Kaiping shouts at her for just dodging the whole time. "All you do is dodge. Charge at them." The opposing side yells out too. "Rose Gang, we are pushing forward right now." A heavily tattooed thug immediately jumps in. He violently smashes a brick right into a nearby young guy's head. Watching this brutal scene unfold, Huiying gasps in pure shock, screaming for Xiaobao. The terrified older man behind her cries out for his son, seeing her own target get attacked right in front of her. She absolutely loses it, cursing out the Blade Gang like total absolute garbage. "Don't you dare ruin my perfect little setup here." Kaiping just smirks and throws another insult at the old witch. Looks like she is finally getting serious. He dashes forward with insane speed and delivers a massive punch. "Time for me to show you what real power looks like." That heavy impact actually catches Xue Jing completely by surprise. Eyes wide, taking the full force of that attack. Huiying cannot even react before her entire body is sent flying backwards. But surprisingly, she is not hurt at all. Her wicked smile just grows wilder. "Very interesting. Let me show you a real fight, kid." This whole scene is getting incredibly intense. Xue Jing absolutely cannot look away from this. Finishing her sentence, Huiying pushes off the ground and charges forward. Meanwhile, Kaiping vanishes completely from where he was just standing. The two leaders clash in an absolutely brutal, high-speed brawl. Thick smoke and dust completely block out the entire view. Let's watch this absolute chaos closely. Thinking to himself that this thug Duan Kaiping is seriously dangerous, using his bare hand as a blade striking like sharpened steel, cutting through solid iron like butter. Yet Lu Huiying only walks away with a tiny scratch. Alright, let's watch this. In pure strength, Kaiping easily outclassed Huiying, but Huiying was built like an absolute tank. Attacks barely even scratched her. They kept trading blows back and forth, until Kaiping finally took a brutal hit. He let out a tired sigh. How long would this fight drag on? Right then, the system pinged. Divinity absorption had finally reached 100% completion. His action speed was now fully activated and ready. Xue Jing smiled, totally satisfied with the result. The absorption process was finally completely done. The system immediately offered him a few new upgrade options. He could currently choose between boosting his raw physical strength, his overall body defense or reaction speed, upgrading his pure calculation power, or enhancing focus and memory retention. Without a second thought, Xue Jing tapped right on the option for physical strength. He had already picked speed the last time. This time, he would combine it with pure raw power. He wondered in eager anticipation. "You and I gotta wonder just how insane this damage output gets." The moment he said that, a bright blue light flashed across his eyes. Then Xue Jing hurled a rock forward with absolutely terrifying force, and the unlucky guy taking the hit was none other than Kaiping. Just one single strike completely shattered the bones in his leg. The results were clearly obvious right away. Witnessing that insane scene unfold, Xue Jing looked around in total confusion, asking out loud. "Who is it?" she yelled out. "Show yourself right now." Kaiping was shaking all over, completely unable to stand up, cursing out loudly, "You bastard." Playing dirty with his sneak attack, his lackeys hurriedly supported his weight to get him out of there. "We are leaving, you crazy old hag. Just you wait. Our crew is definitely going to come back." Watching their figures slowly fade into the distance, Xue Jing spat a mouthful of blood right onto the ground. Those absolute dogs. That seriously hurt. Right after she finished speaking, Xue Jing finally revealed himself, stepping out of the shadows toward her. She flinched in surprise and asked, "Hey kid, was that wild attack just now you're doing?" He coldly kept his hands in his pockets and replied, "Yeah, me." Xue Jing grew suspicious and deeply guarded. "Are you carrying a gun?" Xue Jing gently pulled his jacket zipper up and answered, "Let's say yes. But don't worry, I won't be using it on you anytime soon, Xue Jing. You and I see it." Xue Jing fights like absolute garbage. Anyone could tell she lacked even basic professional combat training. The more he talked, the more confused she actually became. Her face showed pure shock before she could even process anything. Xue Jing was already in his combat stance. He decided right then to completely crush her in direct combat. No relying on his charm this time. If things went south, he could just remove his glasses to suppress her. After finally snapping back to reality, Xue Jing unleashed a mocking sneer. She asked if he really thought he could take her down. Maybe in bed, she joked, but not here in battle. He completely ignored her trash talk, taking a massive deep breath. Instantly, the arrogant look vanished from Xue Jing's face. Massive energy violently surged around his entire physical body. Xue Jing's aura actually manifested into the illusion of a massive dragon. She started second-guessing everything. Was this kid actually insanely overpowered? All of Xue Jing's previous arrogance was instantly wiped away forever. Terrified, she screamed out loud, "Who are you?" Hearing this, he tilted his head back, genuinely thinking. Eventually, Xue Jing decided to just completely make up a brand new alias. "You can simply call me Absolute Perfection," he calmly stated. Deep inside Xue Jing's focused, intensely piercing eyes, a blinding, intense golden light suddenly flashed with overwhelming power. The twin system suddenly announced that his special state was activated. The exact second that powerful buff fully activated, he immediately launched his entire body straight forward like a missile, moving at absolute blinding speed. Then he delivered a brutal bone-crushing kick straight into Xue Jing's body, forcing her to violently cough up a massive mouthful of fresh blood. Completely caught off guard, she could not even react before flying straight backwards, smashing violently into the solid stone wall. The very moment Xue Jing managed to force her eyes open again, all she saw was another massive fist flying straight at her face. Xue Jing showed zero mercy, unleashing strikes packed with absolute heaven-shaking power. "Now watch this." He unleashed a non-stop brutal barrage of punches. The speed was purely dizzying. Pinned helplessly underneath him, she could only take the brutal, punishing beating, gritting her teeth together in absolute desperate agony. Finally, he delivered one last devastating match-ending blow. The sheer force caused the entire structural wall to completely collapse, shattering completely into countless tiny dusty fragments. And just like that, Xue Jing was completely buried alive beneath the rubble. Only at this exact moment did Xue Jing finally get to pause. He looked down at his deeply reddened, swollen arm and sighed heavily. Man, that was tough. Watching this whole insane scene unfold, Xue Jing's goons were paralyzed by fear, not daring to move an inch. Is this a movie? That wall just got completely shattered. Don't tell me Boss Lu is completely crushed too. You and I are wondering who is he. Even Duan Kaiping got absolutely wrecked by Boss Lu just earlier. Yet this crazy dude is actually pinning Boss Lu down and beating her. The second those panicked, fearful whispers finally faded away, from beneath the massive rubble pile, a single hand suddenly burst right out. Xue Jing somehow survived all that. She is not down yet. Gripping her wooden club, she was grinding her teeth in pure rage, screaming, "You little brat!" Right above her furious head, that strange glowing crown relic flashed with an incredibly creepy dark purple light. It instantly pumped a massive surge of pure power into her, 10 times stronger than she was just before. Eyes glowing blood red, she snarled, "You have really made me mad." Hearing those exact angry words, Xue Jing stayed completely and utterly calm, without a single drop of fear showing. Smirking, he thought to himself, now this is a truly satisfying fight. Not wasting another single second of time, Xue Jing charged forward looking exactly like a completely rabid, crazed beast. "I will smash you into absolute pieces." Watching her wooden club swinging straight down at his head, he just smoothly leaned his body sideways, dodging it easily. Then moving with absolute lightning-fast speed, Xue Jing quickly pulled his leg back. By the time Xue Jing realized it, it was way too late. She took a brutal knee to the face, screaming in pure agony. Her entire body was thrown violently backward, blood spraying everywhere from her broken nose. But watch this, she cracked a really weird, deeply satisfied smile, Turns out, while Xue Jing was slightly off his guard, Hu Ying had seized the perfect chance and tightly grabbed his arm. "You are definitely not escaping this time." But before she could even try to pull off her crazy plan, his other hand had already shot right up to the front. Right after Xue Jing's eyes flared up with absolute killer intent, he flicked her face with insane explosive power, causing so much pain her eyes nearly bulged right out. Hu Ying stumbled backward in shock, completely dropping her wooden club, clutching her face, screaming in absolute misery. "My eyes," she screams, trembling on the ground in agony. Xue Jing smirks. "You and I know his master's rule. Fight dirty, be ruthless. Yeah, none of that actually matters. As long as you win, any brutal tactic works perfectly. Only the last one standing gets to write the history." Before Hu Ying can even process what is happening, Xue Jing delivers a brutal kick right to her weak spot. Not just for men, guys. That spot is a massive weak point for women too. Seeing that she is completely broken and cannot fight back, our guy slowly closes the distance. This time around, Xue Jing clasps both his hands together and swings them up high. Then he brings down a massive hammer blow, knocking her precious crown clean off her head. Hu Ying instantly loses consciousness, completely knocked out cold. She lies totally motionless inside a massive impact crater. Her crown hits the ground, rolling away in the dirt. Standing right behind him, her underlings are absolutely terrified. They are shaking uncontrollably, jaws practically hitting the floor. But Xue Jing does not even care about those losers. He just bends down and picks up the glowing relic. The system chimes in. Item, God 1105. The crown of the villainess. Divine matter detected. Extraction process is now officially underway. Extraction complete. Mission accomplished. He snaps a quick picture for proof. On his phone screen is a chat window with Wu Yuqing. He sends the picture. Got it. Xue Jing stands there for a second thinking. Let's hope she doesn't suffocate down there. As for the real punishment she deserves after abusing that powerful crown's authority and causing so much terrible suffering as a villainess. Thinking about this, he just casually kicks Hu Ying over. He will just hand her over to the poor citizens she tortured. They have suffered enough lately, honestly. Let them handle it. The system updates. Absorbing divine matter 33 out of 100. Absorbing divine matter. Now at 39 out of 100. Twin absorption active. Divine matter at 42 out of 100. He blinks in genuine surprise. The absorption speed is way faster than it was before. Suddenly, Xue Jing notices something weird. Let's take a closer look. Wait, what exactly is hidden down here? But while he is distracted, a mysterious man walks up. The stranger calls out, "Hey kid." Hearing that deep voice, Xue Jing instantly whips his head around. The white-haired guy barked his command. "Hand over whatever you are holding right now. You have absolutely no right to touch that." But the absorption process was still running smoothly. Divinity absorption progress at 73 out of 100. Kyle gripped the ancient crown tightly and asked him. At a critical moment like this, he could not let this guy interrupt the flow. "And what if I say no?" The white-haired guy's face completely changed in an instant. He replied with pure killing intent. "Listen, kid, you are asking for death." Looking through the villain's own mechanical vision, clear system warnings flashed across his eyes. Body level predicted at 1.7 to 1.9. Physical mutation rate is currently under 1%. Shows clear traces of martial arts training. No visible, specialized body parts detected at all. Unable to calculate any specific combat style. Overall, danger level rated 2.1 to 2.5. He only looks about 16 or 17 years old. And he lives out in the suburbs. How does a kid like this get rated over level 2? Thinking this, the guy let out a highly arrogant smirk. But he is still too weak. Seeing that Kyle was clearly not a real threat to him, the white-haired man quickly stepped right forward. "Listen, kid, I will give you one final chance today. But wait until you see what our main character does next." Kyle launched a brutal kick straight into his weak spot, yet the white-haired guy did not even flinch at all. He just laughed at this incredibly cheap martial arts trick. "Do you always rely on such dirty and low blows in fights? How could I not come prepared for that?" Hearing that, Kyle was completely speechless and immediately ran away. Honestly, who normally defends against a low blow like that? Are you some kind of total pervert now? The man chased after him, screaming loudly for him to stop. "I must kill you now." While running, Kyle quickly thought things over. This guy is definitely an enforcer from that mysterious collection company. But wait, his physical body is actually incredibly strange today. It feels as hard as if built from solid mechanical parts. Before Kyle could even figure out what was really happening, the thick concrete wall was completely smashed by the white-haired man. A wild, excited smirk crept right across his face. He reached out his fingers inches from grabbing Xue Jing, but Jing jumped back just in time. A close call. Before the white-haired guy could even react, our boy kept on running. Every single second ticking by now made Xue Jing more and more anxious. That guy's power was like a bottomless ocean. Getting tangled up with him meant absolute death. Suddenly, the system flashed, absorbing divine energy. 81 out of 100. While staring hard at that glowing system screen, Xue Jing got a seriously bad feeling. Pure instinct took over as he raised his arms. He barely blocked a brutal sneak attack from the white-haired guy, but the sheer force was just completely insane. He got blasted straight through several stone walls. Jing gritted his teeth, fighting the pain and thinking, no matter how fast he ran, this guy was going to catch him. It really looked like game over. But here's where you and I watch the tables turn. Divine energy absorption was finally fully complete. Shadow Flame unactivated divine skill ready to go. Divine energy needed for activation 539 out of 500. Conditions met. Do you want to activate, yes or no? Without even a single second of hesitation, he smashed yes. Meanwhile, not too far away from him, the white-haired guy was slowly walking over, tossing out deadly threats. Hand the item over now. I will only break one arm and one leg today, and spare your pathetic dog life. But before he could even finish that arrogant sentence, a hand reached out from the dust and clamped over his mouth. Pure terror instantly filled the villain's eyes. Trembling with every beat, the chosen recipient, from deep inside the crushed stone rubble, Xue Jing finally spoke up, the prize winner. Are you talking about me here? Right as he said that, the white-haired guy scrambled backward in absolute panic to escape, breaking right free from Jing's iron grip. He yelled out, if not you, then who? He quickly scanned the whole area, staring at the creepy black aura completely wrapping around Xue Jing's body, thinking to himself in shock, what is this black flame? Not just that, the power radiating off Xue Jing is absolutely suffocating. This insane aura only took a split second. Every single rock and pile of dirt gets completely incinerated by Xue Jing. Nothing left. The white-haired guy is absolutely terrified, stammering out loud. He cannot believe it. He picked a fight with a bounty hunter. Right on cue, the system alerts him. Shadow Flame Level 1. Divinity required for the next upgrade. 39 out of 10. The effect, turning pure darkness into actual physical burning fire. Divine Incarnation skill status. It remains locked. Unlock requirements need 39 out of 2,000 divinity points. Must reach level 10. Hearing what that white-haired guy just blurted out, Xue Jing looks down at his own hands in total surprise. Thinking to himself, this guy saw the black flames and instantly connected him to being a bounty hunter. So what do you and I make of this connection? What even is a bounty hunter? While Xue Jing is still trying to process this whole situation, the enemy tries to sneak away from the scene, but Xue Jing catches him instantly. Yeah, no chance. He cannot let this guy escape. The moment he thinks that the black aura springs right into action, launching forward incredibly fast, shooting straight out, zeroing in right on that white-haired guy. He panics, waving his hands and screaming out loud, "Stay back, do not come near me." Watching this happen, even Xue Jing can barely believe his eyes. He wonders what is going on. He literally only just thought about attacking, and the shadow flame rushed right over there immediately. Could this actually be some kind of automatic attack system, like a guided missile? While the white-haired guy tries to run away, the shadow flame gets closer by the second. Damn it. Right in that moment, Xue Jing's eyes snap wide open. His pupils instantly shrink in shock. The shadow flame acts like it hears its master's command, shooting straight up into the guy's nose. And then an absolutely terrifying scene starts to play out, making Xue Jing gasp out loud. Oh man. Right at this moment, the guy's body slowly starts twisting out of shape. His eyes completely roll back. Every single bone inside his body starts snapping and popping. Just watching it happen makes Xue Jing completely freeze up, unable to speak a single word. After a few moments pass, the white-haired guy lay completely motionless on the ground, not even twitching. A system notification suddenly popped. Host just survived a massive battle where the weak defeated the strong. Combat experience increased by 452. Host has survived another clash where the underdog crushed the strong. Combat experience increased by 633. Yet again, the weak triumphed over the mighty in pure combat. Combat experience increased by 422. Host dominated an impossible battle, proving the weak can break the strong. Combat experience increased by 558. Physical conditioning reached level 6. Progress at 28 out of 3,000. Vitality leveled up to 4. 25 out of 1,200 gained. Marksmanship has successfully leveled to 4. 102 points gained. Combat skills level up to 4. 8, 95, over 1,200. Force control reached level 5. 127 out of 2,000. Finally, the glowing system screen flickered down to display just 2 bold words. Shadow Flame. He completely finished off this dangerous freak. Xue Jing stepped forward closely, observing the villain's completely scorched and naked body. Taking it all in, he was absolutely stunned. This guy was seriously high-tech. His entire body was covered in expensive artificial synthetic skin, and the durability of this fake outer layer was insanely high. Burned for that long, yet it only left behind a single minor mark. Thinking about this crazy defense, he turned and grabbed a rock right nearby. If he had not destroyed this monster from the inside, killing him normally would have been completely impossible today. Compared to that artificial skin, the rock seemed pretty tough. but in an instant it burned straight to ashes. Looking at it, the actual damage caused by the black flame must completely depend on the raw durability of the specific target object. Moreover, the rock surface showed absolutely zero signs of being actively carbonized. Touching it, it still felt absolutely freezing cold. A rock as incredibly solid as this. The moment it rested in Xue Jing's palm, it literally just evaporated, without leaving even a single speck of dust behind. It seems this unique black flame operates completely differently from regular real fire. Just as he realized this, early morning sunlight pierced straight down from above, instantly causing the dark, mysterious black flame to weaken heavily. He raised his head, looking up. He remembered exactly what the system had previously displayed on the screen. This specific black flame was directly converted from raw, ambient darkness. Now that the shadows are fading away, the black flame becomes noticeably weaker. So maybe the larger the area of shadows surrounding him is, the more phantom flames he can actually convert over, and they get way stronger. But before Xue Jing could feel that crazy surge of power for another second, it completely faded away into nothing. He just sighs, totally speechless. Wait, is it all gone already? The system didn't even give a single warning. He doesn't even know how the cooldown timer works here. But there is really nothing else he can do. He just pulls out his cell phone instead, and snaps a quick photo of the white-haired body. Sighing, he decides to just ignore this mess for now. He leaves the guy right there. Now he has to explain this crazy situation to Ning Fengna. Now watch this, the scene shifts to the South City District. Deep inside some creepy, hidden underground science lab, a grotesque monster is slowly starting to mutate and grow. Standing right nearby, there is a mysterious man watching the whole thing super closely. He carefully and gently reaches his hand out toward it, gently stroking that absolute nightmare of a creature. He calmly asks Kevin, "Do you have any idea why I called you here?" Kevin is completely covered in brutal injuries. Wrapped in bandages, he kneels on the floor and replies, "I know you clearly warned me over and over again, telling me not to cause any trouble lately. And yet I still." But before he can even finish talking, the mysterious man suddenly vanishes right out of thin air, while Kevin just sits there completely clueless about what happened. A massive hand violently grabs him right by the head. He has no idea when the boss actually appeared right behind him like a literal shadow. His eyes are burning with pure rage. "You clearly knew the rules, so why do it anyway?" he asks, grinding his teeth in absolute fury. "Are you completely tired of living? You really want to die today?" Seeing this absolutely terrifying reaction, Kevin goes completely pale. He immediately slams his head down, begging, "Master, I was wrong. Please, you have to forgive me." With literally no other decent option, the master finally just sighs and accepts it. "Fine, get up." After that, the mysterious man walks back over to the nightmare creature and asks, "The two monsters we sent out earlier, any news on them yet?" Kevin nervously answers him, "It actually looks like they were completely destroyed." His face goes completely dark. It is Xue Jing again. He forced an explanation. Word was that a mere teenager heavily wounded one of the beasts. Just hearing those words spoken aloud, the man completely lost his temper. The reporting kid was practically bathing in cold sweat. He bowed his head, continuing, "Rumor has it that teenager is named Xue Jing. His background is nothing special at all. Just an ordinary, everyday guy." The moment he finished, the man flew into an absolute rage. How could an ordinary human possibly defeat one of our creations? Terrified, the subordinate groveled on the floor. "Yes, you are absolutely right." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Sure, these test subjects were far from perfect yet, but they still shouldn't be humiliated by some lowly mortal. Muttering, he glared down at the massive, stirring creature nearby. He commanded the monster, "Go and capture that boy. I will personally take care of him. Feed him to the great centipede mother herself. That way, she can breed even more offspring for our cause, with much better quality. One day, I will completely take over this entire planet. Meanwhile, let's check Qingsheng Library." Xue Jing stood in the elevator, his eyes closed. He thought about the absolute mess he caused during the mission. Such a massive, unbelievable problem. How was Wu Yuqing going to handle this whole disaster? No matter how much he thought, he couldn't come up with an excuse. He just decided to leave it up to fate. Worrying about it was completely useless. At worst, he would just have to make up for it later. Soon enough, the elevator arrived at floor 7F. The metal doors opened, completely opposite to what Xue Jing expected. Yuqing wasn't angry in the slightest bit. Instead, she actually bowed and took the blame. "I am incredibly sorry. I never expected such an unforeseen situation to occur today. Leaving you alone to face all of that danger. That was a critical failure on my part." Hearing this, he froze for a second, his eyes wide open. She continued, speaking softly, "I will be upgrading this mission to rank C+, and I'll also provide you with some extra compensation. I hope you'll accept this." Naturally, he had zero reason to say no here. Xue Jing took it instantly. "Not a problem." "Wait, what?" You and I expected a totally different reaction from her. Yuqing just breathed a massive sigh of relief. "Thanks." They kept talking as they walked toward the big table. "That guy he took out earlier. His identity had already been completely confirmed. She explained that the guy's name was actually Xue Jing. He was a Class C containment agent, working straight for the Shu Containment Corporation brand. I already reached out to them directly. They claimed this was strictly his own personal rogue action going down. Absolutely nothing to do with the main containment company. Hearing that Xue Jing sat right down, personal rogue action, he muttered, highly suspicious of that. Tapping the table, he asked why a grown guy like him would ever need to use that villainous crown in the first place anyway. Right as he spoke, Yu Qing slid a piece of paper over, telling him to take a look at this. She pointed straight at the specific locations that were already marked down there, explaining that this was exactly what she was worried about. The Shu Containment Corporation operated inside the inner circle. It really made zero sense for a basic outer circle mission to dispatch someone to travel that insanely far. Their entire story practically had zero visible loopholes. Yu Qing calmly gathered the documents back, warning him there was definitely some hidden motive going on behind the scenes. Just leave this whole mess for me to handle personally. You really shouldn't get too deeply involved in this. Xue Jing nodded in agreement. Understood. He finally pulled out the crown. He even took off the glasses, handing them over. Oh right, I almost forgot to hand this back to you. And these glasses too. I need to return them to you right now. But Yu Qing just waved her hand, totally refusing to take them. You should keep those glasses. You might actually need them on the next mission. She kept talking, shifting right past that matter. Xue Yingkun's official autopsy report had just come in. And get this, you won't believe it. Every single internal organ had vanished without a trace. How exactly did you manage that? Hearing that, Xue Jing instantly recalled the crazy scene before. This shadow flame was too dangerous. Even he himself still did not completely understand the insane, underlying principles of it. He decides to hide it for now, just to throw her off. Xue Jing taps his glasses, instantly throwing on his innocent face. Do I really have to say it, miss? The second she sees those puppy dog eyes, every single ounce of her suspicion totally vanishes. Wu Yuqing's heart starts hammering like crazy. She quickly covers her blushing face, replying, Fine, you don't have to. Everyone has their own little secrets. Just put your glasses back on first. Xue Jing simply nods. Mentally, he's cheering. These glasses are an absolute god-tier item. But right as he turns to leave, Xue Jing suddenly remembers one more crucial thing. Oh right. He holds up that slick black card. What exactly did you just give me? Wu Yuqing gives him a knowing smile. That is your official containment certificate. With that, any future missions you end up taking on will go a whole lot smoother for you. He lights up immediately, asking, Wait a second, does this actually mean I'm an official employee now? She snaps her fingers with a wink. Of course. Beyond getting all the standard perks of our official organization, every single confidential archive stored right here inside this library is yours to read. Running out of time, Wu Yuqing finally stands up to leave. I got some urgent work to handle now. Feel free to browse around in there yourself. Hearing that, Xue Jing waves a quick goodbye. Take care. He waits until she's completely out of sight. Then his eyes totally light up. Perfect timing, he might finally find some clues about that cattail ring. A little while later, deep inside the library, he starts carefully looking around at everything. Here's where you and I see the real treasures. Xue Jing can't help but be totally amazed. This place is literally like a whole different world. Locked inside these glass display cabinets are ancient relics, all marked with completely different stats. Xue Jing casually pulls out a box labeled God 018, the literal goddess of death, an unexplained blessing, a divine relic unlike anything seen before. He quickly swipes his brand new black card right against the box. A system notification loudly chimes in, insufficient authority level, access completely denied. Xue Jing couldn't believe it. He quickly moved to another box. And this God 069 box, it's the Cinderella. With a serial number this far back, surely this one can be viewed right. But the system flashed the exact same warning. Insufficient clearance. Access completely denied. Xue Jing absolutely refused to just give up here. He searched like a madman in pure desperation. God 227, insufficient clearance. You cannot view this. God 580, insufficient clearance. Once again, access denied. God 666, insufficient clearance. Still completely locked out. After struggling for a while, he was completely physically exhausted. This is totally absurd. Didn't they say everything was fully unlocked? So why does he still need special clearance? Does even something like the cattail ring require high clearance? Whatever. Find it first, complain later. A little more time slowly ticked by. Finally, Xue Jing actually managed to find exactly what he wanted. God 1391, the cattail ring. He pulled the box out. He didn't open it yet. He pressed both hands together, begging. The moment his card swiped, the system notification loudly chimed. God 1391 cattail ring. The document is now unlocked. Xue Jing nearly burst into tears of pure joy, shouting out. It finally worked. The item's detailed information popped right up. The danger level of this divine relic was rank B. You and I know that's way above his rank C clearance. Xue Jing only opened the first 2 layers of the document. He froze totally confused, asking himself why. Isn't this thing only supposed to literally turn a normal person into a cat? Just a harmless little kitten. Why is it ranked equal to divine relics that could literally destroy an entire city street? Unable to wait any longer, Xue Jing started to study it right away. Reading through the files on the cat ring, he understood a few more crazy details. After the owner wears it for 1 month, they can freely transform back and forth between human and cat. Stick with me because that sounds pretty convenient. The paper noted that up until a certain specific year, a doctor, upon laying eyes on the cat-tail ring, immediately let out a series of terrifying screams along with, and officially formed the Outer God cult. Reading this, Xue Jing pauses in total confusion. Outer God cult. He needed a lot more info. Xue Jing aggressively digs through the files. There had to be more data on this insane cult. New images finally surface. After the old gods completely died, giant cracks violently tore open right across the earth. Massive new boundaries sprouted directly out from those dark fissures. As people explored deep into these terrifying massive rifts, they discovered strange artifacts that could actually communicate with these outer gods. Desperate groups quickly gathered together. Craving absolute power, they begged the outer gods to grant them incredible strength. That is the Outer God cult. Those who received dark blessings from the outer gods were formerly known as the grantees. Finally, Xue Jing completely understands the true meaning of this word. So this is what being a grantee actually meant. His hands move fast, flipping rapidly through the next pages. 200 years ago, a bizarre cult called the Lion Saint cult desperately tried to contact the ancient goddess Bastet, but the deity remained completely and utterly silent. And right then, a strange man boldly slipped a mysterious ring onto his own finger, until one crazy believer finally received Artifact 1391. They became a cat. That was how they finally earned the goddess's divine blessing. But get this, the one blessed wasn't actually the believer. It was Artifact 1391, the cat-tail ring. Ever since that wild day, the ring held an even darker, more mysterious power. As the user's synchronization rate grows deeper and deeper, the wearer slowly starts unlocking the terrifying power of Bastet, until they literally transform into Bastet herself. The deeper he dug into this absolute madness, the more Xue Jing realized a truly brutal, terrifying truth. The Lion Saint cult was absolutely willing to pay any bloody price to kill whoever currently holds the cat-tail ring, to steal it back, which meant Xue Jing's face completely drops into dark shadow. His hands start violently shaking. They are going to murder Ning Fengna. Xue Jing instantly flashes back to his earlier conversation with Ning Fengna. Alright, you and I know Ning Fengna's goal was making him way stronger. Makes total sense now. No wonder Ning Fengna kept pushing him to hit the training hall, because if he did not power up in record time, both of them would probably end up dead. While his mind was racing with all this, now watch this, he suddenly spots something completely unexpected. The second book is exactly what Xue Jing needs. God 1391. The fusion conditions for the cat-tail ring. He reads every single line super carefully. The first fusion requires one massive burst of intense emotion. Every time after that requires the user to constantly trigger that exact same intense feeling, just to push the fusion progress forward. He tries hard to recall that strong emotional trigger. Finally, Xue Jing remembers that specific moment in the bathroom. He remembers it clearly now. He was picturing Ning Fengna suddenly growing a pair of cat ears and fully turning into a really cute cat girl with a little wagging tail. Thinking about this makes Xue Jing blush hard, shaking his head wildly to stop the thoughts. The images from his visualization popping right into his head, they were just way too vivid. But then reality hits him like a bolt of lightning. If it really happens just like last time, just to turn her back into human, that means he and Ning Fengna would have to do that constantly. The more Xue Jing thinks about it, the more helpless he feels. How is he supposed to explain these conditions to Ning Fengna? Right then, he notices a few lines of text at the top, and the text clearly says, God 1391, cat-tail ring side effects. None at all. This divine relic only grants ultimate strength and raw power, divine abilities to the wearer. There are absolutely zero negative side effects here. The only real thing to worry about is the lion cult. He lets out a huge sigh. That completely terrified him. No side effects is actually really great news. Thinking about this makes Xue Jing suddenly gasp out loud. Wait, is that it? What kind of power does Bastet actually have? How does he even take it off later? How can these crucial questions seriously have absolutely zero answers right now? The clearance level for rank C containment agents is too low. Before he could even finish his full thought, his phone buzzes with a brand new notification. And when he opens it up, alright, let us dive in. Xue Jing checks his phone balance. Star City Bank says hello to Mr. Xue Jing. Your savings account ending in 316. Just received 231,511. yuan. The current balance is 235,000 yuan. He is completely shocked. Did his salary drop this early? Wait, no. This has to be the compensation Wu Yuqing sent. But is it really this massive? Xue Jing immediately pictures mountains of amazing food, his mouth already watering wildly. From now on, absolutely zero penny pinching for his daily meals. And this means he gets way more free time to train. He is definitely going to get stronger. Without any hesitation, he heads straight home, completely fired up. Tonight he is buying the most expensive premium ingredients first. Time to cook an absolute feast for Ning Fengna. Later on, he will find the perfect chance to explain the conditions required to become human again. Fast forward 5 days later, back at Xue Jing's house. The dining table is absolutely packed with premium seafood delicacies. Ning Fengna cannot resist and completely wolfs down the massive feast. She nibbles a chicken leg and curiously asks, speaking of which, why so luxurious lately? Did you somehow strike it rich? Xue Jing is about to eat but suddenly freezes up completely. He admits he actually used to be pretty wealthy recently. He explains everything. These past few days he learned a cultivation technique from his master, known as the battle armor technique. Honestly, the technique itself is not really anything super special, but during the intense learning process, he had to endure so many absolute crazy training procedures. Just during the cultivation phase, he has to chug medicine. After training, he needs full medicinal baths too. Finishing just one single set costs 40,000 yuan minimum. Xue Jing sighs wearily, crushing a lobster claw in his bare hand. Over these past days, he practiced 5 total training sets. Unexpectedly, 20 medicinal prescriptions completely wiped out his funds. Ning Fengna looks completely confused and interrupts him. Wait, shouldn't you still have over 30,000 yuan left? Why is your bank balance so incredibly low? Get this. Xue Jing just silently points at the massive seafood feast in front of them. She instantly gets the message and does not ask anything else. Although your loyal devotion to this grand cult leader definitely deserves high praise, but I still have to warn you seriously. Money must be spent very carefully. She slowly approaches him. Besides the medicine you just mentioned, she adds, you're gonna need to buy weapons and hidden blades later. Plus, you'll need formal wear to enter high-end luxury places. You can't skip that. Even a basic suit costs over 100 grand easily. Xue Jing turns pale. That's insanely expensive. Ning Fengna just casually taps the massive lobster next to her. This kind of luxury food right here, having it once a month is more than enough. Xue Jing nods in complete agreement. Yeah, but he immediately thinks about his own pockets right now. They are absolutely empty today. You and I know life is expensive, but this is ridiculous. Payday is still miles away. And in the short term, Wu Yuqing probably can't arrange any extra gigs for him either. If he doesn't find a way to hustle, he is literally going to starve out on the streets. He has no other choice. Xue Jing immediately scrolls through his chat history. He fires off a text to senior brother Chen Fuguang. I'm totally broke. Do you know any places hiring right now? Like doing bodyguard work or heavy lifting? Anything. Fuguang quickly replies back. You definitely asked the right guy. Meet me at the Hidden Dragon Dojo tomorrow afternoon. Your senior brother wants to see exactly how much you've improved. While he is completely distracted by texting, Xue Jing suddenly hears some aggressive chewing sounds across the table. By the time he actually looks at the food, Ning Fengna has already devoured absolutely every last bite. He slams the table, shouting, Hey, you were supposed to save me some. But hey, let's fast forward the timeline a bit. Early the next morning, walking down the sunny street, at the famous Hidden Dragon Dojo, Xue Jing shows up for his daily training session. His eyes close tight. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, overflowing with an intense aura. Right after that, he launches a massive palm strike straight forward. The system chimes in, a brand new skill is unlocked. Soft Force, Level 1. Watching quietly from the sidelines, Fuguang observes absolutely every single detail. He thinks to himself, this junior disciple is no joke. Only 5 days and he's reached this insane level of combat, armor, art. Meanwhile, a girl suddenly runs right over to Xue Jing. Looking completely shy, she asks, little senior brother. We are actually running some strength tests over here right now. Do you think you could show off a few moves for everyone? But before Xue Jing could answer, Chen Fuguang quickly rushes over and jumps right in. Just go, he awkwardly stammers. His expression suddenly goes totally dark as he whispers back. Just take this perfect opportunity, man. Let's test out exactly how your recent training has been going, and let everyone open their eyes a bit too. Left with absolutely no choice. Xue Jing finally agrees and steps right up. He respectfully clasps his hands together and says, All right, I'll give it a try. But the second they hear this, everyone in the dojo immediately starts throwing out serious shade, totally mocking the brand new little senior brother. He probably can't even control his own strength yet. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? Don't go breaking your hand and then try blaming it all on us later. Those guys mocking him when Zhao Wen. Punch force 200 kilos, Yi Ying Yu hitting 212. Completely unable to stand this, the blonde girl suddenly yells out, "All of you need to shut up. My little senior brother is actually incredibly strong." She's Ning Mengmeng, by the way, punching a massive 232 kilos. Not wanting to waste another single second, Xue Jing finally steps up and throws a direct punch at the heavy bag. You and I wait a second, but absolutely nothing happens. That whole crowd just starts laughing even harder now. Little senior brother, why didn't you charge up your strike? Why was the impact so quiet? Did you hold back just because you were scared of losing face? Totally faking it right now. But before those haters can even finish their sentences, the seams rip completely open. Stuffing literally explodes right out of the bag. The machine lights up with a perfect score 9,999. All those guys who were just throwing shade at him, completely speechless. We absolutely love to see it, right? They gasp, little senior brother. This. Xue Jing just keeps that calm little smirk on his face and answers. Soft force, he simply explains to them. Raw strength is not always the best way to hit. That technique I just showed you guys is called soft force. It's basically an advanced, upgraded version of pure striking power. First, focus all that power into one single point, then channel it right into the target and explode. You guys should definitely try to grasp this concept. Hearing this, Meng Meng's admiration goes completely off the charts. Her eyes sparkling, she quickly replies, "Thank you for teaching me, little senior brother." Xue Jing casually turns his head toward Yi Yingyu. He signals the nearby junior brother. Head right into the storage room. Grab a punch pad and wrap it around the force tester. The kid quickly nods in agreement. Chen Fuguang walks over and asks his junior brother, "With skills like yours, your senior brother is not worried anymore. Recently, a massive big shot is looking for a bodyguard. The situation is just a little bit complicated though. You want to give it a try." Without any hesitation, our guy Xue Jing grabs the detailed information sheet. He gives it a quick read. Right above the photo is a massive, incredibly luxurious hotel, along with the actual address lines. Ruzhou Hotel Room Number 617, Jinhai Street, Dongcheng District, paying 800,000 yuan. That absolutely massive number burns right into his line of sight and flashes with bright light. Xue Jing instantly loses the ability to think about anything else. He grabs his shoulder and immediately agrees to it. I am definitely the one taking this job. Now cut to the fancy Ruzhou Hotel. A super luxurious car smoothly rolls up to the front entrance. Xue Jing, looking incredibly sharp in a tailored suit, he confidently steps outside. The very second he walks into the lobby, every single pair of eyes immediately locks right onto him. People begin whispering all around him. Who is that guy over there? Looking at his outfit, he definitely seems like a martial artist. Probably some wealthy young master attending the big banquet, right? He was definitely invited here to take charge of the security. A true martial artist, but man, he looks way too young. Seeing that everyone seems to be talking highly about him, Xue Jing smiles with pure satisfaction and thinks quietly. Just like his senior sisters always said, people always judge others by their clothes. He remembers the exact moment right before coming here. Xu Shanying actually stopped him and asked, "Are you seriously planning to wear that?" And he just replied, "What is exactly wrong with these clothes? But this outfit is super comfortable." Hearing that, she is totally speechless, trying to explain. People judge by appearances. If you walk around wearing such incredibly cheap clothes, everyone will look down on you. As Xu Shanying finishes speaking, she suddenly whips out this incredibly flashy bright red tailored suit. She smiles playfully. "But no worries, your senior sister already prepared the perfect outfit for you. This amazing suit was actually made by a super famous designer." He looks the flashy outfit up and down once. Xue Jing instantly takes a step back, completely refusing. "This is way too flashy, I'm not going on a blind date here." Just then, out of nowhere, a gentle finger lightly taps him on the shoulder. Meng Qingjiao is suddenly standing there. Who knows when she arrived? She is casually holding up a sleek black outfit, complete with elegant bamboo leaf patterns. Seeing this, Xu Shanying gets incredibly annoyed. "You sneaky senior sister, I was clearly the one here first." But in the end, Xue Jing decides to go with the black outfit. Now you and I both know senior sister Meng's taste is next level. Just look at the crowd around our guy. Several gorgeous girls are excitedly whispering, "He looks so incredibly handsome right now, should we ask for his number?" Meanwhile, two men walking right behind them look visibly annoyed, whispering to themselves, "Is that guy really the top disciple of the Hidden Dragon Dojo? No way, that is impossible. I know the 6 core disciples of the Hidden Dragon Dojo. I have met every single one of them, even the youngest girl. But I don't recognize this kid. What are they not allowed to take in any new disciples?" The guy wearing the white suit looks away, scoffing as he answers, "I definitely never said that, Lord Dragon. Li Qi announced a long time ago he would only accept 7 disciples. But that 7th disciple absolutely has to be a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Someone with insanely outstanding foundations and top-tier natural talent. If not, he'd rather take no one at all." As he speaks, he throws a blatantly disgusted and mocking look. This kid looks like a weak little scholar. How strong could he possibly even be? There is absolutely no way he is Li Qi's top disciple. The red hat guy taps his shoulder, cutting him off completely. Hey, you really shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Stick with me here. He watches Xue Jing's every move, explaining quietly. Just look at him. His footsteps are incredibly solid. Every single step he takes covers the exact same distance. Nothing more, nothing less. Even his upper body doesn't sway or shake at all. He clearly has insane, absolute control over his entire physical body. His internal energy flow is basically at master level. But the guy in the white suit completely ignores every single word. Alright, so what if he uses a fraction of his strength to deal 10 times the damage? But facing 100 guys at once, wouldn't he still lose anyway? Looking at his ridiculously stubborn face right now, the guy doesn't even bother arguing. He just turns and walks away totally speechless. Over at the front desk, a nervous staff member asks, "Excuse me, are you the martial artist in charge of the security detail tonight?" Jing just smiles and introduces himself. Hidden Dragon Dojo. Jing. Pleasure meeting you. Without a second of hesitation, the staff member rolls out a massive blueprint. The pleasure is mine. First off, let me walk you through the exact specifics of this security job. We have invited 6 different expert masters this time. Each of you will handle one specific zone. Mr. Jing, your assigned area is going to be the main stage. The lighting over there is honestly pretty terrible, so please keep a very close watch. He happily takes the map and answers back. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. Besides, with so many expert martial artists around, guarding this entire place tonight, nobody would be crazy enough to come cause trouble here, right? The staff member forces a very nervous smile. Well, we really cannot be too sure. Anyway, bringing in extra backup is definitely the safest bet here. But I shouldn't hold you up anymore. I have to get back. Watching the guy completely rush off in a blind panic, Jing immediately realizes something is seriously wrong with this whole setup. Calling for basic backup, sure, that is normal. But hiring 6 top-tier martial arts masters, now that is a massive red flag. He quickly scans the room. He carefully observes the people standing close by. And wait, it doesn't stop there. They also hired a massive squad of private bodyguards. Looking at their gear, these guys are definitely hardcore trained professionals. And then there is all this heavy surveillance. Way more cameras than a standard hotel would ever actually need. You and I know unusual setups mean serious trouble. The more Jing thinks about it, the less it fits. What in the world actually happened here to justify a security setup? This absolutely insanely massive. Right as that thought hits, the guy in the white suit swaggers over, demanding to know if he is the core disciple. You just got accepted into the Hidden Dragon Dojo. Hearing that, our guy turns around in surprise. Who are you? The stranger points a thumb at himself, making a quick introduction. I am Li Xiaoquan from the Amber Dojo. Relax, man. I am definitely not here to cause you trouble. But as fellow martial artists, testing each other's skill levels out a little bit early on. That is not asking too much, right? Now Xue Jing has literally never backed down from a challenge, so he instantly agrees. Sure, how do we do this? Xiaoquan rolls up one of his sleeves and calmly explains. Let's cross hands. Jing simply nods. All right. Now this crossing hands technique. It is a classic way for martial artists to safely test out an opponent's actual hidden strength. Through this sudden and unexpectedly aggressive little greeting, Jing easily figures out exactly what this guy's real motive is. This guy obviously sees how incredibly young Jing is, so he severely doubts his actual strength. Honestly, that is fine. It gives Jing a perfect chance to see exactly where his own power stands. Not far away, Pei Yu Guang is watching. He spots this exact moment and gets totally shocked. Wait, Brother Jing, what is he doing over here? A girl suddenly steps up to the second young master. Do you know that handsome kid over there? Who do you think will win? Yu Guang just awkwardly stammers. Well, But before he can even finish his stumbling sentence, another man with purple hair casually walks right up to them. I am putting my vote on that young kid. They both gasp in pure shock. Eldest young master P. The girl smiles and immediately chimes right in. But Li Xiaoquan is incredibly strong, isn't he? Last time the second young master crossed hands with him, he got twisted up and was screaming in pain. Yu Guang snaps back, completely embarrassed. Hey, do not bring up my sore spots. Now let's jump back to the intense showdown. A bystander notices something really weird and wonders aloud. The handsome guy is not making a single move at all. Is he about to lose already? The purple-haired man just smirks and calmly replies back. It is not that he is completely frozen. Normal people just cannot see what is actually happening. Stick with me, that kid's body might look a little frail, but his body was actually forged through thousands of trials, already hardened like solid steel. His aura, completely pure, absolute crystal clear energy right there. He was absolutely nothing like that guy. Li Xiaoquan. Li Xiaoquan could never even compare. Speaking of which, he glanced right over at Pei Yu Guang, urging Pei Yu Guang with one look. Right after this whole match finally wraps up, you have to introduce me to this incredible young hero. Pei Yu Guang simply nodded yes. Seeing Xue Jing show off such absolutely insane strength like that, he was just completely amazed. It barely took any time. Xue Jing had already leveled up this insanely fast. Wait, is this even possible? Now you and I know Li Xiaoquan was completely clueless about the massive danger coming. He just smirked to himself. This kid doesn't even have a single drop of aura. He really is just a total absolute rookie. Kid, you should honestly just pack your little bags and run back home. Sensing his energy, Xue Jing easily made a quick judgment. This guy actually packs some serious physical strength. He definitely trained incredibly hard for a very long time. Thinking about this, our boy flashed a highly knowing smirk. But he was absolutely confident he could utterly crush him without even really trying. Compared to me, you are still lacking a bit. Almost instantly, Li Xiaoquan felt an absolutely terrifying wave of pain crash right into him. He wondered what was even happening. Xue Jing's grip strength kept increasing, feeling exactly like he was about to totally crush his entire hand to dust. How did this kid's strength suddenly become so insanely overpowering? Cold sweat began pouring out from the palms of his hands. Drenched, he started trembling, completely out of control. Not good. He could barely hold on any longer. But Li Xiaoquan stubbornly refused to surrender, pushing his muscles to the absolute breaking point. In that exact split second, his entire wrist bone and every single finger were violently shattered into tiny pieces. Hearing the scream, Xue Jing startled and stopped. Oh snap, he let go of his hand and immediately asked about that sickening cracking noise. Did I actually just break your bones right there? Hey, you are totally okay, right? Li Xiaoquan tried acting incredibly tough, letting out a loud, forced laugh. Of course I am totally fine. But kid, you are seriously not to be trifled with. Truly a top disciple of the legendary Hidden Dragon Dojo. I respect that. Before Xue Jing could even say another single word in response, he must have recognized someone and bailed. I'm in a massive rush. Gotta hit the restroom first, bro. Let's grab some tea when we have time. He looked like he was in an absolute panic. He sprinted straight for the emergency exit. Once he was finally completely alone, Li Xiaoquan frantically grabbed his arm. It was already horribly swollen. Tears and snot streaming down his face, he wailed. Damn it, that hurts like hell. He collapsed to the ground, trembling and cursing out loud. Damn it, that kid is an absolute freakish monster. Meanwhile, standing right outside the door, Xue Jing was still completely stunned, thinking to himself, is he seriously okay inside? That was definitely the sound of bones breaking right. Right then, Pei Yuguang walked over and called out, Brother Jing. Hearing that, he jumped and quickly turned his head around. The guy smiled warmly, waving his hand, and continued, Brother Jing. Long time no see, Xue Jing blurted out Pei Yuguang. A little later, near the stage area, through their casual chat, Xue Jing finally found out exactly why Yuguang was hanging around here today. So you really are a wealthy heir. I honestly thought you were just bragging earlier. He scratched his head awkwardly. You're joking with me, Brother Jing. I'm actually the illegitimate son of my dad and his mistress. If my oldest brother didn't look out for me, I definitely wouldn't be living this kind of comfortable life. Not wasting any more time, Xue Jing got straight to the main point. So what did you actually want to see me about? Yuguang quickly replied to him. Your sparring match with Li Xiaoquan just now was seriously impressive. My big brother said he wants to get to know you. He's also super strong. An absolute genius, honestly. He got into Neihuan University through the martial arts exam. Now watch this. Up on the main stage, the purple-haired guy stood there raising his wine glass in a friendly greeting. It's him. A few girls nearby saw him. They also eagerly waved their hands at Xue Jing. Yuguang asked, there are also a few wealthy young ladies and rich madams here. They really want to get to know you. Do you have any free time later on? Xue Jing let out a heavy sigh. Today is definitely not going to work out. I've got a lot more work to do after this. If they just want to get to know me, then I have no problem. He says this while gently patting the guy's shoulder. But if they actually want to be my friends, then tell them to come find me themselves. If you want something, you gotta fight for it. Not just sit around waiting for it to arrive. Dropping that totally badass line, Xue Jing just turns around and leaves. I've got things to do, so I'm heading out. Pei Yuguang just stands there staring with pure sparkling admiration. He's so cool. But before our MC can even take a few steps, all those girls suddenly rush over and shout in unison. The handsome guy is absolutely right. If we want it, we gotta take it. A blonde girl gathers up all her courage. She holds out her phone. Hey handsome, let me get your contact info. The rest of the crowd totally loses it. I want to add him too. While they're all fighting over him, Xue Jing suddenly notices someone acting really suspicious in the background. He spots a shady guy. Just add me, you won't regret it. He realizes the manager never said anyone would be bringing stuff in here today. Without hesitating, our guy steps forward to stop the dude. Hey you, but the blonde girl grabs his arm tightly. Come on, just add me. She continues whining to him. We'll have so many fun things to discuss. Left with absolutely zero choice, Xue Jing helplessly agrees. He's honestly scared of her. All right, what is your phone number then? That's more like it, me too. Now stick with me here. That sketchy man slips into the back room. He presses a remote button. Instantly, a hidden device gets triggered in the room. Xue Jing immediately feels a massive surge of electricity spark. Is the phone short-circuiting? Startled, he quickly turns his head to look behind. He looks closely. Something's wrong. Right then, the entire place is plunged into pitch-black darkness. You can't see a single thing. The panicked guests start worriedly asking each other, "Power outage. Hold on, let me turn on my phone's flashlight real quick." Alright, look closely. None of these phones are turning on. The atmosphere is getting seriously weird right now. Why aren't any screens lighting up? Dead batteries? No, that is completely impossible. Xue Jing is absolutely certain about this. His phone battery was fully charged earlier. He calculates further. In a pitch-black situation exactly like this, with dozens of people trapped here, not a single person used their phone as a flashlight. It is completely obvious that everybody else's mobile device is totally dead right now. Add the fact that every single light died. It seems all of the equipment connected to electrical power has completely and totally malfunctioned. An EMP is a high-tech military-grade weapon. It can instantly destroy all electronic devices in just a single flash. But why would the enemy actually need to use something like this? If it was just to kill one single person, isn't this massive overkill? Way too much extra effort. While Xue Jing is still standing there deep in thought, a massive deafening noise suddenly rings out. A whole row of glass windows shatters violently into tiny pieces. The blonde girl from earlier shrinks back toward him in absolute terror. She screams out loud. Something is definitely wrong. The entire banquet hall sinks into complete darkness, so nobody can figure out what kind of nightmare is playing out. What was that sound? Did a glass break just now? Do not scare yourselves. It is probably just the heavy wind. Or maybe somebody just accidentally knocked over some heavy furniture. Does anyone here have a phone that still has battery? My phone is completely useless at this point. Nothing works. Wait, where did old Wang go? He was standing right next to me. Fortunately enough, though, Pei Yu Guang is still holding onto his metal lighter, creating the one and only tiny source of light here. His older brother takes a very quick look around. He claps his hands, signaling everyone about the current dangerous situation. Something is definitely not right. Everyone do not wander around in the dark. Put your backs together and group up. Everyone immediately follows his order. Come on, everyone, do exactly as young Master Pei says. But stick with me here. Before they can even calm down, a truly horrifying scream echoes nearby. What exactly is hiding over there? In that brief moment when they are heavily distracted, a man standing at the very back gets brutally dragged away. His entire body is now completely covered in blood. Alright, what just happened? Boss Zhang is suddenly gone. In the dim flickering firelight, they finally notice something terrifying, fresh blood pooling on the floor. Blood. It is actual blood. Panic sets in instantly. Everyone just turns around and scatters in total chaos. Seeing this absolute nightmare unfold, young Master Pei screams a warning. Everyone stop running right now. But before the words even leave his mouth, a lightning-fast slash cuts through the air. A thin red line appears on his cheek and blood slowly starts dripping down. But it does not stop there. Whatever that creature is, it lunges forward again with terrifying blinding speed. Terrified, young Master Pei clenches his fist and throws a desperate heavy punch. The blow actually connects, sending the monstrous creature flying backward through the air. A direct solid hit. You would think it might retreat, but nope, it immediately spins back around. Luckily, right in the dead center of danger. Yu Guang dives in, shoving his brother out of the way and screaming loudly. But the unlucky guy standing right behind them takes the full brutal hit instead. His entire upper body gets sliced clean off. Young Master Pei turns completely pale. He simply cannot believe what is happening right now. This is the first time they get a clear look at it. It looks exactly like a massive nightmare-fueled insect. Panicking, he screams at everyone to run for their lives. But the monster is closing the gap way too fast for anyone to escape. A normal human being cannot even react to this kind of speed. It is too late. Game over, man. Now pay attention. A familiar shadow calmly steps right into the chaos. His leg winds back tightly, without a single drop of hesitation. Xue Jing unleashes a brutal kick, sending the monster flying. It slams hard against the wall. Our main character stares down the ugly beast. He wonders what the heck this thing actually is. After taking a direct hit from Xue Jing, the monster is completely unable to fight back. Its massive body crushes deep into the solid stone, leaving a giant spider web-like crater behind. Disgusting green blood instantly gushes right out of its jagged mouth. Seeing this triggers his memory in a split second. He mutters, "It is this exact freak again." Looks like all that intense recent training finally paid off big time. Otherwise, there is no way he could have punted it that easily. Standing right behind him, the rest of the crew is absolutely speechless and in awe. Insane, just one casual kick and he already sent that freakish monster flying straight into the concrete wall. But wait, where are those master bodyguards from the other dojos? Damn it, they already ran away. Pei Yu Guang rushes forward, completely overjoyed by the save. Brother Jing, thank you so much for saving us both. But before he can even finish, Jing raises his hand to stop him. Stay back. That thing is not dead yet. Exactly as he thought it would. The monster is already waking up. It lunges forward wildly, its eyes glowing blood red. Seeing this, Jing quickly dodges out of the way, evading the strike. Its vitality is way higher than before. Did this thing actually evolve now? Let's test it. If he cannot win, he must retreat. Jing slowly raises his right arm up. It is definitely not worth risking his life for that tiny bit of cash. With that in mind, he activates his inch strike technique, smashing it violently into the back of the monster's neck, leaving it zero time to react. Once again, he easily sends the beast flying away. Jing's eyes suddenly flash with intense killing intent. Taking full advantage, he charges straight at the vile beast. The only one who can move freely in the dark is definitely not just you anymore. Right after landing that brutal kick, everything right in front of him suddenly becomes crystal clear. A system alert pops up. Shadow Flame Dark Vision acquired. Thanks to this new skill, the pitch-black darkness is no longer a problem. To think this skill actually came with a night vision effect. The skill system panel did not even explain that clearly. Otherwise, he would have totally used it way earlier. Both sides start trading heavy blows constantly, jumping rapidly from one spot to another without stopping. Witnessing this insane fight, Li Zhaoquan simply cannot believe it, gasping out. Jing is fighting on completely equal footing with that massive monster. Young Master Pei quickly interrupts. No. He continues to speak up. On the surface, it looks like he is barely dodging. But if we look closely, we can actually see it. From the very beginning, he has not stepped back a single inch. Saying this, his fists clenched tightly together in pure awe. That guy is actively protecting all of us. No time to overthink this. Chase points right at the emergency exit. He urges everyone to move fast. Staying here would just be a total distraction for Xue Jing, making him worry about us. Exactly, plus they can call the cops to get some heavy backup. Seeing that everyone finally made it out safe, Xue Jing finally lets out a sigh of relief. Now watch as he finally unleashes his full power. He casually curls a finger, totally provoking that ugly monster. Looks like you were having a lot of fun earlier, huh? Now it is my turn to play. The beast goes wild, flapping its wings and hovering. Then before Xue Jing can even process what is happening here, it completely dashes right past him. By the time he looks down at his own chest, a deep clean slash is already pouring out blood. This absolute monster actually has a hidden trump card left. Its speed just multiplied big time. Hitting its mark, the monster stops dead and snaps its head around 180. It flashes this absolutely creepy, expectant smile. The very next second, Xue Jing feels this massive unseen force violently dragging him down. Pinned down, completely unable to move. He asks himself in pure shock. What is going on? Memories are flashing. Wait, could he really be dead already, killed by some average bug monster like this? No, that is completely impossible. He spent an absolute fortune mastering his martial arts skills. There is no way he loses to a trash mob like this. Something definitely went horribly wrong in this whole insane situation. As his physical body starts slowly sinking down, he suddenly bumps into this massive hand-rocking razor-sharp claws. Xue Jing instantly jolts awake, snapping his eyes wide and looking up. Standing right there is a magnificent golden dragon radiating absolute power. But get this, he gets this weird feeling he has met this dragon before. Meanwhile, back on the outside, seeing Xue Jing completely frozen and unresponsive, the monster takes full advantage and rushes in for the kill. But right before that ugly thing can even land a strike, suddenly the monster rolls its eyes back. It freezes up. Right from the center of Xue Jing's chest, a massive burst of pure golden energy starts exploding and radiating all around them. Following that explosion, Xue Jing's eyes finally snap wide awake again. His physical body feels incredibly light, better than it ever has. He winds his arm back, officially declaring it payback time. Overkill hardly. You and I know the hidden dragon strike isn't stopping there. Xue Jing launches yet another massive strike right at the monster's ugly head. Wind and cloud tail. Finally, this chaotic battle is over. The monster's head gets completely crushed, exploding into tiny pieces everywhere. But its massive headless body is still standing staggering, just about to totally collapse. Even Xue Jing is pretty shocked by the insane technique he just unleashed. He mutters out loud, I think I just figured out something seriously overpowered. Right as he says that, he suddenly hears a creepy sound coming from right below. Turns out this freakish monster is slowly regenerating its entire destroyed head. How is it still alive? Well, makes perfect sense. Even fully mutated like this. The core nature of this gross thing is a roach. Xue Jing's face turns incredibly dark and completely disgusted. Even without a head, these nasty bugs can survive for 8 or 9 days. And he is definitely not letting that happen. This time he completely obliterates its entire lower half too. It seems the real weak point of a roach actually lies in its nerve cord, right underneath its gross esophagus. All of its disgusting guts get completely ripped right out. This is the spot. Are normal roach nerve cords seriously supposed to be this huge? The others hiding under the tables notice the silence and peek out to see what happened. Is it over? It is actually dead. They scream out in pure joy. That guy really just killed that huge, terrifying monster. Which martial arts dojo is this incredible kid even from? I want to sponsor 1 million. I will sponsor 2 million. Second, young master Pei. Hurry up and take us over there to introduce ourselves to him. The red hat guy smiles and says, Old Li, I seriously admire you. How did you dare mess with someone like that? Li Xiaoquan replies, sweating absolute buckets right now. Stop mocking me right now. He thinks back to their clash from earlier. When this insane kid traded blows with me back then, he probably did not even use 1% of his power. Thank God he showed mercy and did not just directly end my life. Xue Jing frantically urges everyone around him. Take this chance and get out of here fast. I have a bad feeling this is far from over. Pei Yu Wang looks totally panicked. Brother Xue Jing, you're hurt. Suddenly, a random guy steps right up and asks, Hey buddy, what exactly do you mean? Xue Jing just stares. The guy introduces himself instead. I'm actually the guy hosting this entire party. Yi Chenglin narrows his eyes. You're saying this wasn't an accident. Xue Jing grabs the guy's business card and fires back. Based on what I see here, this definitely wasn't just your standard power outage. It was a targeted electromagnetic pulse. Someone definitely triggered this whole thing on purpose. And that massive monster, someone intentionally let that terrifying thing loose in here. Their goal was probably wiping out every single person in here. Yi Chenglin dodges eye contact immediately and starts yelling defensively. This was absolutely a coordinated assassination attempt. Highly organized, carefully planned, and aimed right at us. I'm having my powerful dad investigate this until the bitter end. Xue Jing grows deeply suspicious of this guy. You installed this many security cameras. Plus, you invited all these elite martial artists too. You totally knew something bad would happen, yet you still hosted it. Aren't you the one acting super sketchy right now? Now you and I know people attending this party are major players, absolutely not ordinary folks. Why would anyone try to kill them and this Yi Chenglin guy? This dude is definitely hiding some deep dark secret. He glances back toward the panicked crowd. Look, that terrifying monster might be dead now. But the real danger hasn't passed just yet. We all need to evacuate this area as fast as humanly possible. They have zero other options. Everyone immediately starts rushing straight for the exit. Move slowly. Please do not push anyone. If anyone has a lighter, pull it out for some extra light. Once the crowd clears out, Yi Chenglin finally steps closer. He creeps up nervously and asks, Hey, listen to me. Do you have any idea what that freakish monster actually was? Xue Jing replies flatly, I'm just a bodyguard. I can only try my absolute best to guarantee total safety for everyone here. Anything beyond that is above my pay grade. His expression goes completely dark as he glares. Already trying to probe me for info, huh? Looks like the secrets here run way deeper than anyone expected. Meanwhile, right outside the main hotel lobby, the entire situation has devolved into absolute terrifying chaos. Call the family back home right away. Tell them to come pick us up. I just want to go home. I am absolutely done with this creepy hotel. He slumps into a nearby empty chair. Xue Jing thinks to himself, what a crazy harvest. Suddenly, the system chimes in. You have survived an absolutely brutal life and death battle. Your physical potential has been completely pushed to the limit. Body tempering experience points increased by 1,072. You have survived an absolutely brutal life and death battle, and tasted the sweetness of total victory, leaving your mind feeling completely at ease. Vitality experience increased by 829. Following that fierce death match, your understanding of this specific training method has reached a completely new level of insight. Sprint experience up by 538. You have survived an absolutely brutal life and death battle. Your killing intent makes you far more alluring to others. A much stronger magnetic attraction naturally unlocked. Charm experience increased by 551. You have survived an absolutely brutal life and death battle. Your precision has massively leveled up. Aiming experience increased by 518. You have survived an absolutely brutal life and death battle, gaining immense comprehension of pure hand-to-hand combat. Combat experience increased by 1,539. You have survived an absolutely brutal life and death battle, successfully mastering a brand new deadly killer move. Force manipulation experience increased by 1,347. The rare specialization conditions have now been met. You have survived an absolutely brutal life and death battle, visualizing the true dragon sweeping through the vast clouds. Visualization experience increased by 1,211. And get this, that is not all. Xue Jing's overall stats skyrocketed across the board. Body tempering successfully bumped up to level 7. Vitality leveled up to 5. 135 points. Running hit level 6. 298 points logged. Combat reached level 6. 324 points. Visualization reached level 4. 748 points total. He grins, thinking to himself, 4-digit experience points, and I even met the rare specialization conditions. Suddenly, the nasty wound on his chest starts slowly knitting itself together. The heavy bleeding completely stops. Moments later, he is fully healed. Like the brutal injury never even happened. His wounds are completely healed. Xue Jing feels completely energized now. He stands, stretches out, and wonders what this is. After upgrading, his status bar instantly fills to max. The system announces all conditions are finally met. His basic energy circulation can now transform straight into a special energy state. Proceed with the specialization. He does not rush to answer. Instead, he strategizes. The condition must be that wind cloud technique he just mastered. Wait, is this special energy somehow connected to the hidden dragon style's martial arts? Mind made up, he hits accept. Obviously, he chooses the special energy state. It is way more powerful than the basic one, right? In a flash, the upgrade is officially complete. Specialization success. Energy level 6, 2080 over 3000. Total experience 6880. Converted into hidden dragon energy level 4, 1880 out of 4000. This feeling, Xue Jing can actually feel his entire body transforming right now. It feels exactly like rusty gears finally getting properly oiled. Power flows through him with absolute smoothness, like nothing he has ever felt before. Wasting no time at all, he quickly drops into a seated position. This is a rare opportunity. He completely ignores everyone panicking and running around him. He simply crosses his legs and starts cultivating. Striking while it is hot, he practices his combat art again. Meanwhile, right outside the door, the medical team finally arrives. They frantically ask where the injured are. Young Master Pei points inside and quickly answers. The 17th floor banquet hall still has. But before he can even finish that sentence, and here is where we see him completely freeze in shock, swirling right around Xue Jing's entire body. The phantom of a massive golden dragon literally materializes, completely wrapping right around him. Fast forward to that evening back at the martial arts dojo. Inside the quiet private room, with a deeply worried expression, she carefully applies medicine to Xue Jing's lingering wounds. He softly thanks his senior sister for personally treating his injuries. She interrupts him. Why act like that? It was honestly just a simple guild commission. Alright, how did a monster like that escape normal security? Junior brother, your luck is absolutely terrible. Li Qi stepped up, chiming right in. Taking commissions from the dojo is always a risky business. Accidents like this are pretty hard to avoid. Hearing that, our guy asked his incredibly wise master, did he know the origin of that bizarre monster? The old man answered seriously. Honestly, I am not completely sure myself. All I know is it's highly likely connected to the dangerous boundary zone. Our MC thought to himself, the boundary zone, that naturally forming rift, created after the gods died, mentioned in the old texts. What in the world is inside that rift? Seeing him so tense, Li Qi just laughed and waved. Hey, don't overthink it so much. You are incredibly lucky just to be alive. Besides, this disaster actually brought you fortune. You unlocked the hidden dragon style's ultimate wind cloud strike. For martial artists like us, honestly, life or death combat is absolutely the best teacher around. Our MC finally spoke up. Master, it is actually more than that. I think I have grasped the true essence of the hidden dragon style. The moment those words left his mouth, his master leaped right out of his wheelchair, rushing over. He had to see this. Li Qi gently grabbed our MC's arm to check. But before the kid could even process what was happening, a massive force sent the old man flying backward. Li Qi, completely stunned, gasped, Kid, did you breed a dragon? The MC just scratched his head, totally confused. What kind of riddle are you guys talking about? Ignoring his question completely now, the master laughed out loud. To hide the true dragon that overturns the heavens, you must raise the dragon pillar inside your body. Inside our junior brother's body right now. You actually nurtured a real dragon. Helping his master up, the MC asked. Master, ever since this dragon showed up, I only feel my inner energy flowing way more smoothly. Is there any other special effect? Li Qi quickly explained, this dragon is not some fake illusion. It is an actual Dao dragon. Inner force has its very own spirit. So you and I know this isn't just simple training anymore. It is literally raising a dragon inside your own body. This right here is the true essence of our hidden dragon style. The old master calmly glances over. Little Jing, you already hold the key to breaking mortal limits. Jing snaps, his eyes wide open, shocked. Key to breaking limits. Even Zhu Shening has absolutely zero clue what that term actually means. Master, what exactly does breaking limits even mean? Li Qi gets deadly serious. The human body has a strict ceiling. When skin, flesh, bone, tendon, and blood, after all five are trained to absolute flawless perfection, you simply cannot progress any further naturally. That is when you break through, which means completely elevating your entire level of physical existence. Rebuilding your physical body is just the most basic first step. You might still look entirely human outside, but the true essence of your life, you are simply not human anymore. He slaps his thigh hard, adding more context. Anyone who successfully elevates their life to this insane tier Taoists literally call them immortal Buddhas of the mortal realm. Others just call them living gods. As long as no unexpected accidents happen, they can easily live to 150 and keep their absolute peak physical condition right up until the day they die. Jing nervously thinks to himself right now. Master's crippled leg must be one of those tragic unexpected accidents. Then Li warmly reassures him. Hey little Jing, no need to worry. You have already taken the single most important step here. He pats his shoulder with solid advice. Your risk of failure has dropped to the absolute minimum. The rest is just putting in the hard work now. He nods firmly. I understand. Thank you so much, Master. Sitting nearby, Xue Jing finally speaks up. But wait, Master. I heard from Senior Brother. You were a powerhouse who crossed the Dragon Gate, so why did you age so much? His face twists with pure hatred, hands shaking as he fiercely replies. Because the literal dragon I was raising was killed by someone else. Stick with me, this massive reveal leaves them both in total disbelief. Pausing for a second, Li Qi hides nothing and explains. Back then, I was still living in the North City, thinking my martial arts made me completely untouchable. All right, let's look at this. They were way too arrogant, ignoring limits. He recalled how he and Marcus used to duel every single day, challenging everyone in their path. Because of that, they made endless enemies. Those rivals couldn't beat them fairly. So they went after Marcus's wife and little kids. The old master was completely blinded by sheer explosive rage. He wanted nothing but vengeance. What followed was an absolutely brutal bloodbath. Countless fighters tried to stop his rampage. He didn't care. Whoever stepped up got put right down. For a month, he honestly thought he was completely, utterly invincible. But karma is real, and it finally caught up to him. When that fateful day finally arrived, a top-tier expert completely severed both his legs. His inner dragon was slain, his spirit utterly crushed. The great master became a broken, crippled man. Suddenly, everyone wanted a piece of him while he was down. Only Marcus was actually willing to stick by his side. Remembering all this, the old man could only sigh. To escape those enemies and keep little Jade completely safe, they packed up and fled the North City district forever. They came here and opened the Hidden Dragon Dojo. Xue Jing looked at his master and asked bluntly, did he really not want to get any revenge? Master Li Qi just shook his head. Of course, the thought of brutal vengeance crossed his mind. But his old enemies were all heavy hitters back in North City. We aren't talking about small fry here. Taking down even one of them would be brutal, let alone an entire army of them. He told Xue Jing not to worry about that dark past. It was all ancient history at this point anyway. If Xue Jing ever managed to actually, officially step into the elite inner circle, then they could finally talk about real payback. Later that night, with the moon high above the streets, right outside of Xue Jing's apartment building. Stick with me here. Xue Jing was heading home after a brutally exhausting day. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a brand new notification. Star City Bank sending an alert. Hello there, Mr. Xue Jing. Your bank account ending in 316 has just received a deposit of $800,000. Current balance $880,011. Xue Jing just stared, completely stunned. That money hit his account incredibly fast. That hotel operates with some serious top-tier efficiency. Stepping inside, Xue Jing kicks off his shoes. We know the drill. Ning Fengna, I'm home. But the entire house is pitch black. There is no sign of her anywhere. Looks like Ning Fengna isn't home again. She definitely isn't just taking a shower this time. Left with absolutely no choice, he activates his visualization skill. Thanks to this unique ability, Xue Jing sees past visions of Ning Fengna happily jumping around the house. Having a pretty fun time, huh? Then she climbs up to the window. She clearly wanted to go outside. Xue Jing hurries over, peering out the window to get a closer look. Just faintly visible, a short distance away, he spots several shadowy figures standing right over there. And right in the middle of them is Ning Fengna. She is actively being cornered by two total strangers. Xue Jing blurts out in absolute panic. This is bad. Ning Fengna is in real danger. Sitting right on a broken brick wall, Ning Fengna raises her razor-sharp claws and questions them. Didn't you guys already run away from this place? Why come back to find me now? The heavily masked man standing below gives her his direct, chilling answer. Because the Infinite Dragon has finally answered our desperate call to action. The almighty Infinite Dragon, the legendary beast known as Anantashesha. Hearing this insane claim, her eyes go wide with total and utter disbelief. He steps forward and continues speaking. Listen, cult leader. Your natural talent is absolutely top tier. You can definitely become the one to receive this blessing. When that happens, we can use that crazy power to completely rebuild our main sect. But watch this. Before he can even finish his grand little villain speech, a hand suddenly reaches out and blocks him completely cold. Can't you see that she clearly is not willing? Seeing the person who just appeared is Xue Jing. Ning Fengna is totally startled and asks him, Jing, why are you even out here? He replies, I wanted to ask you the exact same thing. Hearing that conversation, these guys are members of your own cult, right? That masked man reveals a highly annoyed look in his eyes. glaring right over at Ning Fengna, reminding her directly, "Cult leader, aren't you afraid that the Kangda company will find out about this kid's actual existence?" Of course, she is actually incredibly worried about that. Sweat pours down her face as she internally panics. The terrifying Kangda company. Xue Jing's face went completely dark as he stepped right up, saying this. "There's no way I'm pretending I didn't hear that." Seeing this wild scene play out, the guy frantically waved his hands explaining, "What I actually mean is hypothetically, if our sect leader keeps crashing at this kid's house, and Kangda company ends up finding out, it will definitely drag him down." Only then did Ning Fengna finally stutter out a response, but seeing her hesitate clearly, holding back her true thoughts, he felt totally uneasy, wondering to himself, does Ning Fengna actually want to leave him? But you and I know that Kangda's security company is absolutely no joke. Right after the gods died, the world quickly fell straight into pure, absolute chaos. The government completely lost all its managing power, so they gave up some law enforcement rights, outsourcing it directly to private security companies, allowing them to fully organize. While heavily building up their own massive armed forces, Kangda's security company was exactly one of those powerful groups. Completely unlike all the other companies, it grew up insanely fast, quickly becoming a massive monster with incredibly deep roots everywhere. Now they are completely out of control. Because of that exact reason, Xue Jing worried even more about Ning Fengna's safety now. Ning Fengna turning into a cat to hide here was actually a pretty solid secret move. But since the dragon sect just showed up, the risk of her getting exposed just shot way up. But let's be real, even if Kangda's security actually comes knocking, I am still not scared. After thinking it over for a second, he finally made the call. She is not going back. That single line instantly melted her entire heart completely. Eyes sparkling, she looked right at him, gasping, "Ah, Jing." The other guy stomped the ground hard and snapped, "Kid, do you really think that you can actually protect?" The sect leader Xue Jing replied, dead serious. "It hasn't even happened yet. How will we know without trying?" Pointing a finger right at his face, he warned him. "You seriously have zero clue how terrifying Kangda's security actually is. Someone like you. One random squad could," but before he could even finish speaking, Ning Fengna finally snaps. "That is enough," she shouts. "If you guys hadn't shown up, nothing would have happened. I never even wanted to be your stupid dragon sect leader. That crazy old geezer made the entire decision all by himself. He just randomly crowned me as his official heir. And now you want me to accept some weird punishment. If you want it, take it yourselves. Stop bothering me." The girl standing right behind her, she jumps straight out of her skin at the shouting. She looks around wildly, totally lost and deeply confused. Blushing hard, Ning Fengna quickly adds on. "Besides, no matter what crazy things end up happening, Jing will always protect me properly, won't you?" Jing just smiles warmly, giving a slight nod. Yeah. Done wasting any more of their precious time outside, the two of them head back home, leaving those two envoys standing there dumbfounded with zero clue what to do. Meanwhile, across town, inside a dark, highly classified mutant containment facility, an old man's cold voice rings out. Number 1 was beaten to death by a 17-year-old high schooler. The white-haired geezer mutters to himself in absolute shock. Even back when Cheng Shuan was 17. Even you and I know defeating Number 1 is basically impossible. To think a genius even stronger than Cheng Shuan actually exists. Standing right behind him, Kaiping smirks and chimes right in. Unlike his senior, this 17-year-old barely started his martial arts training. Based on the reports, this kid is definitely a secret weapon being specially raised by the elite Hidden Dragon Dojo. They kept him hidden away, waiting to shock the world. Before he can even finish talking, the boss completely tosses his phone aside. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Even if the results were totally underwhelming, at least some people died. Consider it a very bloody wake-up call for the entire ruling council. The second he presses the button, the white-haired boss darkens his expression and asks, "How is the situation looking with Number 9? Kaiping immediately reports back. "It completely devoured Number 7 last night. It's only 10 days old. Its growth rate is absolutely off the charts." Hearing this report, the boss nods in deep satisfaction. It really seems that Number 9 is the absolute perfect specimen, our most terrifyingly competitive asset to date. From now on, all future breeding will use Number 9's baseline. Petting his freaky mutant beast, he smirks. Also, let's find the perfect time for Number 9 to make its grand, bloody public debut. That high school kid from the news goes to Fuzhan in the city, right? We're about to see the best school get crashed. If something bad actually happens, that will probably make the support rate for that bill skyrocket completely. Duan Kaiping immediately bows his head in agreement. "Yes, sir." You and I are skipping straight to the very next morning. Deep inside the training hall, Xue Jing is already there, training with absolute dedication. Mastering martial arts takes time. Someday, his power will be enough to solve any problem out there. And even if he cannot solve the actual problem, he can definitely just eliminate the person causing the problem instead. He activates his mental visualization, unleashing a golden dragon phantom while thinking to himself, Whatever corporate schemes they have, one single punch will shatter them completely. The system suddenly pops up. Host has completed one session of the battle technique. Physical body training experience points increased by 331. Host has completed another intense session of the battle technique. Hidden Dragon energy experience points increased by 367. You have successfully activated mental visualization. Training efficiency has massively skyrocketed. Xue Jing breathes heavily, staring right down at his clenched fists. This is the Dragon Spark, one of the 5 ultimate killer moves of Hidden Dragon style. It is a supreme defense-breaking strike, forcing volatile activated energy directly into the enemy physical body. No matter how tough their iron skin is, it gets completely obliterated. He has to perfect this. Now watch this. Chen Fuguang pokes his head in and loudly calls his junior. You are rich now. Xue Jing looks totally confused and asks what he means. His senior brother grabs Xue Jing in a massive hug, continuing. Yesterday did you not go? Slay all those monsters at the Water Pearl Hotel and save a bunch of wealthy heirs. Xue Jing casually replies, yeah, exactly. Chen Fuguang smiles brightly, holding up his phone's screen to show a massive flood of incoming bank transfers. Today, our very own Hidden Dragon Dojo received a truly massive amount of donations, all given by those rich kids you saved. The master already spoke. This entire mountain of money is basically your reward. It all goes into your account, totaling 22 million credits. Xue Jing's eyes light up completely as he gasps out loud. These rich and powerful folks really know how to show their gratitude. But it does not stop there. Chen Fuguang hands over a small notebook to his junior brother. The master said, since you have so much cash now, you will not have to train on a tight budget like before. You and I gotta see this wild training plan. Inside the list, it demands 1 massive super nourishing daily soup, 1 serious kidney vitality potion, 1 rare energy essence brew, a soothing heart-calming soup plus 1 serious spirit-boosting elixir, 4 fast doses of inhalable medicine, 2 heavy healing medicinal body baths, 8 essence drops, total cost, 280,000. Xue Jing just smiles back. That honestly is not much. 20 million saved up, absolute piece of cake. But Chen Fuguang just warns him to keep turning pages. He casually flips right over to the next page. Weekly energy condensing pills, those are 800,000 a pop. Premium steam bath sessions, another 230,000 down. The more he reads, the harder he shakes. His face goes totally dark. Every single 2 weeks, deep tissue muscle relaxation therapy, 1.8 million. And those monthly high-pressure training rooms, 2 million. Xue Jing is left completely and utterly speechless. Being a martial artist seriously burns through crazy cash. Chen Fuguang gently pats his shoulder. Time to say a painful goodbye to that 20 million. Then he pulls out his phone, holding it up. Stick with me, there is more. Just look at this. Right there on the screen, a trending headline featuring Xue Jing's exact face. 17-year-old high school student crushes a monster completely barehanded. The absolute martial arts genius of Qing University. Chen Fuguang quickly explains. Someone leaked the info about him crushing that monster yesterday. Straight to the local reporters. Our guy has officially become the absolute big hero of Qing City. Right on cue, his cell phone starts loudly ringing. Xue Jing jumps, pointing out the sudden incoming call. He curiously asks who's calling now. But it is a completely unknown number, leaving him entirely clueless. With 0 other options, Xue Jing just picks up. Hello. But the second he hears the voice on the line, his entire facial expression instantly drops into absolute panic. Before we even process what is going on here, a massive scream blasts through. Xue Jing, do you even realize how long you have actually skipped class? Think you are so tough? Skipping school to run around playing the big city hero. So you just done showing up to class? Jing answered him super nervously. Wait, what? Why would you say that? My family has just had a lot going on lately. The teacher was not having it. The school sports festival kicks off in a few days. So I went ahead and signed you up already. 100 meters and definitely the 200. 4, 8, and 2,000 meters too. Hearing this absolute laundry list, Jing finally got the picture and just smiled helplessly. You and I both know he has to win glory. Just then, Xu Shaniying peeked over and waved him down, so he told his teacher, Sir, I have got something to handle right now, gotta hang up. The teacher shot back immediately. Fine, but you better show up when the time comes. After hanging up, our guy turned and asked her, 6th senior's sister, what is going on? You need something. She stepped closer to explain. Got a mission just for you. The payout is absolutely massive. The second he heard about a reward, Jing's eyes instantly lit up completely. What kind of mission is it? Xu Shaniying just shrugged and explained. A sparring partner. The client is a martial artist too. They said they were super curious about you. They saw the news and really want to spar with you now. The reward is 500,000. He blurted out in total shock and disbelief. 500,000 just to be a sparring partner. A little while later in the northern district, the inner city zone. This northern district was home to the absolute highest tier of officials, the real heavy hitters in government. People around here have always just called it the Noble North. Rumor is anyone living here makes more in just a few minutes. That equals the entire annual income of a whole family out in the outer zones. Look at this insanely luxurious grand hall. Jing was just completely blown away. It was honestly way too flashy. The driver spoke up announcing they had finally arrived, wasting absolutely no more time today. He took a deep breath and stepped right out. He kept thinking 500 grand just for being a sparring partner. That kind of money is just insane. Let's be real, rich people just have completely different spending habits from normal folks. So to the client who actually gave us this job, this cash is basically nothing. This house is absolutely massive. It is literally half the size of a whole school. But taking a closer look, Xue Jing's eyes snap wide open in shock. Wait, it turns out, the guys standing right there are the two Xue family brothers. What in the world are those two doing here? He steps up to ask. Are you two the clients who hired our dojo? Young Master Brad quickly replies. No, you got this wrong. Someone wanted to set up a meeting with you right through us. Hearing this, Xue Jing's face goes completely dark. He fiercely glares at him. Is that so? Brad panics. Brother Xue Jing, please do not misunderstand. This has nothing to do with me. My dad totally forced me into this. I did not dare say no. Xue Jing leans in super close to ask. So your dad invited me here? Hugh frantically waves his hands. No. Someone else asked my dad for help. I cannot explain it clearly before Xue Jing can say more. Brad points deeper inside, urging him to hurry up. Just let me explain it to you. We can talk as we walk inside. He starts leading the way forward for Xue Jing. He says the guy is from a government organization, but I honestly have no idea which exact group it is. My dad even gave us some extra strict orders. He told us to satisfy whatever demands you might have. Brad asks, thinking back to last night's dinner. He said he wanted me to set up a meeting with you. Do you seriously not know anything about this? Xue Jing answers, looking completely confused. No. Is someone looking for me? Could it be someone from the Kendrick Security Company? Stick with me here. They finally reach a massive, intimidating room. He turns his head back, giving Xue Jing a serious warning. Even though you are incredibly strong, I still gotta say it. Do not drop your guard. That man waiting in there. All right, setting the scene. Sitting inside was a shadowy figure. This guy way stronger than anyone he had faced before. The man was heavily built, a massive wall of raw muscle. With an arrogant smirk, he sneered, you finally made it. He cracked a wild, twisted grin. Xue Jing, it is an absolute pleasure to meet you. You can just call me Shan Xiao. One look and Xue Jing instantly knew something was off. This guy was pure trouble. Hello there. Just observing him closely, he noticed Shan Xiao's hands were completely covered in brutal scars. And that wasn't all. His biceps had literal bullet wounds, scars on his knuckles, a bullet graze on his shoulder. These were not marks you get from a normal life. Putting it together, Xue Jing made his final conclusion. This guy definitely served time in the military before this. He was used to killing. Shan Xiao slowly stood up from his heavy chair. Well then, no point in dragging this out any longer. Let us have a little chat right now. Before Xue Jing even had a second to react, the wooden chair completely shattered from explosive raw physical force. He rushed forward, laughing like a maniac. And the absolute best way to talk is with fists. With zero hesitation whatsoever, our guy countered immediately, throwing a brutal backward punch. If this massive brute was really the exact guy sent by that shady security company, then he had to die. Both fists collided in a heavy dead-on direct strike. A massive, terrifyingly powerful shockwave instantly exploded outward in absolutely every direction. Shan Xiao flashed a cocky, triumphant grin, thinking to himself, this puny kid's arm is definitely completely shattered by now. But wait for it. Reality was the absolute complete opposite. Xue Jing stood completely unharmed. My turn, he calmly stated, hearing that his eyes widened in pure shock. How is this possible? While Shan Xiao was still standing there totally frozen, Xue Jing delivered an absolutely devastating, agonizing strike right to his spine, taking that brutal heavy hit directly. His huge body was sent flying violently through the air. He crashed face first into a large dirt mound. Watching this absolute madness unfold, the two Pei brothers turned completely pale with sheer terror. That single punch from Shan Gui, if it were them, their entire arm would be totally crushed to pieces. All right, watch this. Xue Jing's arms are completely unharmed right now, and he is barely even trying. Just how much power is he hiding? Shan Xiao is left twitching in the dirt. Xue Jing calmly dusts his hands. He wonders if this level is just your average, spoiled rich kid. Yeah, pretty pathetic. It takes him a while to stand. His whole body trembles from that punch. He slowly gets to his feet, yelling out, man, that felt really good. Then Shan Xiao glares right at Xue Jing, completely hyped. Why are you just standing there staring? He grins widely and taunts, come over here and hit me. Seeing this freak show leaves him totally speechless. Xue Jing can clearly see the damage. That strike left the back of his neck glowing red. Yet somehow the guy is completely unbothered. Weird. The wind cloud whip easily shatters giant roach monsters. But landing a clean hit here, it literally did absolutely zero damage. This strange feeling right now. Why does it remind him of that guy Xue Jing? Realizing this, he asks, "Are you using a Xeno implant?" Shan Xiao gasps in pure surprise. I cannot believe a suburban kid like you actually has that kind of high-level knowledge. He admits it right away. Beneath my skin, I have installed a special dermal layer. Class B Defense Skin. It is an entry-level military-grade Xeno implant. It easily absorbs massive shockwaves with absolute pure ease, providing truly incredible top-tier protection for the human body against the raw energy attacks of martial artists. After his little tech lecture, he asks a wild question. What are you completely tempted? Do you want to install one too? Xue Jing cuts him off. No thanks, I am not interested. Shan Xiao scratches his head, sighing. You guys are identical. Every single one of you gives the exact same answer. Seriously, what is it with you traditional martial artists anyway? Why do you completely refuse to face the new reality? With that, he launches himself like a literal rocket, screaming loudly. Wake up. The times have completely changed today. He violently slams both of his hands together, creating a massive deafening shockwave sound everywhere. Just taking that one sound wave hit, Xue Jing's ears were already ringing hard. Shan Xiao smirked, explaining that both his hands were completely modified. Just by clapping them together, he could blast out these special sound waves, guaranteed to cause instant dizziness, making his opponent's ears totally useless. And here's the crazy part, the closer he gets, the stronger those sonic shockwaves actually become. Seizing the moment, he aggressively lunged forward with a heavy punch. The winner of this match is me. But suddenly, a hand shot right up, pressing against Shan Xiao's chest, stopping him cold. He felt like he had hit a solid boulder. He couldn't even move a single inch. How was this even physically possible? With just one brutal strike from Xue Jing, Shan Xiao flew into the air, taking massive chest damage. Xue Jing stayed perfectly calm as he spoke. Your skin is definitely tough, so I just forced my internal energy straight into you. And sure enough, that strike completely did the trick. He couldn't talk tough anymore, his eyes just rolled completely white. His entire body crashed heavily onto the hard ground. Xue Jing stepped back with a heavy sigh. Knocking someone out, realistically speaking, doesn't actually require that much force. Saying this, he crouched right down, looking at Shan Xiao foaming at the mouth. A light tap is all it really takes, but looking closely, Xue Jing suddenly spotted something totally unexpected. That exposed chest. It wasn't human flesh at all. It was a solid metal plate. A voice was coming from inside it. Shan Xiao's consciousness has been completely disconnected right now. Looks like he simply wasn't a match for you. Xue Jing was stunned, thinking to himself. A comm device implanted right inside his actual body. Who are you people and what do you want? The mystery voice replied immediately. Just wait for me a moment. I'll be right there. Xue Jing impatiently urged, hurry up, I'm busy. The other side replied, I won't keep you waiting. Right as he said that, the two Pei brothers quickly ran over, asking what exactly they wanted with him anyway. Wait, is this some kind of test? Like a newbie initiation for some crazy ultra-secret shadowy organization? Julian just tiredly cut them off. Your imagination is running way too wild right now. But honestly, the group still felt that logic checked out. I mean, it sounds pretty accurate. Then Julian noticed Xue Jing was fully awake. He glanced down and casually said, Hey, if you're awake, get up. Xue Jing couldn't play dead anymore and just sat straight up. That seriously hurt. By the way, how did you even counter that move earlier? Julian explained the attack was basically just sound waves frying the brain. I just visualized it, then used a much stronger force to push back. Just cancel it out completely. Xue Jing was absolutely stunned. A stronger force. It finally hit Xue Jing right then. He was completely outclassed from the very first second. This kid hadn't even shown a fraction of his true power. Processing that, he glanced over and barked an order. You two, get out of here. The Quinn brothers flinched and quickly replied. Sure. Waiting for them to leave. Xue Jing stood up. The Xue Jing brothers actually weren't wrong at all. I really am a registered member of an actual official secret organization. And honestly, I want to officially invite you to join us. Julian rejected him without hesitating. I had zero interest in joining up with any so-called official secret organization to begin with. All right, especially after meeting a guy like you. Julian kept going. If this is actually a legit organization, why not just formally invite me and be done with it? Why beat around the bush with all these stupid mind games? Because of that, I am totally unimpressed by your group's whole vibe. I have absolutely zero desire to join up. Even if you ask me properly, I still wouldn't join your little club. I'm perfectly happy with my current life. Peacefully training martial arts, just slowly leveling up, taking a few random containment quests, just to upgrade my system skills. It's seriously so peaceful, you know? Xue Jing anxiously waved his hands. Hey, don't be so quick to refuse. Look, I admit my personal way of doing things is a little bit too unconventional. Look, joining us brings nothing but pure benefits. Zero downsides, trust me. He flexes his modified body while talking, showing off his insane physique. Just check out this B1 protective membrane right here. You can't buy this even with endless cash. The second you join up, you get one of these upgrades completely for free. Xue Jing cuts him off. But you still got hurt. Shan Xiao refuses to quit, leaning in close to whisper. Look, brother, I totally admit that you're a genius, but you'll figure it out soon enough. The human body has an absolute hard limit. That feeling of hitting a wall you just can't break. It'll drive you completely out of your mind. But you and I know he refuses to listen. You're right, but I'm still gonna pass. Using my pure original human body to completely smash. You modified freaks, yeah? I find that way more entertaining than all your foaming at the mouth. He just isn't going to budge. The guy is seeing red, screaming in absolute rage. Why won't this stubborn punk just listen to reason? Suddenly, another voice echoes out. Shut your mouth, Shan Xiao. Your recruitment skills are honestly just painful to watch. He flinches, replying immediately. Captain, the voice then gives a sharp command. Look up. As both of them snap their heads toward the sky, a mysterious figure suddenly appears, rapidly dropping right down. Taking a closer look at her, Xue Jing recognizes her instantly, blurting out, that's Xu Ren. The second he says it, she sticks a perfect landing. Thick dust violently blasts into the air. Xu Ren just stands there smirking. We meet again. Xue Jing. I'm guessing you still remember exactly who I am. I'm the captain of White Zhang Squad 838. And the giant gorilla standing beside you, that's my subordinate. Shan Xiao angrily snaps back. I am not a gorilla. Without even a moment's hesitation, Xue Jing runs up to her, whispering quietly. Wait, didn't you already try introducing me to Wu Yuqing before this whole mess even started? So why are you turning around to recruit me now? She clears her throat, offering a quick excuse. This time, it's a direct order from the higher-ups. Glancing down at her glowing wrist device, Xu Ren continues. Aside from actually getting you to join, I'm also here to complete a highly classified second mission. Look at this crazy monster. You killed it days ago, but do you know its true origin? Xue Jing asks seriously, a creature from the boundary. Not exactly, Xu Ren answers, pulling up more data. It definitely has the traits of a creature from the boundary zone. Like this core, right here. A core powers every single creature from the boundary, but it doesn't always have to be in their heart. It could be in their limbs, claws, or even their skin. As long as that core stays inside, these monsters can resurrect infinitely. Pure nightmare. Hearing this, Xue Jing silently counts his lucky stars. He got incredibly lucky during that chaotic fight, and accidentally managed to rip it out. But honestly, something doesn't quite add up here. He asks, if it has a core organ, why did you say it's not exactly that? Xu Ren projects another bizarre creature onto the screen and explains, this thing is called the Centipede Queen, a nasty monster from the rotting meat lake in the boundary. Serial code F056. Its maximum danger level is evaluated at 6.2. But listening to all this, Xue Jing is still completely lost. Hold up. What exactly is a danger level? And what does point 2 even mean? She asks in absolute disbelief. Don't the Outer Ring martial arts dojos even teach you guys that basic stuff? She turns towards Shan Xiao and strictly commands, Gorilla, transfer all of your recent combat data to me right now. He's super annoyed, but he complies anyway, grumbling back. He checks the device on his wrist. Not a gorilla. Xu Ren suddenly gasps loudly. Oh wow, your danger level evaluation. It has currently spiked up to around 2.9, or even 3.1. Xue Jing stares, utterly confused. She projects the stats and explains, a perfectly normal average adult male has a danger level of about 1.1. Meanwhile, your danger level is at 2.9. That equals 1,280 normal adult men combined together. And the Centipede Queen, that equals roughly around 60. 5,000 plus. Xue Jing anxiously finishes her sentence. You and I know that is genuinely dangerous. She adds that this is just a worst-case scenario. If the centipede broodmother is unawakened, its overall threat level is only about 1.8. Plus, its primary function is just massive reproduction anyway. The centipede broodmother relies entirely on the various living creatures it swallows whole to absorb their core genetic information. Then it spawns matching insect variants based on that. It can even devour entirely different types of living creatures and physically mix their genetics together into one mutation. Exactly 1 month ago, a smuggling group managed to capture a centipede broodmother straight from the Carrion Lake and smuggled it right outside. Right after we received the breaking intel about this, we hunted them relentlessly across the entire escape route. We finally reached the southern city district before completely losing their trail. Pausing here, Xu Ren turns her intense gaze towards Xue Jing. And now, entirely thanks to you, we have finally managed to uncover a solid lead on this. He asks in pure shock. You mean the giant roach monster that I just killed? was actually spawned directly by that exact same centipede broodmother. She nods and confirms it. The more he hears this absolute madness, the more annoyed Xue Jing gets about these roachmen. Wait. He suddenly remembers a horrifying detail about them. Both his eyes shoot wide. His hands start shaking wildly, completely out of his control. Is this twisted monster actually a forced fusion of human beings and cockroaches spliced together? Xu Ren finally speaks up. You probably figured it out already. The physical strength of these roachmen is actively increasing daily. Whoever is controlling the centipede broodmother right now is constantly upgrading its terrifying power, and you have repeatedly ruined their plans time and time again. As she speaks, she points a finger directly at him. Xue Jing has officially become their absolute primary target now. Hearing this, he asks curiously if her invitation to join is actually just a way to offer him protection. Xu Ren answers back firmly. Of course not, Xue Jing. You are only 17. Not only do you possess absolutely incredible talent, you also have the rare courage to face boundary zone creatures. Our White Jiang Anomaly Squad is heavily backed by the agency. We possess a highly professional training system, and the most advanced systems in the lower realms can certainly exploit your hidden potential without holding anything back, leaving absolutely zero blind spots. Xue Jing stayed quiet, thinking to himself first. Joining White Jiang meant having the agency's heavy backing. What she was offering sounded like a genuinely amazing deal, but unfortunately for them, his own cultivation system already completely outclassed anything they could offer from the start. Thinking about this, he flat-out rejected the offer. Sorry, but I must refuse. Xu Ren heard this but didn't push him. She merely let out a sigh. It is fine. I can roughly understand exactly what you are thinking. She continued, all right, how about this instead? I'll use my authority as captain of Team 838 to grant you the official status of an external contractor for the White Jiang Special Forces. When we need you, I'll just ask you to work in a format like paid commissions, of course. You'll naturally receive the corresponding rewards for your efforts. Shan Xiao was sweating bullets, blurting out, are you totally sure? Xue Jing actually wavered. Let's be real, you and I would too. This condition was just way too good. He finally spoke up asking, does your agency happen to hold any divine relics? Though caught a little bit off guard, Xu Ren very quickly regained her composure and replied back. Of course, one of our specific scientific research departments belonging to the agency is exactly the Divine Relic Research Institute itself. Inside, we are currently storing many powerful divine relics. If you manage to accumulate enough merit points, then getting your hands on one wouldn't be difficult at all. Hearing that, Xue Jing's eyes absolutely lit up. Without even a hint of hesitation, he completely changed his mind on the spot. Deal. To be totally honest, I've been a hardcore White Jiang fan for 15 years. My biggest dream was always becoming an external contractor for the White Jiang agency. Xu Ren shook his hand, smiling with pure satisfaction. She added, happy cooperating with you. After the conversation was fully wrapped up, Xue Jing got in his car and left. Shan Xiao finally asked what we're all thinking, Captain, was that necessary? He is literally just a martial arts genius, nothing more. Rare, sure, but not exactly a once-in-a-lifetime kind of talent, right? She firmly answered, this guy is not that simple at all. She explained in absolute seriousness. All right, you and I are back in the madness. He met the young miss, that Wu family heir. The way she values Xue Jing is honestly completely way beyond our wildest imagination. His partner gasped in pure shock. Wait, Wu Yuqing. You mean the one naturally chosen by the heavens? Don't forget she has been desperately searching for a way to completely erase her very own heaven-blessed status. She even stated it clearly before. Only a true god can stand a chance against another god. Xu Ren chimed in about the god-slaying relic. Turns out Xue Jing is the absolute only thing she cares about. Because of that, our guy definitely has some wild hidden secret. Something crazy that we just haven't managed to figure out yet. Even if they have no clue what makes him so special right now, they still need to capture him first. Fast forward to later that evening. Sitting in the car, Xue Jing takes a quick look all around. He thinks to himself, Xing Cheng is a joke. Even the busiest spot doesn't even come close to a fraction of the mighty Bicheng. Right at that moment, a sudden phone notification totally breaks his focus. It is Wu Yuqing. She wants him at the library when he's free. He does not hesitate to reply. On my way, driver, take me straight to the Xing Cheng library, please. A little while later, up on the library's 7th floor, Xue Jing finally makes his grand entrance. Yuqing spots him walking in and immediately tells him to take a seat. Barely even sitting down, our guy completely chugs the entire glass of water. But then Xue Jing's face suddenly goes completely dark as he asks, Boss, seriously, can we not drink something that actually tastes somewhat good? Just how obsessed is this woman with these weird drinks anyway, crazy? She just smiles. You don't like it. This is actually special tea brewed from water that was created by that exact divine artifact you love the most. He interrupts her. I will take Coke. Thanks, he is still popping his Coke can open. When Xue Jing casually asks him about the situation with the White Crow, they definitely reached out and tried to recruit you already, right? Xue Jing has absolutely zero intention of hiding it. He spills everything. They invited me to join the White Crow, but I completely turned them down. She looks super satisfied. You made the right choice there. He looks confused. Why would you say that? Watch, she explains it perfectly. These crows are normally seen as a totally bad omen in this world. A dark bird that literally only brings pure disaster and certain death. And Baya, the white raven. It is actually known as the ultimate symbol of rebirth. A gentle bird bringing nothing but good omens. That name carries some seriously beautiful wishes and hopeful dreams. They picked this name because the actual missions Baya takes have a completely insane skyrocketing mortality rate. Just look at Class 36 of the Baya Special Task Force. Ever since Baya was officially founded over 65 years ago, the number of members who actually survived until their retirement, just 3 single people. Hearing this, Xue Jing totally freezes, his voice completely shaking. So it really is that incredibly dangerous. Looks like Gemini needs to seriously rethink taking missions from Baya moving forward, because Gemini's revival ability during any short window of time can only be triggered a single time. Remembering something important, he suddenly blurts out, "Oh right, boss. What exactly is the true background of that agency?" She answers. The official full name of this agency is the Special Management Bureau for Handling Urgent Emergency Responses to Abnormal Disaster Events. Right after this brand new era officially began, just to fight back against all these bizarre abnormal disasters, Xu Xia actively established this highly secretive special task force. It actually operates on a completely independent system of power, totally free from the control of the 5 major agencies, which is exactly why everyone just calls it Agency 6. Put it this way, if you join Baya, even if you go on an absolute rampage right in Qingqing, or even if you lose your mind and detonate nukes, there's absolutely nobody out there who could arrest you. Xue Jing looks completely confused, asking, Agency 6 really holds this much absolute power over everything? Isn't the central government terrified at all that they will spin totally out of control? Wu Yuqing quickly calms him. No need to worry. The ultimate high-level leadership of this entire agency consists of exactly 13 top people, and almost every single one of them lives in Shangting. That detail seriously makes you and I see things differently. If you put it that way, Agency 6 is basically the living embodiment of this entire country, Shangting, and the 5 major agencies. This background is just incredibly terrifying now. There is literally nothing left to say here. Wu Yuqing snatches her phone right back from Xue Jing's hands. All right, I called you over here today, mainly just to remind you to stay a little careful. So about the whole White Jang situation, you are free to leave. Jing looks totally surprised. Wait, you don't have a mission for me? Qing flatly answers him. Nope. He presses on. You're not going to show me the divine relic either. Hearing that, Qing just shakes her head. Not happening. Jing stays stubborn. Seriously, is that all there is? She sighs, looking completely exhausted. Listen, if you are really that bored and have absolutely nothing to do, go clean up the library right now. The very second he hears the word clean, Jing bounces straight up like a coiled spring. Sorry, I actually have some urgent stuff to do, so I gotta run. But suddenly his cell phone starts ringing. Caller ID, says Mr. Du. Oh man, he is so completely dead. He totally forgot about this. He sprints off. Mr. Du, please do not worry, I am coming right now. Now let's jump over to South City. Deep inside a dark emergency stairwell, a white-haired old man sits there completely motionless. A guy in bizarre clothes stands right in front of him. Master, all of the test subjects have already been moved out. The old man's face goes completely dark. I never expected those White Zhang guys to be this sharp, to actually track us down here. How are things on Duan Kaiping's end? The guy smirks. Exactly as you instructed him to do, sir. He brought subject number 9 right along, straight over to the affiliated high school. We should definitely be getting some news back very soon. Standing up slowly, the master issues a firm warning. By using number 9 as bait to distract White Zhang's attention, we can finally continue moving the 1,000-legged broodmother out of here. He adds on with a serious tone. If we don't do this, that thing is way too massive and far too easy to spot. The purple-haired guy chimes in. Kangda Corporation honestly hasn't been any help at all. We literally have to handle everything all by ourselves. Hearing this, the old man scowls, looking visibly irritated. These massive corporate groups are way too clever. They just sit back enjoying results. If things fail, they don't lose a single thing anyway. But you and I both know why. Messy jobs like this are always left for us to handle. He clasps his hands together and asks, Master, once this mission is completely done, Wei Kangde isn't just going to use and toss us away, right? Master, please answer me. Did you really think I wouldn't see that coming? My backup plan has been ready from the very start. If something happens to us, trust me, Kangde won't be walking away either. Meanwhile, down at the stadium, Massive crowds of students have already gathered across the field, laughing and having a great time, completely clueless about the danger you and I see watching them. So much fresh tender meat, capturing all of them and offering them to the matriarch, would definitely be a massive achievement. Suddenly, the wild screaming of girls standing up on the balcony grabs the mysterious watcher's absolute attention right away. Xue Jing Sr., Xue Jing. His cold gaze slowly shifts over to the opposite side, right where the intense running competition is happening. It is him, the senior, Xue Jing. That guy is Xue Jing. Just an ordinary-looking teenager like this guy. How did he actually manage to defeat the experimental body? Honestly, that is pretty shocking. Thinking about this, the mysterious man pulls down his hat and smirks. But hey, it doesn't really matter. You all will be having a lot more fun soon. Feeling like something is seriously off right now. Li Ke turns his head to look behind him thinking, that cleaner over there actually has a pretty nice build. Is he a new guy? Let's jump back to the competition where exactly as expected, Xue Jing easily takes first. First place for Xue Jing Sr. Xue Jing is amazing. I want your babies. Second place goes to Ba Dao. The loud announcements continue. Third place to Xion Yan. Someone hands over a water bottle calling out Brother Jing. Li Ke smiles and quickly teases. So are you still interested in girls at all today? Xue Jing replies with absolutely zero emotion on his face. Nope, still got a few more events left. He answers back. Today we still have the 400, 2,000 meter and a relay race. Hearing this, he suddenly pauses, looks over and asks relay. Li Ke scratches his head, simply explaining. Relay is just another standard part of the running events. So the teacher went ahead and registered everything for him. Rest easy, we definitely will not hold you back today. Xue Jing was about to speak, but suddenly a deeply unsettling feeling flashed right through his mind. He felt a heavy aura of pure death radiating nearby. The classroom ahead reeked strongly of fresh metallic blood. He quickly activated his unique ability to investigate the situation. He needed to see what exactly was happening over there. You and I are probably wondering why is this thing inside the school? A disgusting half-human and half-roach creature. It appeared out of nowhere to brutally attack those poor students. How did it even get here? Man-eating monster on the loose, everybody run away quickly. Xue Jing thought to himself. This school incident was way beyond anything he could ever imagine, like dropping a hungry tiger into a flock. He quickly urged Li Ke to call the cops right away. Just tell them a giant roach monster showed up here. At school. The other guy simply replied, okay. There was absolutely no time left to just stand around. He decided to act, tossing his water bottle down immediately. He told them to run far away and never look back. Right at the main lecture hall entrance, mangled human body parts were terrifyingly scattered all over the place, mixing heavily with thick, dark blood. But the roach monster still refused to stop. It slowly moved right toward a terrified girl sitting down, cowering alone in a corner. Smelling that fresh young meat, its throat started making these incredibly dark and thirsty clicking sounds. Before the poor girl could even let out a desperate scream, the massive roach monster lunged forward very fast. But right then, a lightning-fast shadow stepped onto the scene. It was none other than Xue Jing, stomping his foot hard into the solid ground. With just a single powerful strike, he completely knocked the massive monster flying backward into the wall. The shocked girl cried out for Senior Xue Jing. Very quickly, the nasty roach monster fully recovered its terrible footing. He urgently yelled at her to get out of there. She ran away shouting her thanks while Xue Jing got into his battle stance and thought, fighting monsters means you first have to lower their health bar. Then the system suddenly chimed. Twin power skill completely activated. Twin speed boost also online. In just a single blink, you and I are back in the action. Xue Jing throws a massive punch. Pure destruction. He focuses all his raw power into a single point. Xue Jing unleashes his devastating rolling thunder strike. And just like that, the beast gets blasted away with zero chance to block, smashing straight through several heavy walls. Right then, a shaking, limping figure stumbles onto the scene, begging for help. Turns out it is Duan Kaiping. The guy is absolutely covered in blood. A total mess. Save me. This thing has completely lost its mind. Taking one good look, Xue Jing instantly recognizes this broken guy as Kaiping. What the heck is he even doing here? Weakly reaching out, he stammers, I am from the Golden Wind Dojo. Duan Kaiping. Please, you have to help me find my master. But before Kaiping can even finish his desperate plea for help, the roach monster is already rushing back insanely fast, moving with absolute lightning agility. Xue Jing instantly sidesteps, dodging the attack perfectly. But Kaiping, yeah, he is definitely not that lucky. The vicious monster violently changes direction, aiming right at him. His body gets brutally torn completely apart. Stick with me here. Xue Jing watches this and thinks incredibly fast. He knows without his twin skill active, that exact brutal ending would be his massive killer move. How did that still not kill this thing? After completely wiping the floor with Kaiping, the monster locks its terrifying gaze back onto Xue Jing. He suddenly notices that the massive wound on its chest has healed. healing at an absolutely mind-blowing speed. Already fully healed. Okay, that is just way too ridiculously fast. Right as he thinks that the roach monster lunges again, Xue Jing desperately throws himself to the side. It completely loses momentum, slamming the brakes and looking back. But somehow, our guy still catches a nasty slash attack. Dark blood drips from the wound he got while dodging. Did its claws seriously just graze him? This mutant creature is just not right. Compared to the monster he fought back at the Ruzhou Hotel, this one is clearly a lot bigger and much tougher. Not only are the deadly spikes on its arms and legs longer, but get this, even its creepy antennae have completely mutated into straight-up weapons. Have its genes actually been optimized? This is just absolutely insane. He has no other choice left. Xue Jing grabs whatever he can find, hurling a heavy fire extinguisher straight at that disgusting monster. Looks like you and I are in for a seriously long fight here. But honestly, that thing does absolutely zero damage to it. The roach monster slices right through it with just one single strike. But get this, that actually helps. Thick white chemicals explode straight from the broken tank. It starts spraying absolutely everywhere now. Seizing the moment while that giant bug is completely blinded by the thick smoke, he rushes in, landing a rapid series of brutal punches on it. Xue Jing even manages to rip a long steel bar right out the wall. He smirks. Perfect chance to strike. Without hesitating, he hurls the heavy weapon, sending that steel pole straight toward the monster's head, moving way too fast for it to react. The entire beast gets knocked violently backward by the impact. Disgusting green blood splatters everywhere from the deep wound. You would think that insane hit finally finished it off, but out of nowhere, those creepy wings start buzzing again. Xue Jing steps back in shock. How is that thing still alive? Before he can even blink, the roach monster completely vanishes from where it stood. It starts flying frantically in tight circles all around him, forcing our guy on extreme high alert right now. It looks like it is using this crazy high-speed movement technique, just trying to mess with his focus entirely, waiting for the perfect opening to launch one final deadly sneak attack. Honestly, nobody expected a bug to be this incredibly smart, actually stopping to plan its moves. He realizes if he cannot track where the next hit is going to come from right now, then his best option is to just stop looking, using sheer focus to predict its exact path of movement instead. After a brief tense moment, Xue Jing finally figures it. He realizes the monster is aiming straight for his absolute blind spot behind him. Found you, buddy. He throws his arm back as intense, raw energy violently surges outward. This wild feeling makes Xue Jing gasp. It feels just like when he first unlocked his power. Stunning golden dragon scales suddenly erupt and cover his entire arm. He activates the hidden dragon strike with his golden scales. But here's the thing, this roach monster is on a completely different level now. Even that epic attack barely works. Way too tough. With this massive explosion rocking the school, the White Crow squad is definitely going to show up soon. He just needs to stall for a little more time. So they waited for backup. The glass windows outside began to completely shatter into pieces. Huge cracks spread across the wall, then an entire section just collapsed straight down. Thick dust clouded the entire area. Anti-gravity gear activated, the legendary Dragon Wings gear engaged. Xu Ren quickly calculated the tactical timeframe. Less than 5 minutes and the whole school was already reduced to complete rubble. You and I can tell Xue Jing is doomed. A chopper hovered dangerously close right above the ruined rooftop. She immediately yelled out a frantic order to dodge right away. A massive tornado of pure energy blasted up from below. The panicked crew inside the chopper anxiously asked their captain, "The building just collapsed. Are we honestly still going down there?" Xu Ren looked dead serious, raising 2 fingers to her eyes. Her enhanced tactical vision fully activated. The target was instantly locked. As the visual cleared up, Xu Ren ordered them to drop. All the required intel has been synced to your gear. She dove down way ahead of them. I will save Xue Jing. First, you guys handle the rest. Capture the centipede broodmother spawn and take it alive. Shan Xiao thought to himself. Get this, that crazy gear was forged from literal dragon bone. Why did the captain bring out such insanely heavy gear for this? Xu Ren landed smoothly in the wreckage down below. She figured that huge energy blast earlier was caused by the giant roach monster. The massive gear on her back slowly shrank back down. Xu Ren walked over and tapped Xue Jing's shoulder. He spun around with bloodshot eyes, completely mindless, and geared up to punch her. She easily caught his heavy fist and called his name. Calm down, is Xu Ren. The crazy red glow in his eyes instantly faded. You guys finally made it down here. After saying that, Xue Jing swayed and collapsed straight backward. Xu Ren quickly caught him by the back. She gently laid him down to rest and slipped some medicine into his mouth. This is a military-grade painkiller that works super fast. Covered in horrible bruises and deep wounds, Xue Jing weakly warned, "Do not let your guard down." The red infection on his neck spread like corrupted veins. That roach freak is dangerously strong. Xu Ren calmly told him to relax. This time I did not come here alone. Shan Xiao and Qi Yu suddenly appear. surrounding the roach monster on both sides. Xue Ren looks completely confident with them around. Watch this, the entire White Zhang squad is finally here. Shan Xiao teases, you see that? This is the solid foundation Xue Jing actually built for us. Meng Qingjiao seriously warns him to stop talking total nonsense. Watch out, its attack is coming right now. The roach monster flaps its wings toward them. A low hissing sound loudly echoes out. Shan Xiao swings his sword straight at it. Thanks for the heads up. Disgusting green slime starts oozing out of its body. Qi Yu lands a heavy sword slash from behind. Xue Ren calls out from above, you absolute idiot. How many times have I told you? You must aim perfectly. She demonstrates for them to see. Watch closely. A massive barrage of tiny daggers shoots straight down. Exactly like this right here. They pin directly into the enemy's vital weak spots. Glowing energy lines suddenly appear. That is when the roach monster's body finally reveals. Deep cracks. Its entire body gets slashed into tiny pieces. Blood and flesh splatter absolutely everywhere. Xue Ren lands, finishing off her deadly little demonstration. Xue Jing sits resting in a corner and speaks up. So incredibly professional. He thinks her blades hit every single mark, hitting the critical weak points with absolute precision. Just one single effortless strike of her blade is enough to make the roach monster completely explode. A master butcher slicing beef is basically just like that. You and I both know Xue Ren has serious skills. Right from the main body of the roach monster, a loud hiss rings out. Xue Ren orders Qi Yu to stop its heavy bleeding. Do not let it die, shove this thing inside. We might actually find the thousand-legged broodmother from this. She delegates the next task to the others. Meng Qingjiao, you go write up the mission report. While you are at it, request a tracker from superiors. Meng Qingjiao follows orders, understood loud and clear. Shan Xiao walks over to tease the genius boy. Why do you look so messed up right now? Xue Jing replies, luckily you guys got here super fast. He taps his chest confidently, revealing the obvious truth. Right after our captain got that urgent phone call, the whole team immediately boarded the massive rescue chopper. Flying a chopper straight here from the South City, the respect the captain has for you is completely far from ordinary. Xue Jing cautiously asks them, did you guys find absolutely anything back in South City? Shan Xiao casually replies, we have only searched less than 1/3 of the spots. So far, we found 0 solid clues. Xue Jing suddenly reveals a massive brand new clue. Xue Ren looks intrigued. Oh, let us hear it. Right after hearing what Xue Jing just explained, her eyebrows tightly furrow together. You suspect the roach monster was brought secretly inside the school by a guy named Duan Kaiping. Xue Jing continues his thought. That guy is literally a local thug gang boss. Him showing up at school is already super weird. Plus, he disguised himself as a sneaky janitor. It is hard not to suspect some dark conspiracy here. Xue Ren remembers this detail and nods. The information you provided is incredibly valuable to us. I will have Meng Qingjiao report this to our superiors. She turns to call Meng Qingjiao but screams in absolute panic. Meng Qingjiao, Qi Yu, get out of there right now. That mutant snake body is rapidly healing itself. Qi Yu becomes the very first target it violently attacks. Meng Qingjiao quickly grabs her laptop and dodges away. A fully regenerated snake monster appears right before them. This insane sight completely shocks Shan Xiao. Is that super fast regeneration? Xue Ren denies it. No, that is just shedding skin. Watching the monster fly away, the team panics. Captain, that thing is trying to escape. Xue Ren confidently replies, it is not escaping anywhere. Xue Jing quickly pulls a tactical knife straight from her leg. Captain Xue Ren, let me borrow this knife real quick. Watching Xue Jing effortlessly spin the sharp knife, she is curious. What are you trying next? Xue Jing instantly activates his awesome twin awakening power. With twin speed, he perfectly throws the knife straight forward. The sharp blade stabs right into the gross monster's chest. Disgusting green fluid gushes out. Seeing this mess, Xue Ren instantly cringes in total disgust. Shan Xiao watches the roach monster start falling down, so he asks our guy, did you seriously just throw an armor-piercing bullet with your bare hands right now? He stays humble. It is all thanks to Captain Xue Ren's amazing quality blade, he calmly replies. She is literally shaking, trying to hold back. That knife cost $10 million. Xue Jing thinks back now. He used a similar twin strike attack just a bit earlier, but it did absolutely nothing to that giant monster. You and I know high-tier weapons change everything here. Captain Xue Ren suddenly turns toward him. She notices the nasty purple bruising all over his arm. She instantly realizes the truth. Pulling off a crazy move like that definitely comes with consequences. She pats his shoulder. Time to go. They board the chopper, heading straight to Hidden Dragon Dojo. Everything else can wait for later. He agrees to it. He sighs heavily, staring at his arm, turning a deep, dark purple. Regular inner energy alone just will not be enough to heal these kind of intense injuries. He will definitely need his senior martial siblings' help, though he is definitely going to get yelled at for this entire mess. The helicopter finally lifts off, leaving this whole battlefield behind. He sits there quietly, listening to Shan Xiao's report. Boss, we just lost another one of our teammates. Captain, should I go ahead and report this to headquarters so they can send more backup? No, she flatly refuses him. Do not bother. If more guys die, our casualty rate will just skyrocket. My year-end performance review will totally tank if that happens to my squad. He silently judges her absolutely cold attitude toward death right in this moment. Even living another whole life, he could never learn that. Now watch these system notifications pop. You have just survived an incredibly fierce combat encounter now. Your body's hidden potential has been fully activated. Fitness experience points increased by 1,367. You have just survived an incredibly fierce combat encounter today. Landing that final finishing blow left you in an incredibly relaxed mental state. Wellness experience points plus 939. You have just survived an incredibly fierce combat encounter here. You landed a totally flawless strike, pushing your absolute accuracy to the maximum possible limit. Aiming points plus 1,211. Our guy just survived an incredibly fierce and brutal battle. Aiming leveled up to 198 over 3,000. Hidden Dragon Force hit level 5232 over 5,500. His observation and imagination skill just hit level 5. 121 over 2,000. Xue Jing feels completely relieved right now. Gaining this experience was totally painful but highly rewarding. Now watch this. The helicopter approaches a massive modern city. He immediately activates his level 6 aiming skill. His aiming ability just upgraded too. He should definitely be able to see way clearer now. From way up high, Xue Jing perfectly tracks city traffic. Looking straight down, he can even vividly see everyone. People just casually eating inside restaurants. This vision upgrade is honestly way too overpowered. His eyesight is seriously way better than a high-powered telescope now. If he pairs this with his Hidden Dragon Force, hitting targets from several kilometers away becomes extremely easy. Absolutely not a dream. Next time he faces a monster like that Snake Man, he can avoid close combat completely. His overall safety factor just skyrocketed. While he is celebrating, Xu Ren suddenly calls Xue Jing. She delivers the latest investigation results from the South City. The elite exploration squad just used their advanced detection equipment. They discovered the pollution rate there exceeded 10%. Xue Jing hears this and gets completely confused about pollution rates. Xu Ren is totally speechless at this. You seriously do not know anything at all. What exactly did the Outer Ring even teach you? She breaks it down perfectly for us here. Think of my left hand representing the normal real world. We live here. My right hand represents the dangerous other world. When these two distinct worlds suddenly crash or intersect together, dangerous pollution is instantly created. The more intense this terrifying intersection event becomes, the pollution rate instantly shoots up higher. If it is just a minor collision, a sudden reality shockwave from the other world simply happens once. The pollution rate usually stays around 1 to 5%, merging the other world into reality. But once a full-dimensional intersection actually happens, pollution rates absolutely skyrocket up to 10 or 30%. The basic laws of physics in that area will completely break down. The changes might even drag otherworldly creatures right into our real world. Xue Jing asks with obvious curiosity, is this exactly how an overlapping zone is finally born? She instantly denies it. No. The overlapping zone is a byproduct. After the corruption rate hits exactly 100%, it is completely detached from reality. Not the other world either. To define it properly, people gave it a brand new name. They call it the subworld. Basically, the South City area. An overlapping event could literally happen there at any given moment. Do not just casually wander closer. Xue Jing gets the message clearly. I know. Right upon returning you and I watch him get a harsh scolding from Shannying. You really never let any of us have a moment of peace. You come back covered in brutal wounds every single time. Qingjiao steps in to help massage his aching injuries too, but her expression looks absolutely terrible. Shannying firmly points it out. Look, even senior sister Meng is actually furious at you now. She firmly applies the medicine. If you pull this stunt again, we will seriously ignore you from now on. Xue Jing winces from the stinging pain. Hey, it was not my choice. The situation totally forced my hand. Shannying starts rubbing the ointment in. She immediately yells right back at him. Force my foot. Xue Jing cries out in pain. Senior sister, please go a little lighter. Shannying keeps her strict face. You need to remember this pain. Just look at yourself. Your entire arm has turned completely purple. You and I both know this will take forever to fully heal. He awkwardly mutters back. I didn't want to get covered in wounds either. I literally had absolutely no other options left out there. In that crazy situation, I was the only person who could fight that roach monster. Shannying channels pure energy into her elbow and rubs it on his back. Xue Jing immediately lets out a groan. Senior sister, please rub a bit lighter. She presses her body down really low. She stays intensely focused on the healing process. Just endure it. Only by doing this can I actually force the medicine's full power, using my energy to drive it deep into your injured body. Accidentally having that disgusting thing pressed right up against his face. Xue Jing purses his lips, falling completely silent. He turned his head thinking to himself, compared to Truck's son, senior sister's energy control was way better. Much more precise. The medicine quietly seeped deep into his skin. It barely even hurt. Honestly, it actually felt pretty relaxing. Suddenly, a weird feeling hit him. Wait, could it be just then Master Li Qi opened the door? Little can. Xue Jing greeted him while the two girls quickly stopped working. Their faces turned bright red. The old master stepped right inside. Li Qi grabbed his hand to check. He heard the kid actually form the golden scales. Oh man, just look at these brutal injuries. How strong was that absolute monster anyway? Xue Jing just answered. Master, do you know about the Golden Peak sect? The old man looked totally surprised. The Golden Peak sect, their leader is Zhao Hongyuan. He mentioned they actually crossed fists back in the day. Back then, that specific sect had a wild technique. They claimed they could turn their bare hands and feet directly into deadly swords and blades. They basically said fighting bare-handed was like holding real weapons. Naturally, the old master was super curious, so he found an excuse to fight them. Xue Jing looked confused. Wait, he fought more than just one. Master Li Qi nodded and admitted it. Their students saw their master taking a severe beating, so they rushed in to help. But their power levels were way too weak. They could not even scratch his mighty golden scales. Instead, he knocked them all out with one single punch. But honestly, their martial arts school had some serious skills. If our guy ever encounters them, even if the rival fights bare-handed, he still has to treat them as armed. But honestly, for him right now, none of that even matters. The Hidden Dragon sect's Golden Scales armor, it perfectly counters the Golden Peak sect's White Rainbow style. Any rival at the exact same tier will never break through his insane defense, but if their cultivation tier completely overpowers him, then paying attention will not help at all anyway. Xue Jing just nodded. Inside his mind was racing fast. Alright, watch this. Back when Hu Ying used that divine relic for defense, Kaiping could not even leave a single scratch on her. Nobody back at the training dojo even knew his rank, or what Golden Peak actually meant. Shang Ying's soft voice suddenly snapped him out of his thoughts. Little junior brother, turn around for us. Your back is done. Now for the front side. Li Qi quickly sneaked out of there. He never realized channeling Kai to heal injuries drained so much of his stamina. Time to make a quick escape. Jing awkwardly forced a smile. Maybe I should just apply it myself. Shen Ying playfully poked his chest. What are you saying, little junior brother? Right now, you just need to completely relax your body. Just leave everything to your senior sisters. Trust us. He immediately sensed total absolute danger. Sure, he wasn't exactly obsessed with pretty women right now, but at the end of the day, he's a guy. A teenager currently hitting peak puberty power levels. Actually, this situation was way too much. Jing shut his eyes tight desperately, reciting the dragon art basics. Shan Ying covered her mouth, playfully teasing the other senior sister. Look at him. He is totally blushing right now, isn't he? As their hands rubbed ointment onto him, his face burned completely red. It felt incredibly cool and ridiculously soft. Way too comfortable. Then fingers slipped dangerously near his waistband. Panic mode officially engaged. Hold on, that area definitely does not need any healing ointment applied. Xing Jiao suddenly pressed down much harder with her hands, rubbing her soft arms directly against Jing's bare chest. She literally pressed herself right against his face. Jing was losing it. Pure absolute panic mode. Hey, you really cannot test a guy's limits like this seriously. Shan Ying's face flushed red as she warned him. Even Xing Jiao stopped what she was doing and glanced up immediately. When she saw it, her face turned so red it practically started smoking. Jing awkwardly stammered, trying to apologize to her. This right here is definitely not something I can actively control. Just a natural body reaction. I am so sorry, senior sister Meng. Shan Ying nervously pointed down at a certain something. With things looking exactly like that, we really cannot keep applying ointment. You are going to handle the rest yourself. He spun around, his face burning bright red, and answered. Yeah, those spots are pretty easy. Shan Ying quickly dragged her away. Just handle the rest yourself. Senior sister Meng and I are heading out. Xue Jing sits up, sighing heavily. He honestly wonders if that woman did this on purpose. An hour passes. Xue Jing's body finally starts feeling better. Even after circulating his energy, his skin still burns in pain. Yeah, he took some seriously massive damage this time around. But honestly, it's mostly because he didn't fully understand the skill. The secret behind the golden scale. It uses raw, internal force, linking his entire body's skin together as one solid shield, to completely disperse and neutralize any incoming attack from opponents, meaning his entire body absorbs the impact all at once. The larger the total surface area, the weaker the actual pressure. So that's how it works. You and I are looking at the golden scale's ultimate secret. No wonder his master always said, Golden Scale perfectly counters the Golden Wind White Rainbow Sword. That sword style relies on pinpoint, highly concentrated strike power, focusing everything into a tiny area for maximum attack damage. But against the Golden Scale, that pressure just instantly scatters, so naturally it loses all its effectiveness right away. Truly worthy of being a killer move in the Hidden Dragon style. Not a single move in that playbook is actually simple. He still hasn't grasped the remaining techniques yet. One is the Fire Dragon Essence used for blood refining. The other is Piercing Eye style for tendon refining. No rush. Xue Jing decides to focus on fully healing his injuries first. Heading home, he spots someone just chilling in his living room. Xue Jing is completely stunned. Hearing the noise, Ning Fengna immediately reacts. She turns around, stands up, and casually greets him. "Why are you getting back so late? Did you bring any good food home for me?" Xue Jing's jaw absolutely drops in pure shock. "Miss Ning Fengna, you can turn into a human now." He finds this totally bizarre. The library documents he read earlier. Didn't they say transforming into a human required something specific? Ning Fengna answers him. "Around noon. I suddenly realized I could change back all by myself, but I am leaving very soon. So today I am taking pity and keeping you company." Xue Jing takes a seat right beside her and asks, "Why are you leaving? Are you not comfortable here?" Ning Fengna blushes and answers him, "You know that just by staying right beside you is already putting you in extreme danger. The Kangda Security Company, the Mighty Dragon Sect, there is probably so much I still don't know." She grabs his hand, admitting that every single day spent by his side has made me genuinely incredibly happy. It felt just like becoming a completely carefree little cat with zero worries, just eating, playing, and sleeping every single day, never having to stress about all the other complicated sect business. But I am still the Dragon Sect leader whom it is time to leave. Now watch this. Tears start welling up in Ning Fengna's eyes. Xue Jing immediately pulls her into an embrace. He looks at her firmly. "If giving you up is the only way to keep myself safe from all this danger, then wouldn't that make me absolute total trash? Just stay. No matter what kind of danger comes, we are going to face it all together." Ning Fengna looks up at him. "Really? Can I honestly stay right here with you?" He just smiles gently and replies, "Of course." Hearing that she lights up exactly like a child, she dives straight into his arms. Boom, system notifications start popping up. "Someone has generated a massive amount of affection points for you. Charm experience plus 668. Another massive boost in affection points is generated. Charm skill experience increases by 784. A third massive affection boost toward the host is detected. Charm experience plus 851. Charm skill hits level 7 progress 131 over 4500. This is increasing way too fast. Normally, when other girls look at me, it only goes up by a few dozen." Xue Jing just stares at the girl acting cute on his lap. He gently makes her sit up straight. "Miss Ning Fengna, I actually have something serious to discuss with you." Ning Fengna blushes again, completely unsure of what is happening. After they talk, we finally see it dawn on her. "So whenever my emotions start getting a little wild, it speeds up the fusion process with the cat-tail ring, until I fully transform into my ultimate state." He clears his throat. "Yeah, but not just any random emotion. It couldn't be just any feeling. It had to match that very first bathtub encounter, the exact spark created when they fused." Realizing this, Ning Fengna stares in shock. "What?" She nervously backs away. "What are you trying to do?" Xue Jing awkwardly rubs his neck. "It is not about me. It is totally up to what you want." He reaches out, but she instantly goes into full defense mode, making him even more incredibly awkward. "I mean, I am just asking. Do you want to try actively absorbing this power together?" Ning Fengna finally gets serious. "What do you mean?" He replies calmly, "Up until right now, the ones who became security leaders haven't shown any weird side effects at all. They literally just gain pure raw strength. If we are going up against a truly massive corporation like Kanga Security, we definitely need every single possible advantage. The more power, the better." Ning Fengna is stunned, thinking to herself, "Did you actually think this through that seriously?" She speaks up. "All right then. Is the intel from the cat-tail ring actually reliable?" Xue Jing nods firmly. "Yeah. I really do not think that guy has any reason to lie." Ning Fengna suddenly grabs him right by the collar. Then get this, she actually pins him down. "Let's test this out right now then." He completely panics. "Whoa, wait a second." She looks away. "Do not get the wrong idea. I just genuinely feel like unlocking more power gives us a better chance to win. Not for any other weird reason." Xue Jing cuts her off. "No need to explain, I get it." Ning Fengna blushes extremely hard. "But how do we do it?" he nervously suggests. "Maybe we just recreate exactly what happened that day." She agrees to his request with a soft yes. Moments later, they fill up the entire bathtub with water. Ning Fengna shivers, letting out a few soft, trembling gasps. Xue Jing's hand firmly grabs onto her slender wrist. He grits his teeth, his face twisting tight. Ningfeng leans against his chest, panting heavily while thinking. Wait, is it really over just like that? Alright, watch this. The tail ring radiated pure energy. Xue Jing's eyes immediately lit right up. He grabbed it and his system notification popped up. It detected some serious divine matter, absorbing the divine energy now, forcing the fusion with that mysterious cat tail ring. He was stunned, thinking quietly. There was actually divine energy to absorb here. But honestly, it made total sense. Enhancing the fusion process, it was literally drawing out power from the alien god Belighter inside that cat tail ring. 33 out of 500 absorbed. Alien gods are still gods. They obviously have divine power. He happily reported the great news to Xue Jing. I think I just got a little stronger. Oh, he knew that perfectly well. He could feel it. With his heavily upgraded physical state right now, normal people using swords probably could not even leave a scratch. But earlier, she just gave him a casual little scratch, and his arm was already completely torn up. She stuttered quickly, apologizing to him. Xue Jing suddenly remembered something very important. Did you merely boost your physical durability just now? He asked. Try to focus and feel it deeper. See if there is any other hidden power. System update. Divine energy absorbed 102 over 200. Xue Jing secretly urged the system. Hey system, hurry up and absorb this faster. She suddenly remembered there was actually more. In our words, she explained. This technique is called the Snake Killer Vanguard. The wildcat girl warrior known as Ballader. One of her most famous titles was actually the Snake Slayer. She slaughtered the chaotic snake known as Apep. Because of that, she gained a power that completely counters anything related to dangerous snakes. Listen to this. He was curious about these snake items. Here quickly explained the details. Honestly, dragons and snakes look pretty similar to each other, right? So your hidden dragon martial arts actually fall right under my direct counter range now, you know. Little Jing. When she touched his skin, a tiny shard of ice suddenly appeared. Xue Jing was completely surprised. What is this? My martial arts are totally related to dragons. Meanwhile, he gets completely cornered. Xue Jing quickly grabs Ningfeng's wrist. Hold on, this is completely wrong. I only practice the hidden dragon style. I am not a real dragon. Why am I suppressed? She smiles and arrogantly replies. The power of a god simply defies all logic like that. Ningfeng's slender finger lightly taps against his chest once again. Even if your name has the word dragon, you still fall under my absolute suppression range. Xue Jing can only sigh. This is honestly just way too unreasonable. Suddenly, a wild idea flashes through his mind. Wait, he realizes something. Then the dragon cult, couldn't you just literally do whatever you want with them? Ningfeng's eyes light up as she excitedly replies. Exactly right. I do not need to listen to them anymore. If they ever come looking for me again, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. Realizing her power, her smile slowly turns incredibly dangerous. Xue Jing immediately pinches her cheeks, forcing her to stop plotting. Let's just worry about this whole thing later. Ningfeng obediently listens to him, nodding her head. When night falls, he stretches out in bed. He cuddles Ningfeng, who transformed into a cat, to rest. He checks his system board. Divinity stats hit 309, just pushing his limits one single time, merging with that cat tail ring. And he actually gained this much insane divinity. It is almost equal to an actual divine relic now. But you and I have to wonder, what is divinity anyway? If divinity is the true power source of divine relics, and the relic had its divinity completely absorbed by him, it logically should have lost all its power, right? But in absolute reality, the relic that he drained the divinity from earlier had absolutely zero changes to its physical form whatsoever. Whatever, he stops overthinking it. Let's just upgrade his powerful skills first and foremost. The system quickly switches to a notification. Skill unlocked, Twin Shadow Flames, Twin level 3. The divinity needed to trigger an upgrade. 9 out of 500. Passive. This grants 2 extra lives. After dying within a 7-day window, he can freely choose his exact time to revive. Cooldown time literally drops from 80 down to 70 days. Xue Jing finally understood. Exactly as he had suspected. Every level cuts the cooldown by 10 days. By the time he actually hits level 10, watch this, he could achieve infinite respawns. A series of system updates actively popped up. For every level, he can designate one specific ability related to himself. When used, it generates exactly double the effect. Right now, physical strength and movement speed are already fully activated. The current options are physical defense or his reaction speed, calculation ability, intense focus, or even his memory power. Xue Jing was torn. With these insane passive effects, how does he choose? 3 days later at the Hidden Dragon Dojo, Xue Jing was deep in training, channeling energy so hard that veins popped on his face. The muscles in his arms bulged completely tense. The system prompted him about physical defense. Xue Jing threw a wildly powerful punch forward. Surging energy exploded outward from that single strike. He smiled inwardly. Definitely not the wrong choice. 3 days ago, he boosted his base physical defense, although reaction speed was the #1 option. But the limit of the 5 great hidden dragon moves, almost all of them are directly linked to his body's overall endurance. He activated the hidden dragon style, plus the technique multiplying his raw power twice. Let's test this out. Xue Jing had a theory. If martial arts were treated like basic math, combining martial moves and applying raw force would just be a completely different mathematical formula. Wind Thunder Strike, 30 plus 20 defense, and the twin effect applies to the final damage output, directly doubling the twin physical defense stacking effect right there. That single punch blasted the ground into a massive shattered crater, sinking deep down. Looking at the rubble, we know he is very satisfied. The Wind Thunder Strike was already a boxing technique. It can easily explode with double the original power. After massively boosting his base, physical defense, plus the brand new twin effect, he felt practically invincible now. Xue Jing arrived. Junior brother, someone is looking for you. He was completely shocked seeing who it was. Haley, why did she just show up here directly? She cuts right to the chase. She needs to talk to Xue Jing. Sarah gets visibly annoyed and asks what the big secret is anyway. Sorry, my 6th senior sister. I just can't say it. Haley is losing her patience. She interrupts them. Are you two done yet? My time is incredibly valuable here. Sarah explodes and yells right in her face. If you have something to say, just spit it out. Stop acting mysterious. Haley just casually presses her index finger against her lips. Sorry about this little girl. Xue Jing is the only one who can hear this. Sarah bites her lip, literally shaking with pure anger. Haley turns around. Let's go find a quiet place, seeing how incredibly mad she actually is. Xue Jing groans in his head. He is so doomed. He follows Haley straight into a private room. What is so incredibly urgent that you had to come all the way here? She calmly tells him to just relax. Honestly, I am just here to pass on a message for someone else. Xue Jing instantly thinks of exactly one specific person in his head. A message. Is it from Audrey? Haley just taps the high-tech watch right on her wrist. Spot on, guess a beep sounds and a hologram projection suddenly appears. She introduces this guy as one of the 6 mega tycoons of the Far East. He is the 3rd official heir to the powerful Gale clan. Gale from the Spirit Blade clan. Look closely. That thing in his hand is an actual divine relic. God 519, the legendary indestructible blade. Its main ability is actually very simple. It goes by the name of permanent indestructibility. Xue Jing is completely stunned. Permanently indestructible, huh? Is it like the ultimate unstoppable spear? Or the ultimate shield? This whole concept feels way too idealistic. Haley smirks and says, I know exactly what you are thinking. Among all the divine relics that currently exist in the world, an unbreakable shield simply does not exist anywhere. Nothing can actually counter this blade. Plus, someone once tested God 519 by blasting it with a special method to over 10 million degrees of raw absolute heat. The result? The blade didn't even have a single scratch on it. Xue Jing catches on. So this is our brand new containment mission, right? She gently shakes her head. God 519 isn't actually in an out-of-control state. It does not need containment. He is completely lost. So what exactly does she need him for? Xu Ren put his cards on the table. It wasn't about what she needed him to do, but rather if he was actually willing to do it. Xue Jing could already confirm it. Wu Yuxing wanted him to take it. Xu Ren smiled and explained. The Yu family had finally arrived. Jia Xia entered the unrestricted martial arts combat tournament, under 19 bracket. On a normal day, attacking him would instantly spark a massive diplomatic incident, a completely epic disaster. But things were entirely different now. God 519 chooses its own master. Whenever its wielder loses a match to someone else, the ownership instantly transfers right over to the new winner. You and I know he loved divine relics. Then he should go claim it himself. Just crush him completely in the combat tournament, and God 519 would be his. Meanwhile, over at the South City Port District, Bai Jing reported back to his martial master. Their junior brother was making huge waves in Feng City. 12 preliminary matches. He won every single one with ease. The reputation of their Jin Feng dojo had completely spread all over. Hong Yuan scoffed. Winning a few matches made him completely arrogant. The kid had absolutely zero sense of mature discipline, making a complete joke out of them. But Bai Jing actually defended their junior brother. The kid was a genius. Arrogance was totally fine. It really was not a bad thing. He switched topics entirely. Was White Zhang really still pushing so hard? Bai Jing replied fast. He had already silenced everyone who knew anything. White Zhang wouldn't get another word out of anyone. Just a total shame about Duan Kaiping. Hong Yuan patted his shoulder firmly, trying to comfort him. Losing Duan Kaiping was a deeply tragic loss. But honestly, this was a really minor bump, a small setback on their road ahead. He needed to keep looking straight forward. He then asked the real question. What about their junior? The master replied coldly. His path was entirely different from theirs. Also, he strictly ordered him not to tell Cheng Shuan a thing. He was facing a massive duel very soon. They absolutely could not distract him. He instantly agreed, following orders perfectly. Meanwhile, Xue Jing was just completely speechless. He was joining the ultimate fighting tournament. We gotta see this. He specifically told his master about the under-19 division, but somehow his two senior sisters tagged along. Arriving at Wind City, he was so confused. Why exactly did everyone decide to follow him? Sarah replied, "It is dangerous for a guy out there alone. Look, as your senior sisters, we obviously have to do our job and protect our precious junior brother." Right, Xue Jing thought the whole thing was honestly ridiculous. I mean, who was actually dangerous? He looked at Ning Fengna, chilling right on his shoulder. "And what about you? Are you here to protect me too?" Blushing, she claimed they needed to enhance their core fusion levels. It has to be perfectly stable. Xue Jing looked at her, completely surprised. "Are you seriously getting addicted to this?" Ning Fengna completely panicked and denied it. "Absolutely not, that is totally fake." Sarah leaned down, staring straight at the girl. "Junior brother, your relationship with this little cat is just way too close. You even bring her along to a fighting tournament." Ning Fengna instantly fired back with serious attitude. "Meow, I just want to stay right here with Xue Jing. What does that have to do with you?" Sarah suggested she was just way too stubborn and hard to train. "Right, how about we just lock her in the hotel room?" Ning Fengna immediately yelled out her absolute objection. "You dare leave me stuck inside a hotel? I will literally run away from home." Xue Jing just stared at the two. He had zero clue how to stop this fight. Head down, he finally sighed. "Fine, everyone can just come along." Out on the busy streets of this bustling modern city, they finally made it inside the building. Sarah smacked a small pointer stick hard against the table. She was ready to lecture. "You and I better listen. Based entirely on your current power level, you absolutely cannot defeat the Royal Spirit Clan in battle." Sitting down, Xue Jing raised his hand. Question 6, senior sister. "What exact level am I right now?" She estimated he was probably right around level 3. He asked another question. "Is this some kind of special ranking system for Wind City?" Sarah smiled with absolute pride. "How is this even possible? I invented this move myself." Xue Jing's jaw drops to the floor in pure shock. She breaks it down even further. "My theory is backed by solid facts. That Royal Spirit Clan prodigy enrolled at age 10. Get this, in just 5 short years, he became the top disciple. Started his martial arts training at 10. By 15, he claimed the chief title. At 18, he earned a legendary title. 3 years later, he completely dominated the entire martial arts realm. His raw power, exactly equal to our own senior brother. And do you honestly think you could beat our senior right now?" Xue Jing knows he is a rookie. There is still a truly massive power gap between him and the senior brother. If they fought today, he would suffer an absolutely crushing defeat. Sun An continues her brutal breakdown. "At least you know your own absolute limits. But the real key point here that I want to make is actually not about him. This upcoming unrestricted combat tournament we face, the Under-19 Global Battle Arena event, is the only worldwide competition that actually allows full weapon use. The power of your weapon completely dictates who wins and who ultimately loses. It matters on a massive global scale. Plus, a fighter's true base combat potential is heavily tied to how well they can master their gear. Junior brother, if you had to pick a weapon right now today, which exact weapon would you choose?" Xue Jing smirks with absolute confidence. "I would not pick anything. I only trust my own 2 heavy fists." She drops a very heavy question. "What if that Spirit Clan genius with a sword is exactly as strong as 9 of our senior brothers combined?" Still feeling so confident, he completely freezes up. "Let's look at the terrifying numbers," Sun An writes on the board. Xue Jing gasps. With a sword, he equals 9 top fighters. His mind races with the math. He had never actually sparred with their top-ranking senior brother, but that guy had already mastered every single lethal killing strike. The complete Hidden Dragon-style technique. Even if he pushed his golden scale transformation to the absolute limit, he probably could not block a single full power strike from him. Facing 9 of those monsters attacking at once, absolutely terrifying. The outcome, just one guy left standing. Xue Jing stared at that fist. Total defeat incoming. But Zhu Shaning steps up to fix things. Ring ring, the savior finally hits the field. "Junior brother, you gotta check this out," she said. He grabbed the heavy object wrapped in black cloth. Xue Jing weighed it once. "Good blade," he praised. She blinked, totally stunned. "How did you know?" He unwrapped it fast. It actually told me itself. Honestly, he couldn't even begin to describe that wild feeling. It was literally calling out, begging him to wield it in battle. Zhu Shanying beamed with joy. "Perfect. You have been in our sect for a while now, and I haven't given you any gifts yet. Take this blade. Use it to compete in the Under-19 event." He hesitantly asked his senior sister. "Can I just ask, exactly how much is a weapon like this actually worth?" Zhu Shanying calculated it mentally. The core material, pure, high-grade dragon bone iron. Plus, is heavily reinforced with refined lunar crown iron stone and rare amber blood thread. Not to mention the legendary master Xue Jing forged it. She flashed a bright smile, casually dropping a number. Around 20 million or so. That insane figure completely blew his mind. Now get this, that casual gift eclipsed his entire life savings. The rich really live differently. Totally beyond him. He quickly replied, "Thank you, senior sister Xue. I will gladly accept this." Xue Jing gave it a test swing. Sure, a weapon helped, but holding it honestly felt just a little bit awkward. It wasn't like some easy video game mechanic. You couldn't just equip it and instantly master the thing. Suddenly, pure danger rushed right at him. He sensed it, instantly reacting fast. Xue Jing threw the heavy blade upward, blocking a sudden splash of water from Li. Qi harshly scolded his clumsy reaction. Startled, he quickly called out, "Master." He clasped his hands respectfully. "Master, quick question about our hidden dragon styles martial arts. Do we actually have any specific methods for wielding real weapons?" The old man lifted a teacup from his wheelchair's armrest. Then he slowly poured all the water out. Top-tier martial arts techniques all share the exact same foundation. Any punch or kick definitely works with a weapon. Watch this. He can even channel it through a blade. Xue Jing is completely shocked. Just a single drop of tea instantly burned a clean hole right through the floor. Now watch closely. Master Li says the tournament is incredibly urgent. You definitely need to learn a seriously lethal killer move right now. Xue Jing stares blankly at the wild scene before him. Master Li swings, unleashing a massive wave of blade intent. Instantly, Xue Jing feels like he just got dropped onto a bloody battlefield. He looks down at his hands, completely confused. His hands, they look like they were sliced clean off. Panic sets in. What is happening? Xue Jing looks around and realizes he is standing on a small mountain. A mountain made completely of his own corpses. Thick, fresh blood covers absolutely everything in sight. Back in reality, Xue Jing is completely pale. He is gasping for air, sweating cold drops. Master Li just laughs. How does it feel? Xue Jing slowly realizes he just experienced pure killing intent. Master Li reveals the Asura path. This specific blade intent comes from pushing your internal energy all the way to the absolute limit. It lets you use pure mental willpower and consciousness to deeply affect your opponent. Xue Jing looks totally baffled. Is this even scientifically possible? The master laughs. We all know our hidden dragon style barely moves right, yet we can literally summon a giant dragon. That is not exactly scientific either, is it? If you want to master a weapon, then I will teach you the legendary Asura blade intent. Even without a strong physical body or a flashy ultimate move, swinging your blade with this intent will make your damage output absolutely massive. Come on, we are going to start right now. Xue Jing hesitates for a second. Wait, master. Are you going to be my sparring partner? Isn't that overestimating my current level just a bit? Master Li spins his wheelchair around, making way for someone else. What are you thinking? Obviously, Ningfeng is going to be fighting you. You do not need to overthink any specific techniques or skills. Just bring your absolute determination to kill. Attack Ningfeng with everything you have got. Xue Jing immediately dashes forward into the fight. His opponent is his senior sister. Since she is incredibly strong, he definitely should not hold back. Blazing blade intent slashes right toward Ningfeng with explosive force. But her hand quickly raises to block it. The blade stopped right at his neck. A clear victory. Xue Jing tightened his grip on his blade's hilt. He asked Meng Qingjiao to run it back. Watching Xue Jing handle that blade with actual skill, 7th, Li couldn't help but secretly praise the kid. When it came to using real weapons, the boy actually had some serious natural talent. At this rate, a single week at most, actually 4 days until he masters the absolute basics. Suddenly, a voice shouted for the Dragon Lord outside. Some guys claiming to be from the Golden Wind Dojo. They just barged right in, definitely looking for trouble. The messenger suddenly got shoved aside by a hand, pushed away as Li Chengxuan stepped inside. He challenged Xue Jing to a fight to the death. Now you and I know he had no idea who this guy was. Who are you? The guy smirked, introducing himself. I am Li Chengxuan, a core disciple of the Golden Wind Dojo. If I manage to beat you, then you have to answer one question for me. Xue Jing finally remembered the name Li Chengxuan. That name was definitely on the tournament competitor list. The exact list Wu Yuqing gave him. Competitor number 58 Li Chengxuan. Wait, he was connected to that roach monster and tied directly to that Golden Wind Dojo. 7th, Li gave the order. Go exchange moves with him. Xue Jing hesitated, but his master calmly reassured him. Don't worry about it. This dojo is still your master's territory. Xue Jing immediately agreed. All right then. Please show me. Meanwhile, Bai Jing was already reading the news about him. Look at today's absolutely massive breaking headline. In the Qingsheng Morning Post, a 17-year-old high school martial arts student beaten a humanoid monster completely to death. He realized this was the exact teenager who completely crushed numbers 1 and 9. He had firmly warned Chengxuan, that kid is seriously strong. You need to fight him carefully. But Chengxuan arrogantly laughed. Senior brother, don't even worry. Kids who act tough but are actually weak. I've seen way too many of them. He stepped up, glaring at Xue Jing. Kid, I'm a year older than you. If you want, you can just respectfully call me Brother Lee. Don't worry. As your senior, I'll definitely go easy on you. All right, we know this is his home turf after all. Making him lose face wouldn't be a good look. Xue Jing drops his blade. The guy seriously talks too much. Suddenly, his entire figure blurs and completely vanishes. Cheng Xuan stands there totally stunned. He just disappeared. Xue Jing is already standing right behind him. Where exactly are you looking right now? A mocking smirk curls up on his face. Cheng Xuan easily dodges. He saw this attack coming early. Rings of pure energy wrap tightly around his arm. Xue Jing strikes. Their heavy fists collide violently in midair. Raw power explodes outward in every direction. After that massive clash, both fighters slide back to create some distance. Cheng Xuan's boots dig deep, sliding across the dirt, facing down a truly capable opponent. He looks absolutely thrilled. This kid is clearly no joke. Xue Jing finally witnesses it firsthand. The Golden Wind White Rainbow Sword. Its insane reputation is completely well-deserved. Cheng Xuan gets dead serious. This kind of power is incredible. This is actually his very first real combat against a martial artist. Until now, his opponents were always training robots or giant monsters. He fiercely charges forward once again, completely locked onto his target. He finally found a genuinely decent opponent to push his limits. Cheng Xuan is looking unusually hyped up. Xue Jing throws up his arm, blocking a massive strike of force. Look at that, golden scales suddenly manifest completely, wrapping around his arm. Cheng Xuan stares in shock. Golden scale armor. This kid is only 17. How could he cultivate something like that? Xue Jing throws a punch. Just shut up already. Teaching his opponent a harsh lesson. He unleashes a rapid-fire punch combo. Li Qi cheers from the sidelines. You got this. Xu Shinying watches in surprise. Their junior brother has honestly made way too much progress so quickly. He quietly evaluates his opponent during the clash. Could cultivating the Golden Wind White Rainbow Sword do this? Does it passively boost the physical toughness of the person training it, if it were absolutely anyone else? Taking 2 or 3 of those punches would be their absolute limit, but Li Changshu just tanked 10 solid hits, yet he barely even flinches from the heavy impact, standing like a humanoid block of solid steel. But watch closely, Xue Jing notices a tiny opening right at his stomach. He immediately triggers Twin Awakening. His fists surge with crazy power. Right then, someone screams out to stop the fight. Xue Jing immediately pulls a clean backflip to dodge. Han Yuan steps right up to protect his disciple. Little brother, calm down, it is just a spar. Is there really a need to kill him? He glares coldly at the Golden Wind Dojo members. Are you guys seriously out of your minds? One guy recklessly charges at me, muttering about wanting a brutal fight to the bitter end. Then another claims it is just a friendly spar, telling me to hold back my fatal punch. Why do you not get your story straight first? Then come back. Han Yuan is left completely speechless. He shoots Xue Jing a dagger-like deadly glare. Li Qi hears this and just laughs out loud, as expected of my own truly brilliant disciple. Then his expression drops, shooting a deadly serious glare at this uninvited guest. But listen here, Xiao Hong Yuan. My disciple is actually entirely right about this situation. You guys are making a massive fuss today. You are begging for peace too. That really does not look good on you. Master and disciple quickly exchange a nervous look. Cheng Xuan bows his head in absolute shame. Hong Yuan lets out a massively heavy depressed sigh. This guy is completely shameless. I heard your disciple is also joining the upcoming free martial arts tournament, the U19 bracket. How about I test his fighting skills? Xu Shanying, always hot-headed, snaps right back. What do you exactly mean? Your dojo members were acting wildly disrespectful to us first. Why do you still want to attack my junior brother? Li Qi stops her and asks Xue Jing, what do you honestly think? Xue Jing thinks to himself, fighting this dangerous old man, he might actually grasp the true essence of the Golden Wind, the White Rainbow Sword. But what if the old guy is secretly plotting something? Li Qi had already given a solid guarantee. Do not worry, this is my turf. That promise finally calms him down. Makes perfect sense. His master is standing right there anyway. He has absolutely zero reason to worry here. Xue Jing makes his final choice and grips his blade firmly. He drops into a solid, ready fighting stance. All right then, senior. Show me what you got. He pushes off the ground and launches himself high. Hong Yuan keeps his hands casually behind his back. He tilts easily, dodging the strike. His eyes narrow sharply, evaluating his new opponent. Watch closely. Hong Yuan spots a glaring weakness on this kid. He is just way too young. He aims a heavy strike right at Xue Jing's shoulder, but Xue Jing swiftly twists his blade hand. He raises it, launching a vicious slash toward him. Hong Yuan blocks the sudden attack. Xue Jing's blade keeps coming, slashing relentlessly forward. He actually manages to leave a clean scratch right across his face. Hong Yuan is absolutely stunned. This kid. He actually possesses some real terrifying talent when it comes to weapon combat. The old man decides he must capture him for mother bug bait. A system alert pops up. New skill, updated weapon strike is now unlocked. Level 11, 28 out of 300. Xue Jing realizes fighting a true pro is key. You seeing this? It takes just one clash to completely unlock a brand new skill. He challenges Senior Hong Yuan to go another round. The old man waves his hand, completely refusing. Forget it, I should just take this totally useless disciple of mine. I need to get him treated right away. Xue Jing turns to his rival. Well, then Li Chengxian. Let us meet on the tournament stage. When that time comes, do not dare underestimate me. Li Chengxian grits his teeth in pure burning anger. Yeah, let us go. Seeing Xue Jing return, Chun Ying immediately scolds her junior brother. You are way too skilled now. You actually made that old man back down. He replies. I was just telling the honest truth. Back then, Li Chengxian's energy had not fully gathered or concentrated just yet. It totally looked like he managed to block my heavy attack. But in reality, he took massive internal damage. That forced him into a purely defensive stance right after our clash. His actual true power is definitely not below my own level. Li Qi hears this and looks completely satisfied. He offers praise. Meng Qingjiao, bring me the heavy blade. This kid Xue Jing is gaining some serious battle vision nowadays. The old master finally stands up. Let us push his limits just a little bit further. Meng Qingjiao respectfully offers the massive blade up to Li Qi. He firmly grips the heavy weapon hilt. Countless terrifying blade arcs explode outward with pure killing intent. Xue Jing bites his lip. It is the Asura blade intent again. His hand gripping the weapon is visibly trembling under the pressure. Heavy sweat drops rolled right down his tense face. If he actually wanted to master that Asura blade intent, the true intent of destruction, it took the shape of a massive fierce dragon. Then he had to fully embrace death itself. Two blades collided. Sparks flew everywhere. Honestly, you and I are watching a deadly standoff. Sun An watched curiously. It had been 3 minutes. What exactly were his master and junior brother doing anyway? Fu Kuang suddenly appeared right beside him, revealing they were actually battling it out inside a mental world. Where did this guy even come from? To fight back against pure killing intent, he had to unleash an even stronger killing intent, something much, much purer. With total determination to destroy the enemy his blade struck, it was simply impossible to stop. The power was utterly terrifying. They were going all out, trading blows back and forth. His eyes suddenly glowed a fierce, bright red. Fu Kuang took one look. That was Asura intent. The junior brother had finally learned it. A series of system updates popped up. You are currently engaging in live combat training. Weapon combat experience points increased by 88. You are currently engaging in live combat training. Visualization experience points went up by 38. You are currently engaging in live combat training. Body conditioning experience points increased by 73. You are currently engaging in live combat training. Hidden Dragon Power experience points plus 66. Visualization level 5, 688 over 2000. Asura Blade Intent hit level 1. He gasped out loud, feeling totally hopeful. A pure genius at his exact level of skill. Just how far could he actually go? Meanwhile, Thua Hien knelt down, taking a harsh scolding from Hong Yuan. Tell me exactly why. Why cause trouble before the tournament with the Dragon King? Even I have to show that guy some serious respect. And yet you dared to wreck his dojo. He was scolded so badly he burst into tears. Master, about what happened to senior brother Kai Bin. I already heard about it all. Kai Bin treated me so incredibly well, and he just died for absolutely no reason. He refuses to play along. He can't just act like nothing happened here. Why did the guy have to die at Xue Jing's school? What exactly went down between those two in the end? Cheng Xuan just wants to track him down and demand answers. Hong Yuan soothes him like a good kid. If you take first place at the freestyle martial arts tournament, I will tell you the absolute truth about everything that happened. With that guarantee secured, Cheng Xuan finally gives a quiet nod. Meanwhile, Xue Jing hits the bamboo forest to practice his blade. Memories of every single opponent he fought flash through his mind. Xue Jing shuts his eyes tight. When they finally snap open, his eyes are burning with absolute unmatched determination. The very first strike slashes through the cockroach man's illusion. The second strike aimed directly at Cheng Xuan. And the third strike goes to the final enemy. Xue Jing perfectly slices every falling leaf straight in half. System notifications start blowing up non-stop. While practicing your blade technique, you have fully comprehended the Asura intent. Weapon experience points increased by 667. Through continuous blade technique training, you have completely grasped the profound Asura battle intent. Weapon experience points increased by 689. Weapon skill reaches level 3, 290 over 800. He thinks to himself, this isn't even a real combat scenario. Are you seeing this insane experience just from solo practice? Sudden enlightenment is seriously overpowered. If he could trigger enlightenment a few times every single day, why would he ever need to go out and fight? He could literally lock his doors, grind for a few years, and easily become totally invincible. But the intent of the Asura blade is dangerously extreme. Asura focuses purely on slaughter, holding the absolute power to massacre. Yet, it completely lacks the self-control to actually stop attacking. He never wants to see a day in the future where he ends up turning his blade against his loved ones. With proper mental visualization, maybe he can safely modify this technique later down the line. While he is deep in thought about the Asura intent, his phone suddenly rings in his pocket. Xue Jing answers it. Who could be looking for him this early? He just gives a quick hello. Hearing the other side, he is stunned, signing a new contract. He immediately heads straight to the meeting point discussed over the phone. A truly professional operations manager. All right, let's watch. Jiang Ziwei professionally greeted him. Hello there, I am Jiang Ziwei. Starting from today onwards, I will personally handle all your issues and tournament arrangements. Regarding your participation in this upcoming event, the Under-19 Martial Arts Tournament, she led our guy right inside. I will take you to complete your registration now. Xue Jing asked curiously. What exactly are those things on the wall? Ziwei revealed the truth. This wall displays the massive roster of past tournament champions from every single Under-19 Martial Arts Tournament held before. Xue Jing looked right up at the decorated wall displays. He immediately noticed a photo of the 19th Under-19 Tournament Grand Champion, Suzuka Otogi. Xue Jing's expression instantly darkened. So that is Suzuka Otogi. He asked Ziwei what she actually knew about this specific guy. Ziwei explained that his name is indeed Suzuka Otogi, the previous year's Grand Champion. Therefore, he gets a direct pass into the Grand Finals this year. They also have a massive poster of him right here. Suzuka Otogi is the third successor of the massive Otogi group, Zaibatsu, and the legitimate heir of the deadly Sosoryu martial school. Xue Jing was surprised. Sosoryu. She firmly confirmed it, yes. The mighty Far East war god, Sakanu Tamuramaro. The Otogi family are his direct, powerful bloodline descendants. He used the name of his prized legendary sword Sosoryu to establish the deadly Sosoryu martial arts fighting style. Sosoryu is legendary for extremely fast, rapid striking techniques. At the absolute highest realm, you could unleash 1,000 deadly slashes at once. Now watch this. Xue Jing noted it. 1,000 slashes per second. He immediately activated his mental visualization. He secretly wondered if that kind of insane speed actually existed in reality. Otogi's rapid sword strikes began recreating right in his mind. Xue Jing was completely stunned, insanely fast. But using his twin speed skill, he swung his own sword to block. Xue Jing grew much more confident now, relying purely on dynamic vision and his crazy twin speed system skill. He could absolutely keep up with that guy's insane fighting rhythm. Ziwei saw him standing completely frozen and got super curious about it. Was this kid already visualizing ways to totally defeat Otogi in battle? Suzuka so soon. You gotta love it. So young yet targeting a literal genius. So completely pitiful yet so incredibly fired up. She spoke up trying to encourage him. Little brother, even though Suzuka Otogi is a total genius, if you just keep training hard every day, you could absolutely become his successor in the near future. Just keep doing your best. Xue Jing forced a smile. Thanks, I guess. That look on Ziwei's face made him realize something instantly. Did this older sister figure seriously misunderstand the whole situation? Ziwei casually walked back over to her main desk. She handed the official application to Xue Jing. Since he joined the club through some highly exclusive channels, once this contract is signed, he officially becomes a main starting roster player. The document laid out the details. All the official starting players would get a monthly salary of 180,000, plus a ton of sweet employee benefits on the side. It was a contract for the Limitless Martial Arts Tournament, specifically meant for the Under-19 division. This entire agreement stays fully valid for exactly 1 year, guaranteeing that massive monthly payout of 180,000 for the entire duration of the actual tournament. Participants are officially treated as employees of the management company, and they get to enjoy all those exact same perks. All the prize money earned during the matches goes straight into the fighters' pockets. While the management company actually handles all the boring taxes, he signed his name quietly, thinking to himself, these tournament organizers are being incredibly generous with the pay. Dropping this kind of cash on the fighters for a competition, huh? Handing it back, Ziwei suddenly remembered something important. Oh right, the specific tournament rules for the Under-19 division are actually a bit different from your standard combat sports. You should really learn them before stepping into the ring. He wondered what was different, so Ziwei broke it down. If your next match happens to be against a heavy hitter, someone who is completely impossible to beat easily, a complete monster, Xue Jing, at this specific stage, safely withdrawing from the tournament is allowed. But tapping out does not mean you are permanently eliminated. They actually run a special revival bracket for the losers. Just survive until the very end inside the revival zone, and that basically earns you the right to challenge again. Champion Xue Jing quietly thought to himself, if he just quit from the start and fully backed out of this whole massive tournament, hitting the revival bracket would let him easily slide into the finals without breaking a single sweat. But whatever. Even though that was a pretty solid strategy. What if some other guy had the exact same idea? He would run into massive problems way earlier than he originally expected. Meanwhile, Xue felt a sudden surge of determination. He was seriously handsome. She would train him into an absolute dark horse, the greatest one in tournament history. He told Xue they should probably just wrap things up for today. Xue told him that if he had any questions, he shouldn't hesitate to reach out to her anytime. By now, Xue Jing had already wandered down to the beach. He realized Otogi was actually way stronger than he initially thought. Beyond just his insane speed, his weapon skills were absolutely top tier across the board. If he wanted to crush him, he still needed to push his training a lot harder. Suddenly, a commotion nearby caught Xue Jing right off guard. Two random guys were actively trying to hit on a girl. You and I know this trope. They bragged about being dark horse fighters in the under-19 martial arts tournament. If she agreed to just tag along with them, she would be able to buy absolutely anything she wanted. Once they actually took home the championship trophy, she would be the official girlfriend of a champion. By then, she would basically be a superstar in Feng City. Xue Jing immediately realized, was this seriously the basic standard for average tournament fighters? No wonder Wu Yuxing refused to let him join the boring preliminary rounds. Then he noticed weird energy radiating from that girl's neck. He froze in shock. Wait a minute. That girl was actually... Xue Jing definitely knew who this was. It was Xi Wan, the cousin of this body's previous owner. Xi Wan was known as outgoing and gorgeous. Growing up, she had always been the top school beauty. And on top of that, her grades were absolutely flawless. But you and I know no one is actually that perfect. She constantly slept in late. She always used dirty little tricks during games. Her actual personality was completely awful. She even used his name to scam people all over. Xi Wan once bragged to the other girls, asking them who exactly was buying her lunch today. So she happily decides to introduce her little brother. But honestly, you and I know the real danger here. Xue Wan always has the most unexpected solutions ready. To completely handle these two seriously annoying guys today, she literally just summons wild mutant plants. Thick vines burst from the dirt, instantly wrapping around one guy's wrist while another vine aggressively chokes the second guy right by the neck. Then the vines forcefully yank both of them violently together. Lips crashing together, Xue Wan happily tells them to say cheese. She happily admires the photo. Oh, what a beautiful couple. This is clearly a major milestone in both your lives. Stop making such absolutely miserable faces, guys. These two are so humiliated they actually want to die. Seeing this, Xue Wan totally loses it, laughing her head off. Xue Jing simply cannot contain his curiosity and interrupts her. He points directly at the weird plant. What is that? The vine instantly burrows back into the ground. Xue Wan lights up seeing him. Oh my goodness. Is that really my little Jing? Why are you here in Fengcheng? It has been a year. Did you get even taller again? And what is going on with this super handsome face? Did you get plastic surgery done? She repeatedly pokes Xue Jing right on his solid chest muscles. He points off to the side. All right, that is enough, sis. I really just want to know what that creepy thing burrowing into the dirt was. Xue Wan completely dodges the question. What are you talking about? I know absolutely nothing. Xue Jing immediately glares, thinking to himself. She is literally refusing to admit it right to my face. Xue Wan stays curious, quickly changing the subject once again. Now we really need to know why he visited Fengcheng. He stammers in pure panic. He never wanted his sister worrying. He completely hid his martial arts training from her. I am joining the tournament. Xue Wan catches on instantly. Oh, look at you, kid. You think you are all grown. Training martial arts is a huge deal and you hid it. From your own sister, Xue Jing just sits, taking the scolding. She keeps talking. I really never expected this. You actually picked the martial arts path. Does this mean you are just going to start throwing punches at random people over every little thing? This honestly makes me incredibly worried about your safety. He proudly puffs out his chest. Since I chose this path, I have to face these kinds of challenges sooner or later. And besides, I am insanely strong right now. Xie Wan challenged him. You talk a really good game, but let's see if your actual skills match that big mouth. How about I test you out personally, huh? Xue Jing looked totally clueless. Test how? She pointed straight ahead. See that lighthouse in the distance. Let's race. First one to reach it wins. If you actually beat me, I won't ever say another word about your martial arts training. Xue Jing got cocky. Just a foot race. How hard? He agreed on the spot. Deal. Just don't go back on your word later on. They crouched at the starting line. Xie Wan shouted ready. Her hand chopped down. Go, go, go. Xue Jing activated his twin speed skill, completely launching himself forward. Meanwhile, C1 stayed behind, already plotting her sneaky little tricks. Suddenly, a sharp branch shot from the ground, blocking him. Xue Jing quickly dodged it. He knew it. She was totally going to use cheap traps. She gave a wicked smirk. We are just getting started. He started struggling as the roots launched a relentless, non-stop assault. Seriously, were these weird mutant plants ever going to give up? One nasty branch seized the perfect opening, whipping toward his arm. Xue casually jogged right past. Keep trying hard, little brother. He immediately fired up his inspection eye skill. Between all those violently lunging branches, Xue Jing spotted a tiny gap in the defenses. An opening. Xue watched him take that route and secretly cheered inside. He completely fell for it. She smirked proudly, calling game over. A massive hulking tree branch violently erupted to block him. Xue Jing flinched. You and I know that's totally ridiculous overkill. Looks like he had no choice but to show his true power. He instantly accelerated, bursting straight out of the trap's encirclement. His raw power manifested as a giant dragon shredding those tentacles. Xiwan's jaw absolutely dropped in pure shock, witnessing that insane level of strength. By the time he reached the goal, he was exhausted. His clothes were completely covered in rough slash marks. He stood there, panting extremely heavily. Xiwan clapped. That move just now was pretty sick. But you still lost the race, my dear little brother. He just couldn't figure it out. What kind of crazy magic did you even use? She laughed and replied, just magic. She says if she actually knew, that would be amazing. She claims she was chosen by the Lord of Crimson Heavens. Xue Jing, if there comes a day I am no longer myself, would you still call me your older sister after that? Xue Jing immediately questions what she is talking about. He quietly wonders about this Lord of Crimson Heavens. Why does that name sound exactly like an evil god? Could she actually be connected to a divine relic somehow? If so, that could finally explain her deeply weird powers she has been using. Seeing him look worried, Xiwan lightly smacks him. What are you thinking about? I am just messing with you. Honestly, since you came to Feng City and did not even buy me dinner, we will not be overly picky either. Let us just grab a simple meal at your hotel. He asks with a sigh. Were you not the one supposed to treat me? Let us follow them back to Xie Jing's hotel room. Ning Fengna sits there waiting. Why is he not back yet? Did he go on a date with some pretty girl? She perks up when she hears him finally walking in. Ning Fengna immediately throws open the door and scolds. Look at the time, you finally remembered to return. Even if you brought back some fried chicken, today, I am absolutely not forgiving you. Outside the door, Xiwan and he are completely drunk. She slurs out, is this really your hotel room? He laughs and replies, yeah, just stay here tonight. Now watch this. Ning Fengna is practically burning with absolute rage. She yells his name. That fierce shout instantly sobers up the two drunk fools. Panicking, he stammers, Ning Fengna, please, just let me explain this. It is not what you think. Actually, Xiwan just smirks deviously. She grabs his arm tightly. Xie Jing, who is she? Why is there a girl inside your hotel room? He immediately gets a very bad feeling. What is this crazy woman trying to do? Ning Fengna completely misunderstands. Xie Jing, what are you two doing? What exactly is the relationship between the two of you? Xiwan rubs against his chest. Do you even have to ask? Oh, sweet Xie Jing. How much longer do we have to wait out here? Xie Jing finally figures out his sister. Xue just wants to have her fun, completely ignoring whether he lives or dies. She drags him along. Let's go inside. We need to get in the house. Xie Jing quickly tries explaining to Ning Fengna. Seriously, she really is my older sister. Xue just presses a finger against his lips. Her very next sentence turns Xie Jing to stone. Sister? What do you mean by sister? I told you have to call me Xiaowan. He realizes he is doomed, playing it big. Xie Jing forces an awkward smile. Ning Fengna, it's honestly not what you're thinking at all. She really is just my big sister. Xue keeps teasing, all right, calm down. Whatever you want to call your sister, just do it. So can we actually go inside right now? Ning Fengna immediately grabs him tight by the collar. She fiercely threatens Xie Jing. If you dare take one more step with her, then don't you ever think about seeing me again. Xue senses the trouble. Oh crap. Maybe I took this joke way too far. Xie Jing's face completely darkens as he demands. If you don't help me explain things clearly today, then forget about ever going back. That serious attitude actually makes Xue flinch. She forces a smile, pointing toward that room. I'm just gonna borrow your bathroom real quick. Now watch this. Ning Fengna is completely surprised after learning the truth. I honestly never expected she was actually your older sister. Before that, Xiuwan had hugged her shoulder intimately, saying, don't even worry, I really am his big sister. I will even tell you about him wetting the bed at 10 years old. Xie Jing feels totally helpless, thinking, in this world, the only person who could spread wild rumors like that without even blushing is absolutely no one else but her. She asks more, I heard your sister studies in Fengsheng. Which school is it? He is clueless, I am not exactly sure. Why are you asking about this anyway? Ning Fengna replies softly, "Oh, it's nothing. I just happened to notice. Your sister has a really weird smell on her." Xue Jing completely misunderstands what she means. She just pays a lot of attention to appearance, so skipping a bath was simply not an option. Ning Fengna snaps back in frustration. "Not talking about that. Basically, this exact scent. I swear I've smelled it somewhere before." Xue Jing remembers that completely bizarre entity. Could this actually be connected to some strange plant? She suddenly gasps, "Oh wait, I remember it now." The image of a mysterious woman flashes into her mind. Ning Fengna reveals it was the Floral God Society. Back when I was the Mighty Dragon cult leader, the Floral God Society sent an envoy for an alliance. Xue Jing is completely confused. Your beliefs clash. How would an alliance even work? Wouldn't that just start an all-out war? She replies, "That is exactly what I thought back then. But right after I rejected her alliance offer, she pulled out a very basic potted plant. There was absolutely nothing special about that plain pot. The real magic was what that woman actually did next. She simply chanted a single incredibly mysterious spell, and suddenly it wasn't just a normal plant anymore. She handed the pot over for the others to inspect. The scanner displayed it as a divine artifact." Ning Fengna continues. "It fully transformed into a divine item." Xue Jing is just as shocked as she was. "How is that even remotely possible?" She sighs, admitting, "But it actually happened right before me." After that, the envoy from the Floral God Society, seeing that we had zero interest in teaming up, just packed up that plant and left, and we never heard a single word from them again. "But your sister has the exact same scent as her." Xue Jing ponders deeply. Could this be connected to the Master of 1,000 Reds, the 10,000 Flames Yu King? Maybe she knows the truth behind this. Suddenly, he hears someone rapidly approaching their location. Heavy footsteps echo increasingly closer. Such an explosive aura. "You and I know they aren't seeking peace." Xue Jing warns Ning Fengna, "My sister is still bathing. Go get her right now so we can safely leave." She instantly transforms back into a cat. "Looks like my transformation time limit just expired." He facepalms in total defeat. Looks like he had to go. Xue Jing already had a plan. Tonight was supposed to be a much deeper fusion with Ning Fengna, but this intruder completely ruined his entire perfect plan. He hurried over, knocking on the bathroom door. "Sister, there is trouble outside. You need to come out." Xue Jing could literally hear the guy stepping up the stairs. He pounded on the door faster. Those heavy footsteps were getting closer. Xue Wan opened the door. "Are you deaf?" He pictured her taking a shower. "Damn it, do I really have to bust in there?" Xue Wan usually seems pretty careless, but honestly she cared a whole lot about personal boundaries like this one. Xue Jing decided to grab the doorknob. He thought, "I am definitely getting a brutal beating. Whatever, let her hit me. It is still way better than letting some random enemy attack her while she is completely defenseless, naked." Click. He twisted the handle and pushed it right open. Xue Jing yelled out, "Sister, you are in serious danger. You and Ning Fengna need to hurry." But inside, not one single person. Shocked, he wondered where she went. Xue Jing quickly activated his visualization technique and saw Xue Wan escaping through the window. It suddenly clicked. She had barely stepped into the bathroom before making her super quick escape. Suddenly, the main door was kicked wide open. Xue Jing turned freezing cold, whipping around. "All right, let's cut over to Fengcheng University." When Xue Wan finally got back, Liner was clearly waiting there to question her. "Was it your family member again?" Xue Wan went on high alert. "Is there a problem? I am just demanding answers. You were chosen by the Master of the Heavenly Red. 10,000 Flames. Mortal family ties shouldn't mean absolutely anything to a person like you. So why can't you just let them go?" Xue Wan snapped right back. "Why are you bringing this up again? Teacher, we are only vessels receiving the power. We are not actual gods looking down on everyone. Right now, I am still just a normal human being. Check this out. Her little brother recently started practicing martial arts too. His potential is actually pretty solid. Who knows, he might just be a martial arts genius." But Lin finds this whole idea absolutely hilarious. Martial arts are strictly for mortals. Do they seriously think parlor tricks can make them gods? After all, human lifespans are strictly limited. If you actually want to stick with that mortal brother of yours and won't let go, then you might as well have him come and worship the great master of heavenly crimson and myriad flames. Maybe he'll actually receive the blessing of a true god and finally walk the path to godhood right beside you. Xue Wan isn't happy, giving her a sharp warning. Just in case you get any ideas. She tells her she really has to say something pretty disrespectful. Strange plants suddenly start sprouting out everywhere, forming a massive shield right behind Xue Wan. She clearly threatens her, "Do not touch my little brother." Lin looks genuinely surprised. Well, that is completely unexpected. This is the very first time she's seen her act like this. Way different from her usual everyday cheerful and bubbly vibe. Honestly, she actually looks a bit cuter, leaking some serious killer aura. But sadly, her warning came way too late. Watch this. Xue Jing is urgently rushing straight into the living room, calling out for Ning Fengna. A thin red flash hits his eyes. Xue Jing instantly dodges to the side, narrowly avoiding a deadly sneak attack. His hand snaps up, grabbing whatever just flew at him. The system screen suddenly pops up. Divine substance has just been detected, currently absorbing the divine energy. He's stunned. A divine object, and it's actually a freaking plant. Xue Jing forcefully yanks the vine in his hand, calling her out. You're from the flower god cult, aren't you? The system screen updates again, currently absorbing Divinity 57 out of 300. His attacker is none other than Liu Sissy. The blessed chosen of the flower god cult sneers back. Looks like you already figured it out. Come on over. Join the flower god cult. Embrace our mighty lord, the heavenly crimson myriad flames, and receive true warmth from our deeply loving mother. All right, Xue Jing thought it was absolutely hilarious, charging in with such blazing, intense energy. All just for this. System update notification. Currently absorbing Divinity. 157 out of 300. He understood the situation, but he couldn't just reject her outright right now. Xue Jing needed to stall. He had to buy just a little more time. So he provoked her. Seriously, is there something wrong with your brain? Titty fired back arrogantly. Only the great being who controls the heavenly flames can actually lead humanity down the right path for survival. You literally have no other choice. Your only option is to join us. System update pops. Divinity absorption at 239 out of 300. Now watch closely. Xue Jing caught that name drop. His older sister had definitely mentioned this before. Now interested, he asked smoothly. Is that so? And what exact benefits do I get? Dark energy secretly started gathering right at his fingertips. Plan A was to control her using his shadow flame. Then he could interrogate her about his missing sister. TD noticed the black aura flying toward her and gasped. Wait, you are actually a blessed one too. Xue Jing was genuinely surprised. She saw the shadow flame and instantly knew his exact class. Was this ability really that famous? Another quick system update. Divinity at 279 out of 300. TD went on a rant. If you really are a blessed one, then you should know how insanely rare receiving grace is. It is an incredibly difficult thing to achieve. Come and join our side, and you will unlock the power to completely control plants. Through this sacred bestowal ritual, you can even transform your body into whatever form you can imagine. Xue Jing completely mocked them. This sacred ritual of yours. The success rate probably is not that high, right? Speechless and furious, she yelled. You brat. Suddenly, a strict command echoed through her hidden earpiece. Liu TD, stay focused on the actual mission. System update alert drops perfectly. Divinity absorption is fully completed now. TD finally speaks up. That is right, my bestowment ritual is still not completely finished. Just taking in raw power. Without receiving any of those outward physical grace changes yet, the system reminds him Shadow Flame Level 2 is ready. 300 out of 300. Do you want to upgrade? He smashes that yes button. Total success here. Xue Jing speaks up then. You can stop talking now. I completely refuse to join you. A massive system cascade appears. Shadow Flame Level 2 control radius just increased 20%. Passive effects can now move totally freely, sticking to absolutely any surface material out there. Slowing effect plus 10% stickiness rate up 100%. Xue Jing's eyes light up. Shadow Flame got leveled. This directly boosts his crowd control effects to an insane degree, so we are playing dirty. Cannot I use that exact strategy myself? Titty's face darkens, demanding to know why. He replies, I am young and a natural-born rebel. Xue Jing sits down casually playing with little Ningfengna. What I love doing most is going completely against other people. If you are patient and willing to wait 15 whole years for me, that works. Deep down, he thinks carefully. These flower cult members here, finding him this incredibly fast out of nowhere. That is probably his big sister's doing. But why on earth did his sister run away like that? But you and I know he cannot stay here anymore. Watch this wild energy flares up all around Titi. Massive tentacles erupt violently from the floor below. I am sorry, my main mission is bringing you back home. If you truly refuse to cooperate with us right now, they all shoot straight towards him. Then I guess I just have to use this move. Xue Jing hugs Ningfengna, quickly stepping back. Pulling him into this cult was not some random sudden idea. It was totally calculated here. He backs up to the glass window, holding Ningfengna super tight. Xue Jing shoots a sharp glance right behind. He shatters the glass entirely, getting ready to escape. Tina sees this and rushes over screaming, this is floor 32. Do you have a death wish? Tyler locks in, fully activating his mental focus. He uses Shadow Flame to grip the wall. A streak of dark aura grabs onto the glass window right below. He holds on successfully, anchoring himself flat against the glass. Absolutely insane. This wall is just so incredibly smooth. Yet he doesn't slip or shake a single bit. It's just that controlling this power is a bit tricky. Tyler slowly climbs down. He has to focus every single ounce of energy. Finally, he manages to land perfectly safe on the ground. One wrong move and he totally would have slipped. The second he lands, Tyler runs into someone calling out. It's Sarah. She looks at him super curious. How in the world did you get down from there? But then her eyes go sharp. She senses danger approaching. Sarah grabs his hand and pulls him away. Follow me. Tina chases right behind them, yelling, don't run. The guys up top just give up. Fall back. One girl is totally out of breath. She pants, understood. Let's check this out. They're actually being watched on a monitor. Watching the screen, Vanessa sees he's safe and sighs. Lily walks up, her face looking incredibly dark. How interesting. That little brother of yours is actually one of the blessed ones too. I really should have investigated him more thoroughly beforehand. Now I'm super curious about this brother of yours. Which weird god is he secretly worshipping right now? Vanessa glares right back. Her eyes are filled with ice and anger. Lily quickly tries to reassure her. Hey, relax. From what I've seen, that specific god has absolutely zero intention of hurting your brother at all. Vanessa stares her down. And what if he threatens my brother one day, then what? Lily wraps an arm around Vanessa's waist and smiles. Well, obviously. If that happens, me and the whole flower God Guild will stand behind you without a second of hesitation. We'll destroy him completely. Even the great lord of the endless crimson flames. Back with Tyler, the group jumps into a car and speeds off. Inside the car, Sarah looks over and asks her junior. So what exactly happened back there? Can you explain this to me? Who was that guy chasing you anyway? He explains I was just resting in my room. Then suddenly someone literally just smashed through the wall. Without saying a single word. He was attacked, but honestly Tyler was mostly worried they'd trash the hotel. Ning Fengna, lying right next to him, thought to herself, yeah, keep lying. She decides to give Tyler a good beating. Wait, so you seriously jumped down from somewhere that incredibly high? Do you have any idea how crazy dangerous that was? Tyler clutches his head yelling, ouch, sixth senior sister, I was wrong. Then Sarah notices Ning Fengna handing our boy Tyler a strange item. She looks completely shocked. What's this? She asks, eyeing the strange leaf in his hand. Those guys chasing you. Were they from the Floral Syndicate? She asks. Tyler nods, quietly admitting it. Yeah, they want me to become the Floral Syndicate's new honorable benefactor. Sarah's expression instantly turns dark. The Floral Syndicate. You and I know the inevitable has finally arrived. Tyler slowly pieces it together, his two senior sisters. They totally knew the Floral Syndicate was coming to ambush him today. Sarah quickly denies it. We're not literal psychics. Tyler, come on, seriously. Honestly, a while back, Master and the rest of us actually talked about this. Master said, as you keep leveling up and getting stronger, more and more powerful organizations are going to try recruiting you. So she told us to keep a close eye on you. She quickly adds, oh, but seriously, it's not like we've been secretly stalking you or anything. Tyler thinks it over. Putting it that way, it honestly makes a lot of sense, especially since that creepy old guy made a move so incredibly fast just trying to recruit him. He probes a little more. Did Master say anything else about it? Because it seems like this Floral Syndicate probably isn't going to just give up and walk away. Sarah clears her throat. Ahem, she blushes, revealing the real kicker. Master said you need to move in and live with me. Tyler is totally stunned. Your house, he thinks to himself. He always knew Sixth Senior Sister's family was absolutely loaded with cash, but he had no clue her main estate was actually in Maple City. He voices his concern. But Sixth Senior Sister, we are talking about the Floral Syndicate as our enemy here. What if this ends up dragging your entire family down? Sarah smirks proudly. Go up against my powerful family, please. Those losers don't even have the guts to try something like that. Right on cue, the luxury car finally stops. She leads them inside. Welcome to my home, little brother. Tyler stares at the massive ancient mansion. You and I would be speechless too. You really are a legendary rich Harris, aren't you? Tyler thinks utterly speechless. His sixth senior sister claimed she was a mega-rich billionaire. She even casually gifted him a $20 million longsword. Xue Jing totally thought she was just flexing on him. Turns out every single word was true. Following close behind her, Xue Jing asks senior sister Ju, with her family being this insanely loaded, what is she even doing here in Qing City? She is definitely not just visiting home, or trying to experience the simple life. Zhu Shanying answers that it is actually pretty close, but she admits the way he phrased it sounded super weird. Right before her father passed away, he called Qing City their family's ultimate land of prosperity. He actually forced all of her siblings to stay right here in Qing City. Honestly, though, ever since they arrived in Qing City, every single sibling has crossed paths with some major VIPs, like Tang Day from the business district. She even became a disciple under the Long family's Li Qi. So calling this place a land of rising dragons, you and I can see it makes sense. Xue Jing realizes that her ancestors, daring to use a massive term like land of prosperity to describe a place like Qing City, means her family background is absolutely top tier. Just a tiny little Qing City, yet it is packed with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He does not know their exact power levels, but Yuxing is without a doubt insanely overpowered. And then there is the dragon cult leader. Ningfengna, the living incarnation of Buster, being caught up with all these elite families. Xue Jing wonders what kind of monster he will eventually become. Zhu Shanying snaps him out of it. They reach the training room. Xue Jing is stunned. An entire building block just for training. She throws the door open. What else did he expect? She explains that this training room is totally fully reinforced. He can unleash his absolute max power without having to worry about breaking the place to pieces. If he just wants to practice super basic techniques, then she highly recommends that he uses the back courtyard. That spot is spacious and has great fresh air. But if that is still not enough, Xue Jing quickly grabs her hand, showing his total determination. This is more than enough. Thanks. Don't worry, senior sister Zhu. Zhu Shanying's cheeks immediately flushed bright red. She shyly turned and sprinted away. All right, then senior sister Meng and I are going to head to bed first. Make sure you get some rest too. I'll come wake you up for breakfast tomorrow morning. Once they were completely alone, Ningfengna turned and finally asked, are we basically being sugar babied by your sixth senior sister right now? He awkwardly rubbed his neck. Please stop talking. But yeah, I feel it too. Late at night, dim moonlight filtered quietly through the window. Ningfengna noticed his heavy expression and had to ask, what's wrong? You don't look happy. Xue Jing finally broke the silence. That blessed one of the alien god. Do you think they are the only one? She looked curious. Normally speaking, yes, there's only one. But why would you suddenly bring something like that up? Wait, are you still worrying about your older sister right now? He nodded. If the blessed one is truly the only one, then why on earth did that girl claim the title? And more importantly, why did she invite me to become a blessed one too? I just can't figure it out. But listen, if they dare harm a single hair on my sister's head, then I will fight them to the absolute bitter end. Ningfengna smiled softly. Just do exactly what you want to do. No matter what path you choose, I will always support you. He grabbed his phone to check the glowing screen. You and I both know the flower god cult was totally corrupt. White Zhang authorities definitely knew about it too. They surely had some solid intel on those guys. Later, walking out onto that incredibly bright and bustling neon street, a few gorgeously dressed girls immediately tried to pull him in. Hey, handsome, come over here. We know how to have fun. Xue Jing just stopped at a specific spot. Honestly, White Zhang's aesthetic taste was always super hard to grasp. Who in their right mind would actually set up a secret base here? But Void Blade's tracker pinged exactly here. It couldn't be wrong. Void Blade had sent a specific text earlier. After walking inside, he had to tap the front counter bell in a very specific 3-to-1 rhythm. Someone would come guide him. So he followed the exact instructions. The receptionist handed over a room key. For the blessed one. Seriously, those guys at White Zhang were just getting way too arrogant. Xue Jing squinted in suspicion. Why all the mystery was all this secretive stuff really necessary? Alright, let's watch. Isn't White Zhang a strict government organization? So why are they acting like some shady underground syndicate? Could this whole setup be a trap? He swipes his keycard and pushes the heavy door open. But inside, it is completely empty. Xue Jing just stares blankly. It is literally just a base. He shakes his head. What was he even expecting anyway? Xu Ren steps out to ask, what exactly do you want to know about the flower god cult? Do you want their entire member roster? Or maybe you need to know their main operating bases, or perhaps their actual day-to-day movement schedules. Xue Jing demands absolutely everything, especially everything from the last 3 days. Every single move they have made inside Feng City. She instantly figures it out. Did those crazy cultists actually manage to piss you off? Xue Jing coldly replies, you could say that. Xu Ren presses him further. What is your actual plan here? He admits he has no concrete plan yet. That all completely depends on the exact intel that she can actually provide him. Xu Ren agrees to trade the exact intel he desperately needs. But in exchange, he has to do her a huge favor. Xue Jing instantly goes on high alert. What kind of favor? Please tell me it is not a suicide mission. Or are you trying to drag me into something completely illegal? Xu Ren sighs in total disbelief. What are you even thinking? She promises him it is a completely legitimate job. It will not hurt him at all. That finally gets him to relax. Alright then, let's hear it. Xu Ren drops the bomb. The Flower God cult is an extremely dangerous religious sect, based right here in Feng City, and the twisted god they worship, known as the Lord of 1,000 Crimson Flames. The actual cult leader is a woman around 35 years old, but her true identity and background remain a complete mystery. But right now, watch closely. These fanatics have been actively hunting his sister down. Even worse, there is a chance that Xu Wan has already fallen right into their twisted hands. Xue Jing clenches his fists. Just as I predicted, he growls. Xu Ren adds that his sister is actually a primary target, a key person they have been tracking very closely. Let's see what else they dug up on her. Xue Wan. Female, 20 years old. She was a botany student studying at Fengcheng University, a blessed one. And strictly thanks to her, they managed to learn quite a lot about the floral god cult's dark secrets. Xue Jing snapped back. You knew she was my older sister, yet you left her to die. Xue Ren quickly tried explaining. It wasn't that they wouldn't save her, but that they couldn't. That right there is exactly what makes the floral god cult so tricky. Xue Jing frowned. What did she mean exactly? She answered that other rogue cults typically rely on just one single blessed one. So even if they completely ignored them, it wouldn't turn into a massive world-ending problem at all. But the floral god cult, every single one of their followers is actually a blessed one. He was totally stunned, and honestly, we get it. Every single one, she firmly nodded and confirmed it. The moment those followers are ever separated from the main life source of the Lord of Myriad Red Flames, they will literally drop dead instantly. She was truly incredibly sorry. But sadly, this was the only way. They had to proceed with their investigation to keep searching. She begged him to trust her. Once they finally located the hidden shrine of that rogue god, the very first thing they would do is launch a rescue mission. To save his older sister, Xue Jing let out a heavy sigh and apologized. He admitted it was his fault for acting way too impulsive. If there was absolutely anything he could do to crush that cult, or anywhere they needed to use his strength, they just had to ask. Xue Ren promised she definitely would. She tapped the control panel on her wrist bracelet. With that settled, she decided to skip the polite small talk entirely. A top-secret alert popped up from 3 days ago. Someone located way up in the northern sector of the 5th Urban Zone had officially discovered a brand new interdimensional border zone. To prevent the deadly corruption from spreading any further, White Chang received the emergency intel and immediately assembled an elite task force to dive in and begin their investigation, but they literally couldn't get inside. Xue Jing was super confused. What did she mean they couldn't enter? Was there some kind of force field? Xue Ren admitted she wasn't sure. That strange dimensional border zone is now a chaotic byproduct completely fused with the other world. So the basic laws of physics in there are just entirely broken and chaotic. Gravity could literally appear and vanish in completely random bursts. The flow of time itself, constantly speeding up or slowing. You and I would completely lose our minds in there. It wasn't until yesterday that Bai Ye finally figured out the exact conditions to actually enter this dangerous territorial zone. Condition 1: physical age must be strictly under 18. Condition 2: undetermined data but presumed restricted to entirely natural biological beings. Xue Jing quickly figured out that natural biological beings meant referring to those who haven't undergone any sort of crazy physical changes to their bodies. Xue Ren explained that it wasn't actually quite that simple. Based on their latest scans of the area, anyone carrying foreign objects in their system, using forbidden drugs, or even people who have gone through basic plastic surgery, simply cannot enter the zone safely. Xue Jing finally understood everything. So that's exactly why you came looking for me. She admitted he just needed to find a safe spot, discreetly inside and set up their monitor, but Xue Jing quickly cut in and questioned her. Couldn't you guys choose literally anyone else? Xue Ren rubbed her aching head, admitting there was someone else, but her specific division just couldn't handle dealing with them. He realized the truth, so that was it. To save their own face, they came begging for his help. Xue Jing immediately turned away. Thanks for sharing so much valuable information with me today, but I am truly sorry. I am just a completely normal guy, and I have a huge competition coming up. That mission is way too dangerous for me. Xue Ren hurriedly stood up and yelled, "Don't leave yet. Don't you want to obtain a divine item? My superiors have already given me full clearance. I can actually pay you right now up front." God 508, the 100-foot pole. Since you can easily absorb divine items into your body, you definitely know the insane effects of this thing. Xue Jing took the 100-foot pole from her, thinking silently. He obviously knew its true power. The system screen flashed. Let's check it. God 508, 100-foot pole, class C tier. Status currently absorbed into his inventory. Effect: if the owner continuously uses it for 72 hours straight, this divine item will literally grow taller by 1 foot. At the same time, the user's base ability gets completely multiplied during that specific action. Keep in mind, some major heavyweights actually use this exact item to pull off a restricted ascension phase. But here is the catch: when used per person. Xue Jing secretly rejoices. Having a ban around had already doubled his training efficiency, which is absolutely massive for his growth. If he gets his hands on this too, he would basically be taking an incredible leap to the next level. The temptation is wild, but let's watch him brush it off. Anyway, he still needs White Zhang's help later for his sister's whole situation. Fired up, Xue Jing asks when they are finally heading out. Xue Ren checks in. Any problems with moving out tonight? He relaxes. No problem at all. But first he needs to make a quick trip home, just to give his family a quick heads up. Xue Ren pulls open a drawer. Oh right, almost forgot about this. This is the item Wu Yuqing asked him to deliver. Xue Jing curiously stares at the small wooden box. Boss Wu left this. What exactly is this for? Xue Ren shrugs. She only mentioned that he might actually need this at some point, and she left it at that. Zero extra explanation. Xue Jing sets a time. All right then, he is heading out for now. They will meet in an hour. He rushes back to Xue Jing's place. Once he sees the gift inside, Xue Jing compares them. Why do these look exactly like standard Goth 1280 glasses? Why would Wu Yuqing even give him these things? He decides to try them. They won't work like normal glasses, will they? Are they just designed to make him look less suspicious? The smart glasses activate immediately. A full 3D architectural model suddenly pops into view. Xue Jing is stunned. What is this? He panics. What is happening? Let's see. A voice suddenly calls out. Long time no see, Xue Jing. Xue Jing is shocked. Boss Wu. Wu Yuqing reveals she is actually inside his conscious mind. These are no normal glasses. They are the Maggot 1285 Phantoms. The person you are seeing right now, it is nothing but an image. Just a simple reflection of myself. Xue Jing finally understands. Wu Yuqing then continues her explanation without pausing. Honestly, I am absolutely thrilled that you decided to accept this exact mission. He flinches back. Wait a minute. How exactly do you know I took on that quest? Have you been secretly watching me? Wu Yuqing then raises a question. Have you ever stopped and wondered why those void entities are targeting only you right now? Or why the entry conditions for that Earth Realm domain are exactly restricted to 18-year-old natural living beings? Xue Jing and I are totally lost here. What is she saying? She answers him simply. Because that Earth Realm was basically waiting for you. There is one specific condition inside, an item that belongs only to you. Xue Jing sits back down and asks her, something that belongs to me. What exactly is it? Wu Yuqing reveals the truth. I sensed it clearly. It is an extremely powerful divine tier artifact. Though honestly, I am not entirely sure what it actually looks like. But I do know that I am not the only one eyeing that prize. He grows suspicious. You called me here. Surely it wasn't just to tell me all this. Of course not, she confirms smoothly. I came to explain the true usage of the 100-chain pole. Xue Jing pulls out the pole. Isn't this just a basic piece of training gear? Something to give a simple double training boost. That is just the description from the public archives, she replies back. Its real purpose is actually to train and awaken your innate talents. And innate talents act as permanent passive skills. My own talent allows me to sense divine artifacts perfectly. Xue Jing is visibly curious now. If I can actually upgrade this 100-chain pole right here, I seriously wonder what kind of insane effects it would have. Wu Yuqing's projection slowly begins fading away. Looks like you already have a plan now. Make sure you are extra careful once you head inside. Xue Jing quickly calls out. Wait a second, you still haven't told me the exact method yet. And just like that, he returns to his original space. If the skills on my system panel can actually be leveled up, then my other combat skills like Asura, Blade Intent, and Weapon Strike should be fine. Let's watch him test this out. Xue Jing immediately activates visualization to gather some more crucial information. Alright, check this out. He discovers the Asura Intent actually equals Heaven's Mandate. The system forces this knowledge right into his brain. No other choice. Turns out there is a Blade Intent standing way above the Asura. That ultimate technique is known as the Heaven's Will Blade. A flood of system notifications instantly drops. Special power detected by the system. He just met all the strict requirements. His visualization can now evolve into a totally brand new skill. Does he want to upgrade it? Xue Jing hits accept immediately, and the system prompts update. Evolution, totally successful. The basic visualization skill transforms completely into true visualization. Level 4 pushing towards 4,000 points. Seeing his weapon actually grow longer, our guy secretly celebrates. Yep, it definitely got longer. So wait, was his previous visualization skill just a fraction? Just the absolute tip of the iceberg for this broken power. Suddenly, a splitting pain hammers right through Xue Jing's head. Memory fragments flash into his mind. What is happening here? It honestly feels like someone is ripping him completely apart. Xue Jing's consciousness gets dragged straight into a pitch-black void. A brilliant golden light bursts from his body. Hold on. Where the heck is this? Wait, didn't he already take off his VR glasses earlier? And what in the world are these things? Golden sand sparkles all around him. Xue Jing immediately senses something is terribly wrong. You and I can see those particles are his own body. Could it be that this newly leveled up system ability is seriously going to shred him to pieces? It was just a single level up man. Why is it causing his physical body to completely shatter? But as long as he can snap back to reality, everything should be totally fine, right? Fingers crossed here. But Xue Jing quickly realizes he is absolutely stuck. He shuts his eyes tight. Calm down. He just needs to breathe. His visualization has fully leveled. Maybe he can use this broken power to do something crazy. He needs to focus hard and remember exactly who he is. His true original human form. Xue Jing digs deep into his own core memory files. He is Xue Jing, 18 years old, a martial arts student grinding hard at the city high school, though he hasn't attended class in forever. During his intense martial arts training, he met so many fellow cultivators along the way. Right now, his life felt absolutely perfect. But wait, Xue Jing was actually just his clone avatar. He came from another world, carrying a system cheat, practicing martial arts good, getting stronger, pretty great. He just had one single ultimate goal: to never live a miserable, pathetic life ever again. When he opened his eyes, he was in his bedroom. Xue Jing's face lit up with joy. It actually worked, he returned. His entire body suddenly felt incredibly light. That feeling of pure, raw internal power. It felt so much more real now. His hair was standing on end. He just had to test it. Sure enough, energy surged through all 4 limbs. His internal energy, right at this exact moment, could actually control the movement of his hair, exactly like controlling his own arms and legs. Xue Jing glanced down at the ball on the floor. What if he tried it on a totally different object? His mind focused. His entire body started to tremble slightly. The ball floated up. Xue Jing was absolutely thrilled. He actually pulled it off. What was all that meditation nonsense about anyway? This was clearly a straight-up superpower. Ningfengna saw him and softly called out to Xue Jing. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, asking didn't he say there was an urgent matter, and that he needed to head out immediately. Why was he still here? Xue Jing's gaze immediately shifted over in her direction. He softly called out Ningfengna's name. Xue Jing saw her true phantom form right behind her. Ningfengna was obviously in her cat state right now, yet somehow he could directly see her original true body perfectly. A system notification popped up. Someone has developed a fanatic level of faith in you. Charm experience plus 1026. He was so confused. Fanatic level of faith. What did that even mean? His phone on the bed suddenly started ringing. He picked up and the other side reported. It is time. I am waiting outside your door. Waiting for him. Xue Jing immediately replied, I am coming. He quickly turned to say goodbye to Ningfengna. I have to go now. Jing rubs her head. Just wait right here for me, he tells her. He grabs his heavy blade. Hoisting his backpack, he heads straight for the room's exit. Leaving Ningfengna all by herself, she stares at the door. That was definitely still Jing, right? So why did she suddenly feel like she was standing right in front of a literal god? Next day, the whole squad boards a chopper and moves out. Xue hands him a smart watch. Let's check the data. Everything for the boundary zone loads up, fully synced and ready to go. She tells him to check it out. Jing scans the intel closely. Target zone codename R278. Threat level C+. The exterior dimensions. 26.8 square kilometers. Based on visual estimates from the scouting team inside, 3 to 900 square kilometers. They can't rule out a margin of error here. They recommend bringing along more than 10 testing items. Entry conditions are pretty strict. Must be a natural-born human. November 23rd. Spotted a creature settlement in the zone. Suspected threat level is high. November 25th. Thunder was heard. Highly suspected to be a dragon-class creature, so the danger rank bumped up to C+. Jing thinks to himself, doesn't seem too crazy dangerous honestly. But what if there are hidden enemies like Wu Yuqing warned? Jing speaks up. I have one request. Xue tells him to shoot. If I happen to die in there, you guys have exactly 7 days total to drag my body back to the city. Xue is completely caught off guard. Why 7 days? Jing snaps back. 7-day mourning period, obviously. Xue is totally speechless. All right, fine. I don't really get it, but I'll tell the higher-ups. Jing does the math on his twin skill. This is basically his ultimate life insurance policy. If things actually go completely sideways in there, as long as they carry his body back outside, he can instantly trigger a direct revive. Out in the real world, safe and completely intact, the system interface pops up. Twin skill, passive effect active, grants him exactly 2 lives. Upon death, the host can freely choose the exact moment to revive. Alright, watch this. 7 days active, then 70-day cooldown. The helicopter violently shakes around them. Xue Jing tightly grips the safety handle. He glances over. Are we finally landing here? Xu Ren looks dead serious. We can't go any further. The boundary's gravity will pull us straight down otherwise. Xue Jing casually glances out the chopper window. He spots someone and immediately alerts Xu Ren. Looks like someone is waiting for us. His system scans the guy's exact status details. Name reads as Ning Yuan Tai. Age: 18. Gender is male. Faction: Red Lotus Volcano style. Weight is background. Xue Jing is stunned. This guy is actually Ning Yuan Tai. Xu Ren sighs heavily, asking, remember that specific elite department I told you about? The one that's a total nightmare. They are the Vanguard, a totally crazy special forces branch, made up entirely of martial artists. Ning Yuante is the youngest guy, the absolute best of his generation. That level 5 800-foot pole artifact was originally reserved specifically for his own cultivation, but we were actually one step faster in grabbing it. Xue Jing frowns. So he just comes knocking at our front door. Isn't he afraid of causing massive trouble for his own faction? She scoffs. Like hell, he is afraid. He is infamous in their division as a total bully. Literally nobody dares to mess with this guy. Our MC really does not want this messy drama. So he sets boundaries. Don't drag me into these disputes. Your internal resource wars are your own problem. Once we arrive, I am just hopping right off. If he starts throwing hands, that is entirely on you. But get this, if only things were actually that simple. The helicopter finally touches down. Xue Jing heads straight to the cabin door waiting. Yuente stands below, arms crossed with crazy arrogance. He demands Xue Jing step up and fight him for the win. As Xue Jing hits the ground, Xu Ren gives one warning. I know you have a crazy strong background, but the brutal path of a martial artist ultimately has to be carved out using your own two fists. She hesitates quietly, making him an offer. Look, young Master Ning is about to head out on a mission. Could we maybe put this whole thing on hold for now? Ning Tai raises his voice, clearly unhappy. Hold off. He slaps Xue Jing's shoulder. Not a chance. Xue Jing looks disgusted, slapping that annoying hand away. I am just a guy carrying out my assigned mission. Out here in the borderlands. What exactly is the relationship between you and me? But Ning Tai fires back, sounding completely self-justified. What do you mean? The higher-ups gave it to you. Giving you that proves they think you are way better than me. And I refuse to accept that. If you have the skills, beat me and prove it right now. Prove you actually deserve that 100-chain pole weapon. Xue Jing looks incredibly annoyed, pointing straight at the guy. Xu Ren, is there something seriously wrong with his head? She sighs deeply. The only option is to just treat him like he is totally sick. Step aside. Xue Jing drops his backpack. Fine, let's go. We can fight, but do not stop me from entering the border zone. Gotta make this fast and finish him, he thinks. Easier said than done, right? He still does not know how massive Xue Jing's backing actually is. It is definitely best not to make things even more tense around here. Just tapping him and stopping is the smartest play. Ning Tai was just waiting for exactly this answer. His whole body erupts with fighting spirit. Perfect timing. Then let me show you my true absolute power right now. Before he even finishes, Xue Jing instantly closes the distance. A single punch holding absolutely nothing back at all, sending his opponent completely flying away. Xue Jing casually brushes the dust off his shoulder. All right, am I finally allowed to leave this place now? Inwardly, he is totally shocked by how pathetic that power actually was. The most outstanding junior member, is that really all he had? Up in the helicopter, a squad member suddenly asks the captain, "You are not planning to stop young Master Ning at all? What if Xue Jing beats him into an absolute bloody pulp? When we finally get back home, we are definitely going to get completely yelled at." Xu Ren smiles with total confidence. Do not even worry. Young Master Ning's actual strength is not weak at all. If he actually dared to come looking for a fight, then he definitely came fully prepared for this. After suffering such a humiliating, crushing first defeat earlier, young Master Ning was getting absolutely furious. Both of his hands hit the ground, overflowing with pure firepower. We are about to see if Xue Jing can defeat him. Seeing this wild move for the first time, he was curious. He watched his opponent's entire body erupt into blazing flames. Xue Jing called it bizarre. A mutant body, or maybe some kind of special martial sect. It looked totally freaky. He made a quick choice. Not knowing how strong this actual attack would really be, he would just clash head-on and find out. Two massive fists smash right into each other. Complete shock flashed right across Xue Jing's eyes. The raw force sent Xue Jing sliding backward across the floor. Yuan Tai arrogantly smirked. How was that? This is the true power of the volcano mutant body, Xue Jing. Are you scared yet? Hearing that bold challenge, Xue Jing just chuckled softly, because he had not even used his own special skill yet. Twin speed perception was instantly activated. He immediately figured out the cause. Turns out it was a new martial body from forbidden drugs. Yuan Tai was initially stunned watching Xue Jing's figure just blur. He vanished completely. While he was still panicking, Xue Jing already tapped his neck. Hey man, do you have a fever? Yuan Tai instinctively swung his arm out for a massive punch, but Xue Jing easily dodged out of the way. He noted that the move was just way too simple. After his force got deflected, he did not even have a backup variation ready. Seems like this internal energy pushed out entirely by forbidden drugs is basically impossible to actually control with any real precision. Hearing that, Yuan Tai's eyes practically caught on fire. Damn it. How dare you insult me like that? His voice was as calm as drifting clouds and flowing water. I am just telling you the honest truth. But then Yuan Tai seemingly realized some profound universal truth. His cheeks flushed with an unusual redness. Suddenly, Yuan Tai dropped straight down to his knees. Both of his eyes were sparkling like literal shining stars. Oh man, he looked at Xue Jing with total admiration. Brother Xue, what you just did right there was seriously incredible. Could you please teach me a little bit of that? We are as confused as Xue Jing. Wait, what is happening? System notifications suddenly explode across the screen. You have survived a grueling battle. Physique experience up 337 points. Mood is highly relaxed. Vitality experience up 138 points. Someone out there has developed total absolute faith in you. Charm experience up 326, and a new skill awakens. Skill unlocked, belief blessing. Hidden dragon force increased by 332. Combat experience up 369 points. The skill's effect. Just lock eyes with any target out there. You can instantly turn them into a loyal follower. Xue Jing facepalms, totally helpless here. Seriously, a skill with an effect like this. Yuan Tai is literally hugging his leg in pure worship. Su Ren watches, completely questioning his whole reality. Our guy thinks silently. But man, the effect of this skill is way too obvious. Attracting insane fanatics like this right off the bat, that is nothing but pure trouble. Suddenly, Yuan Tai snaps back and remembers something super important. He jumps up. Oh right, brother Jing still has a major mission. Alright, I definitely won't bother you anymore. Xue Jing notices something wild. Stick with me here, faith generated this fast is permanent. He really needs to be way more careful from now on. Xu Ren frowns watching the guy leave. What is happening here? Why did he just run off? Xue Jing honestly has zero clue how to explain this. How should I know? She searches her bag, getting some supplies ready for our MC. You just fought a massive battle with him. Your energy drain must be pretty huge right now. I have some energy recovery potions right here. If you feel like your force is lacking, use these immediately. Wow, that is some true loyalty. These could absolutely save a life later. And look, there is even tracking gear and signal equipment here. Xue Jing holds the massive pile of gear, thinking hard. This won't work at all. If things get ugly, you and I know running is the best option. Then a loud alert echoes. Ping Border Zone 278 information has just been fully updated, currently displaying the Roaring Waterfall temporary area. Outer area 27 square kilometers. Inner zone spans up to 1,300 square kilometers. Xu Ren gasps. The massive Roaring Waterfall zone. The system screen suddenly flashed a glaring warning. New entry conditions required. It verified the user must be a natural human. Biological age capped at roughly 17 years old. A suspected divine artifact had just spawned, bearing the exact serial number God-05. Both of them were absolutely stunned. A divine artifact in the border zone. Why would a top-tier item like that spawn right here? Zane rubbed his chin and thought, God-05. He knew this. He remembered back to 2 weeks ago. Zane had asked his boss Arya a really specific question. The top-ranking divine artifacts on the list. Why exactly did they require such an insanely high security? With their current system access level, they could only view the names of 300 artifacts. The very top of the list. That was it. Arya answered him immediately. Because those items completely defied all logic. Arya compared it. Imagine if this entire world was just one meticulously crafted and perfectly drawn blueprint. The very existence of these divine artifacts acted like a massive game-breaking glitch, like some clueless little kid had just scribbled all over that perfect design with crayons. Zane looked back and asked, no matter how wild, they still follow some kind of rule. So why all the intense security? Arya flipped the question. Then let me ask you this. What if a divine artifact actually gave you the power to turn back time and completely restart your whole life? Wouldn't you do absolutely anything it takes to get it? Zane vaguely understood. You mean to tell me these artifacts have a totally overwhelming level of temptation? Arya gave a slow, quiet nod. She confirmed it. Out of all these items, a few possessed enough raw power to alter, or even straight up destroy the entire world. Just imagine if one of those high-risk prison inmates, who suffered from an extreme personality disorder, or complete antisocial tendencies somehow broke out. And what if that psychopath learned the exact details about a specific divine artifact? Hearing this, Zane's face immediately dropped into a dead serious expression. She kept going. But hey, if you're truly that curious, I'll gladly let you in on a little secret. Right now, Xue Jing repeats every single detail he heard earlier. She explained that God-05, the mirror world, directly reflects our entire current reality and opens up truly endless possibilities. Under the light of this mirror world, countless parallel realities, wait for it, will just keep bleeding right into our physical reality. Xu Ren instantly realizes this mission is going to be brutal. What happens if they enter these parallel worlds anyway? Let us find out. He makes a grim prediction. Right here, they will get trapped. They must find a tiny loophole in that dimension and completely shatter the fake illusion. Only then can they return, otherwise they are stuck in there for all of eternity. Xu Ren quickly hits the button right on his bracelet. Sorry guys, this mission has just been cancelled. I will definitely ask the higher-ups to reevaluate this dangerous mission. But Xue Jing cuts him off. Forget it, just put your gas mask on right now. I will complete this mission as fast as possible. Wu Yuqing had already leaked a secret. That specific boundary zone was actually just waiting for him. Xue Jing is super curious to see exactly what she meant when she used the specific phrase. Something that completely belongs only to him. Seeing him step right into the portal without any hesitation, Xue Ren shouts out loud, "Hey, Xue Jing." Meanwhile, our guy is deep in thought. If he can actually possess one of those divine objects, ranking at the absolute top in power, then he is definitely hitting the absolute jackpot right there. Xue Jing places his hand right on the teleport portal. His entire body slowly fades away. We have absolutely zero clue what waits over there. What exactly is going down anyway? Xue Jing gets completely engulfed by a blindingly bright energy sphere as he travels. After the jump, he lands in a super peaceful-looking landscape, packed with lush green grass and perfectly clear, cool blue water flowing. Total shock flashes right across his eyes. The place in front of him looks like absolute paradise. This right here is the boundary zone. Xue Jing immediately rips his heavy gas mask right off. Totally unexpected, considering from the outside it looked like an absolute dead wasteland. One step inside and boom, it is a literal heaven on earth. He starts digging around in his backpack. He wanted to enjoy the scenery just a little bit longer. But the system mission came first. Staying alive was his absolute top priority. Jing slammed a tracking device straight into the dirt. He needed to set up a quick checkpoint right here. Now he could safely explore this beautiful, mysterious new area. Next up was heading to the next major location. If he knew the border zone looked exactly like this, he wouldn't have been so stressed. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed. That piercing scream definitely grabbed his full, undivided attention. He went on high alert, spotting someone running in absolute terror. A massive, terrifying creature was chasing right behind them. It was a horrifying, long-tongued monster on the hunt, chasing down a girl wearing a uniquely patterned tribal dress. Jing quickly guessed she was a local from this world. This girl, Rania, was speaking her tribal language, leaving him completely, utterly confused. But just by looking at the situation, he easily guessed. What the heck is she yelling? But it was super obvious she was in serious, deadly danger. He unleashed his dark aura, hoping that saving her life could actually help him gather some super crucial information about this crazy place. The monstrous creature was instantly consumed by his terrifying dark energy. System update. Target containing special divine properties has been fully eliminated. Jing was absolutely thrilled by this rare drop. Divine power plus 12 just for killing this ugly thing. He could actually farm divine power from these random monsters. He walked straight over to the girl. "You and I gotta admit this place is full of surprises." He definitely needed to interrogate her thoroughly in just a minute. Jing checked on her, asking if she was totally okay. Seeing Rainia's extreme caution, it finally dawned on him completely. Oh, right. She probably didn't understand a single word he said. So he quickly handed her a handy universal translation earpiece. He smiled warmly at her, gesturing to put the device on. First, he put one on himself to show Rainia exactly how it worked. She cautiously copied him instantly, understanding every single word he spoke. "Can you understand what I am saying to you right now?" Rainia was completely stunned. "The thing on my ear is talking. What is this crazy magic?" "This is absolutely magical stuff." Jing just smiled and thought, who knew the Void Edge gear would actually work this perfectly? He calmly explained it. "It is just a tiny little gadget from my hometown. Basically, you and I are about to see them finally communicate if she wears this." Rainia is completely stunned. The outsider holds out his hand. "Hey there, I'm Xue Jing. And who are you?" She tentatively reaches out, touching his hand. "I'm Rainia." Introductions are finally done. Xue Jing curiously points at that dead monster nearby, asking Rainia a question. What exactly was that freaky monster from just now? Are there a lot of those things just running around in your world like this? Rainia doesn't hide anything, revealing that it was actually a vomit beast, a specific Daruka that literally uses its own vomit to attack its enemies. They are absolutely everywhere inside those super dense forests down in the south. Hearing that, Xue Jing's eyes instantly light up. They're everywhere. "Hey, can you take me over there?" His mind is already calculating. One beast drops 12 whole divine points. If he manages to slaughter 1,000,000 of them right here, wouldn't he instantly ascend to full godhood on the spot? This crazy level of excitement leaves Rainia feeling totally confused and honestly concerned, but she still points out the forest's location right up ahead for him, not too far. He instantly makes his choice. The next scanner is definitely going straight into that forest. Xue Jing keeps asking questions as they walk. "You call that gross beast a Daruka, right?" Rania quickly confirms it. "We can actually tame these Daruka monsters entirely, and then turn them into our very own personal battle pets. The Daruka will help us out big time with hunting, and they'll even fight right alongside us in the heat of battle, protecting us." This gets him insanely curious. "Hey, I wonder if these battle pets can actually evolve into stronger forms." Xue Jing asks her another burning question. "Besides the forest, where else can we find more Daruka like those vomit beasts? Are there any other creatures out there even stronger than that thing?" Rainia thinks about it for a second. "Well, that would just be dragons." Xue Jing practically jumps when he hears that. "Wait, you can catch literal dragons as battle pets too?" She panics at his crazy idea. "Of course not. You absolutely cannot. Dragons are the most sacred Daruka species in this entire land." Rainia recounts an ancient legend. It states all dragon species in existence our direct children, the dragon god. In our homeland right now, only the chosen priestess of the dragon god is qualified to be a dragon's master. Xue Jing falls into deep thought over these ancient mysterious words. The dragon god priestess. It feels like the boundary between this weird land and reality is still very different here. He wonders if this girl actually knows any clues about where the divine items are hidden. Renia suddenly stops and points straight ahead. We are finally here. A massive roaring waterfall stands there as she warns him. But you really should not go inside that place, because the legendary dragon god lives inside. Xue Jing pays close attention to every single word she says. Renia points at the rushing waterfall. The dragon god has a terrible temper and gets angry super easily. She recalls an old rumor. Last time some random stranger actually tried to steal a precious dragon egg. They immediately got struck by lightning and turned into nothing but crispy ash. Suddenly, the top of the waterfall completely explodes. He quickly points it out. It looks like your dragon god's cave just completely blew up. Renia stands there, totally stunned. Right at the very top of the waterfall, a massive dragon flies around with violent lightning crashing down everywhere. The two of them quickly climb higher up for a better view. Renia notices them. They are dragon hunters from her country. Xue Jing activates his special vision. They are actively hunting it down. Renia grabs his arm and practically begs him. These guys want to kill the dragon god. They want to forge weapons using its golden blood. Xue Jing is honestly pretty confused. Weapons crafted from this special golden blood. Are they actually that ridiculously good? She reveals that the golden blood flowing through the dragon race is basically a highly condensed form of pure lightning power. Just a single drop can forge a weapon so incredibly strong that it can easily slice a boulder in half. Renia's voice is completely filled with absolute anger. These crazy lunatics just want to get stronger. They know killing the dragon god destroys the world, but they do not care. Xue Jing hears this and completely panics. Killing the dragon god destroys the world. Then wouldn't that mean he is permanently trapped right here? Well, you and I know he definitely has to stop these guys. His glowing eyes shift color as he looks over at the battlefield. He watches that incredibly mighty dragon unleash a massive wave of destructive aftershocks. So Xue Jing firmly believes one thing. It looks like those hunters will not get what they want easily. Alright, let us watch as he locks onto those hunters. These guys are no joke, definitely elite tier. And their teamwork, absolutely flawless. Charging in head-on right now would be straight-up suicide. Xue Jing spots the perfect hiding spot, a massive boulder right behind the locals. He needs to close the distance first and wait for his opening. Time to cause a little chaos for these guys. But first intel. What exactly is a dragon hunter's weakness? Renia immediately points out their heavy axes. Their fatal flaw, those massive weapons need time to recharge. After every single heavy blast, they are completely wide open before they can strike again. That is exactly the kind of intel Xue Jing needed. Got it. Down below, the massive beast is absolutely furious. It lets out a deafening roar at the bold intruders invading its turf. Sola, the captain of this hunter squad, instantly barks out a plan. Number 3, lock down the left wing. And Loa, get ready. She smirks confidently, spinning her heavy weapon in her hands. I was born ready, Captain. Let us do this. If we actually manage to take this absolute monster down, and Loa's drill weapon starts glowing, radiating an insanely intense surge of power. You owe me the strongest drink in town when we return. The drill lunges straight for the beast's incredibly tough armor. It violently pierces right into the solid dragon claw. And Loa grins, calling out that the armor is breached. The heavy anchor chain drives deeper into the creature's massive scales. 2 critical points on its body get hit at once. The beast suddenly erupts with a terrifying surge of energy. Sola yells out a warning, the dying god's state is starting. And Loa jumps back to his side, screaming to hurry up. Everyone get the extractors ready. Still hiding safely behind that massive boulder, Xue Jing is super curious. What exactly is this state? Renia explains that right before a dragon actually dies, its spiritual energy spikes to absolute maximum levels. Pure golden quality loot. Grabbing it at this exact moment is the absolute jackpot, and Loa is hyped. Holding out a container she calls first come, first served. That very first drop is all mine. But the dragon's energy shoots out like literal razor blades. Wave after wave blasting outward. Sola realizes something is wrong. Get back now. This is not the dying state at all. The beast is completely enraged. Alright, watch closely. Anlo freezes up, pure tension hitting her face. She turns to run. Why did nobody tell her sooner? Jing is watching from hiding. Now is the perfect moment. He flicks a tiny stone straight at the glowing flask. It gets knocked right out of Anlo's hands. She loses balance and crashes hard into the dirt. The spiritual energy creeps up right next to her feet. A bright golden light reflects directly onto Anlo's terrified face. She is absolutely terrified right now. Stay back, do not approach. Anloa gets completely engulfed by the raging stream of energy. It burns like absolute hellfire. The stone then shoots toward the 2 other hunters nearby. Sola goes on guard. Who did that? Show yourself. Jing steps out of the shadows, casually waving a hand. Sola grits his teeth in pure rage. Who are you? His hands are literally shaking from intense anger. How dare you mess with my trusted team members? One of his eyes flashes with a deadly glint. Unforgivable killing intent fills the heavy air. He swings his heavy axe down with absolute brute force. The impact carves a massive, deep trench into the ground. The earth explodes beneath him. Jing leaps high to dodge. This guy's physical strength is actually insane. Down below, Sola charges forward, wildly swinging his heavy axe. Facing this relentless barrage of heavy attacks, Jing is genuinely stunned. He is forced to continuously retreat backwards. Get this guy's raw physical power is easily triple his own. If they clash head-on, Jing definitely won't survive this fight. 10 moves at most. Fresh blood splatters. He quickly activates his special vision skill. Jing glances over at the massive dragon. Almost time. He silently calculates the distance. Meanwhile, Sola channels absolutely all of his remaining power into one final strike. Just die. Jing successfully stalled for time. The timing is absolutely perfect right now. A massive surge of wild lightning crashes down onto Sola. His entire body is violently electrocuted, leaving scorched black marks all over him. Sola loses total consciousness and falls flat on his back. Jing breathes a huge sigh of relief. That was way too close. He walks over to comfort the beast. Dragon God, you are safe now. But wait. He spots a glowing power core inside its mouth, staring back with pure hostility. You and I can see Xue Jing walking into the tiger's mouth. Wait, no, he almost got struck by that massive lightning. He yelled out, "Hey, I am actually here to save you." For now, running away was his only real option. Rinia quickly explained. The great dragon god is currently stuck in a state, divine wrath, but its mind is still completely awake. It might just calm down in a little bit. Those relentless attacks really terrified Xue Jing for a second, but he knew he could not just keep hiding forever. Rinia quickly offered up a wild solution. Unless you manage to control the great dragon god yourself. Xue Jing cut her off. That was just completely absurd. The dragon god is way too powerful. How could anyone control it? But look closely with me. He realized something was totally off. The beast was actually shooting out way fewer lightning bolts. Seems like those guys earlier really drained a massive amount of its stamina. If that is true, he needed to get closer and expose its hidden weakness. Xue Jing instantly activated his shadow flame, going all out. He shot straight toward the massive dragon god. From his palm, a huge burst of shadow flame erupted. It latched right onto the dragon scales. Using that momentum, he launched himself upward. Xue Jing successfully grabbed onto the dragon god. Perfect landing. Got you, he smiled with confidence. Let us see exactly how you plan to hit us this time. System update notification. Divine substance detected. Extraction sequence is currently in progress. Massive divinity extraction. Multiple system notifications started exploding back to back. Divinity increased by 10. Xue Jing was totally shocked. He could absorb pure divinity just by grabbing onto its scales, and the absorption rate was insanely fast. The dragon god suddenly flapped its massive wings. It carried him high into the sky. Xue Jing started cursing out loud. Oh, total crap. Rinia never expected things to escalate quite like this. He was actually riding the great dragon god into the sky. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed right behind her. Those native fighters from the distant borderlands are actually pretty impressive, are they not? To think they could actually hunt down a dragon species of such an insane tier. Rania went on high alert. Who is speaking there? She replies to just call her the mirror entity. Rania is absolutely stunned. The mirror entity, but that person she mentioned is from the outside world. She is completely shocked. He actually came from the outside. The intersection boundary, Rania quickly adds. And get this, his name is super weird to hear. His name is Xue Jing. The mirror entity speaks up thrilled. I have been waiting for him forever. 2 hours later, the dragon god takes our MC flying around. Xue Jing is feeling incredibly dizzy and disoriented. This huge beast has insane power. If things keep going like this, he is definitely going to get thrown off and killed soon. He realizes he needs to try and create something helpful. Something exactly like riding reins. He immediately blasts out Dark Aura, but he honestly has no idea if it is strong enough. 2 dark streams tightly grab onto the dragon god's mouth. Xue Jing violently pulls those dark ropes straight backward. He tests it out. Looks like the durability is actually pretty solid. He just needs a little bit more strength. But no worries, his twin force ability has him completely covered. Xue Jing's pulling strength gets a massive instant boost. Now the dragon god is flying way more steadily. A system update pops up. He has successfully taken control. The dragon god is tamed, unlocking his brand new riding skill entirely. Riding level 1, 0 out of 300. Xue Jing smirks to himself. Huge success. He curiously checks out the next system notification. But you and I gotta see these effects on the screen. The details are absolutely wild. It dramatically boosts his sense of physical balance and orientation. Xue Jing takes a moment to test his balance. Compared to before, he feels so much more comfortable right now up here. It honestly feels exactly like standing right on flat ground. As for the directional sense, the effect is probably pretty clear. Our guy is literally never getting lost ever again. He pulls the reins, making the dragon god turn. This is pretty fun. Stick with me, this is not the whole story. About this riding skill. The dragon god gets a nasty idea and dives straight down. I will throw you off to your death. That creepy, unfamiliar voice instantly puts Xue Jing on high alert. Who's speaking? The dragon god is feeling massively insulted right now. A supreme being actually being ridden by a mere human. Zeke figures it out. Wait, you are the one talking, you absolute bastard. The massive dragon takes a wild nosedive, straight toward the giant boulders below, going for a suicide crash. But the dragon's absolute wild stubbornness, Zeke is actually totally loving it. He fully respects this crazy beast's bold guts. Looks like our guy needs to force complete and total submission. He quickly calculates their terrifying altitude. They are easily 5,000 meters above the solid ground. If they actually smash into the earth, the giant dragon god might somehow survive. But Zeke is absolutely completely dead. To avoid dying right here, he has to jump off the wild dragon's back. But doing that means the beast basically wins and gets exactly what it wanted. He needs to find the absolute perfect timing. The hard ground gets closer by the second. Watch closely, guys. Zeke finds his perfect window right now. The dragon smashes down, burying its massive head into the dirt. Broken rocks explode everywhere like crazy. Zeke safely lands right on the solid ground. The system starts spamming wild update notifications. Staying fully connected during the insane dragon god taming process brings plus 327 points. Divinity triggered. Riding skill levels up instantly from 0 to level 2. His shadow flame power gets a massive epic quality upgrade. Surviving this insanely fierce wild battle gives his Enja Max a brand new dragon aura resistance trait. That dragon pressure resistance effect gets a huge power boost. Zeke is totally hyped. These epic rewards are seriously amazing. The dragon lets out an absolutely deafening ear-splitting roar. Zeke gets completely annoyed. Are you seriously still losing your mind? Facing his deadly threat, the proud dragon finally bows in submission. I completely disrespected you just now. Please forgive my foolish actions, my true and absolute master. That sudden, respectful attitude catches Zeke completely off guard. Did he mishear that? What did you just call me, master? Zeke drops the dark aura completely. Yeah, whatever, let it go. This is honestly a completely wild and unexpected massive win. If he had not fully unleashed his shadow flames moments earlier, taming this absolute beast would have been 100% impossible. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out for the great dragon god. Renia walks over holding his gear, asking about the giant beast. Sir, are you completely okay? Xue Jing senses something very wrong. Hey, shouldn't you be worrying about me first right now? The mirror girl suddenly throws her arms around him. Worrying about you? Of course, I can easily do that. Xue Jing, are you perfectly fine? Are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Are you hurt anywhere? Want to eat dinner first or just eat me first? System notification flashes, divine substance detected. Here we go. He glares in total doubt as she introduces herself. First time meeting. I am the girl from the mirror. Or as you humans would probably say, it basically means. Her next words leave Xue Jing absolutely stunned. Divine object God 005. He scoffs. Stop trying to fool me. You are just a projection. Where's the real divine object? Xue Jing reaches out, testing her shoulder right then. System update flashes, divine substance has been detected once again. Divinity goes up by 3. Now he finally believes it. A real divine substance detected. Could her insane words actually be the complete truth? The system continues to heavily update. Divinity plus 3. He finds this tiny number completely pathetic. But with a divinity value this incredibly low, how dare she even call herself a top divine object? It is not even close to his cattail ring. Stick with me. Xue Jing thinks this is absolutely impossible. He sneers. A high-level divine object acting just like this. We should naturally share a strong connection with each other. Do you really think I am that easy to fool? The mirror girl sighs helplessly. Alright, fine, you totally win. Actually, I am Mirror Entity God 1108. Well, this is completely boring. And Wu Yuxing actually told me you were super interesting. Xue Jing frowns. Wait, did she actually send you here? She lifts her chin proudly, showing off once again. Did she not just exactly say, God 005 is unstable, so she needed me to protect you? That is exactly why I came. Xue Jing replies, Bai Ya's team only told us. They managed to track down its hidden traces. But it definitely should not be erupting this fast, right? The mirror girl brags with absolute pride. God 005 is a top 10 divine object. Maybe right before I even entered the entire intersection area, the entire world was already under its complete control. After our team figured out the divine object's true ranking, She basically told her to hurry up and find him, saying that if she refused to show, she would be permanently locked inside that cold mirror. Seeing that purely frustrated expression, Xue Jing quietly observed her, a divine object actually displaying very raw and human emotions. This being was definitely not simple. He just nodded and asked, "So what exactly should we do next?" The mirror entity finally told the whole truth. She had run into a massive problem. Her original plan was actually built entirely around assuming God 05 was still fully dormant and offline. If things went right, then all she had to do was get him out safely, and the whole ordeal would end. Xue Jing immediately raised an eyebrow. Was she implying that God 05 was actually suppressing her? The mirror girl nodded, admitting exactly that. Divine entities, just like her kind, actually follow a very strict hierarchy just like human society does. The mirror realm is in existence, standing at the absolute top tier. Under that crazy heavy suppression force, she, as a lower-ranking subordinate, simply could not use her powers freely anymore. Xue Jing was completely speechless internally, and she still claimed she came here to help him. She pointed straight at the watch strapped to his wrist. Normally, she could easily enter his watch face and hide right there, but due to the suppression, she was completely locked out, unless they actually found the boundary zone core and somehow converted its massive power into her own. He suddenly recalled what Renia mentioned. Those lunatics just desperately craved more power, fully knowing that slaying the dragon god would totally end the world, yet they absolutely did not care at all. "You and I know," Renia warned, "that killing the dragon god brings total destruction." Xue Jing boldly pointed toward the dragon god. Could that massive beast actually be the boundary zone core? The mirror entity obviously refused to believe it. She told him to quit joking about something so vital. How could it possibly be out here? Renia confirmed the massive dragon god. It was actually the intersection land's true core. She pointed at the giant beast in pure disbelief. "Wait, that thing?" "Yep." The mirror entity's face suddenly shifted into a calculating smirk. "Well, that is just perfect. If I can just absorb its energy, then this mirror world will not be able to trap us anymore." Xue Jing instantly grabbed her wrists, stopping her cold. The mirror spirit totally struggled to break free. "What are you doing? Let go," he sighed, telling her to use her brain. "If that core actually shatters, what exactly do you think happens to this world?" "You already know the answer, right? You kill that dragon, then you are single-handedly destroying our only actual escape route out of here." The mirror entity looked super gloomy now. "So what exactly are we supposed to do? Bottom line, we cannot just leave things like this." He replied, "You king already laid it out. We just have to prove this world is fake. Then we can finally escape." But Xue Jing faced a massive problem. Here is the catch. God 05's status remained completely unknown. Did it possess its own separate consciousness just like her? Or had it already infiltrated, hiding right beside his own allies? If that really was the case, a direct clash would be pure suicide. He needed a smarter plan. The dragon god stepped forward. "Master, listen. Perhaps I can be of assistance here." Xue Jing silently asked it. "Are you seriously willing to give her your power?" It replied immediately. "Yes, my master." Perfect, he thought. Then Xue Jing threw out a question. "If I can help you grow stronger, do you have any way to fight God 05? She pointed at him, shocked. Xue Jing quickly corrected himself. "Right. To be much more precise, I will give you the dragon god's raw elemental power. Since it already agreed anyway, we can give this a try." The dragon god remained highly concerned. Because God 05 is on another level, even if our MC shares his power with her, it still might not be enough to fight back. The mirror girl completely agrees. "You and I know she's right. God 05 holds the absolute highest rank. Even if the dragon god gave her all of his power, she'd basically be throwing a fragile egg against a solid rock." The dragon god confirms it. The mirror girl is right. She can only open up a direct passage to the main body, God 05. The actual solution to this mess, it all completely depends on Jing himself. Jing looks totally shocked, pointing right at himself. "Me." The dragon confirms it. "Spot on, master. That divine item of yours. If he can actually use it right on her, the final results are going to be way better." Suddenly, a crazy idea flashes right into Jing's mind. He pulls out that exact specific item, the 100-foot pole. He watches the weapon materialize right in his hand. Jing is completely stunned. A mere image just transformed into a solid physical entity. The legendary 100-foot pole. Wait a second, didn't he already use this thing before? And yet now it has fully recovered back to its original state. Whatever, forget the reason. You and I both know this is a perfect opportunity. A heaven-sent gift. Jing braces himself for action. "Let's start this." The dragon god instantly obeys. "Yes, my powerful master." Pure spiritual energy instantly surges straight into the mirror girl's forehead. The dragon's sharp claw gently touches Jing's own forehead. Spiritual energy just keeps pouring right into him. The glowing energy pulses like a live circuit connecting them both. Jing grips the pole tight, pouring all his spiritual energy inside. The system screen flashes, currently analyzing the divine matter of the object. The divine item actually starts evolving. Over by the mirror girl, wild energy erupts everywhere. System alert, divine nature plus 35. Her entire blue body suddenly transforms into a brilliant glowing gold. Tiny shards of mirror violently shatter apart. Sparks fly everywhere as explosive energy hits. Renia panics, immediately trying to run toward the glowing mirror girl. Jing shoots his arm out, stopping her cold. Hold on a second. The shattered fragments rain down onto the green grass below. And then they literally merge right together. Renia covers her mouth in shock. The fragments. They are actually piecing themselves back together. It forms a brand new body for the mirror girl, slowly piecing back together. Her physical form finally reached absolute perfection. The mirror spirit was completely stunned. Look at this, my physical body actually grew larger. Xue Jing stepped forward, his expression dead serious as he asked, "How are you feeling right now? Any massive changes to your stats?" She closed her eyes, carefully sensing the new energy inside. The mirror spirit's line of sight expanded. Everything became incredibly sharp and distant. Her vision was so insane she could literally spot a tiny pebble hidden in the grass. She beamed immediately, reporting the good news. "My connection with the actual mirror is so much stronger now. I can feel exactly where it is located right now, and I can fully lock on." But suddenly she noticed something chilling. Wait a second, someone already grabbed it. It's fake Li Xiaoquan. But something about him doesn't look right at all. Just look at those completely dead, soulless eyes. The dragon god realized God 05 had totally corrupted him. You and I can see the mirror world sense danger. It's completely assimilating this entire border zone right now, trapping absolutely everyone here until they die. Xue Jing instantly figured it all out. Just as I thought. I knew it. God 05 most likely has its own sentience too. Tell me, are you able to fight back against its heavy suppression right now? She quickly replied that she hadn't tested it out yet. But I can freely use all my abilities now, no problem. Renia cheered. Oh, that is perfect. Then a wave of system notifications exploded. You helped the divine artifact complete its final evolution. Divinity plus 2,000 points. Dragon Horn Divine Skill. Status currently not activated. Divinity required to activate 2,639 over 500. Activation conditions fully met. Do you wish to proceed? Yes or no? He looked completely surprised. Oh. Awakening, a brand new ability right at this exact moment. Xue Jing stared at the new skill with genuine curiosity. Dragon Horn. Another obscure skill where you can't even see the actual effects. He tapped the screen anyway. Boom, skill successfully activated. Dragon Horn level 1. Divinity cost 2,139 over 100. Effect grants the ability to transform into real dragon horns. Divine Avatar currently remains locked. Showing conditions to unlock. Divinity reaches 2,139. Level 10 is unlocked. Xue Jing slowly glances over at the other three people standing nearby. They stare at him in pure shock. He feels completely confused now. What is going on? Why is everyone staring at me? They just gasp and point right at his head. Are those dragon horns? Xue Jing touches his head and instantly feels a sharp, stinging spark of raw electricity zap his hand upon making contact. The dragon god speaks up. Congratulations, master. You have obtained a brand new epic power. The power of these dragon horns comes directly from divinity, resonating flawlessly with your true dragon bloodline. Try to feel that intense new energy flowing straight through your body. The dragon horn power lets you control raw lightning and thunder. Xue Jing literally feels the electric currents racing up and down his veins. So it is lightning attribute magic. The dragon god gives a hint. But stick with me, there's another hidden ability here. Master, give it a try. Xue Jing blasts a bolt of lightning right at the stone pillar nearby. He feels slightly disappointed. It just formed a rope made of lightning. Wait, can it only tie things up like a basic snare? Then the heavy stone pillar lifts upward. It shatters into tiny pieces. Xue Jing lets out a surprised gasp. I did not even use any force. He shoots more lightning toward an even bigger boulder nearby. Let us test this out. Xue Jing rubs his chin, observing this wild new skill very closely now. I get it now. He actually lifts the entire massive rock straight into the air. Turns out he is not physically lifting this huge boulder at all. He uses the dragon horn skill. The horns are actively reducing the gravity of the heavy object. Then Xue Jing casually tosses the heavy rock right back down. He channels the electricity straight down into his own feet. So what happens if I use this exact trick on myself? He immediately gets pushed upward. Xue Jing smiles to himself happily. Wow, it really allows his entire body to float and fly. The dragon god praises not bad. The two girls cheer loudly, saying that is so awesome and interesting. Xue Jing did not lie to us. Suddenly, a loud rumble from far away startles Renia completely. She panics and wonders what on earth is happening out there. He looks toward a massive flock of dragons flying in from afar. A majestic dragon leads the pack. The dragon god reports back quickly. Master, those dragons up there used to be my loyal familiars. Watch this, they have been corrupted by God 05, twisted and turned into mindless puppets for the mirror world. Xue Jing immediately asks if there is any way to save them. The entity replies that the only real way out of this nightmare is defeating every single one of them and absorbing their inner divinity. Only by doing this can these souls finally break free from the mirror world's complete control. Xue Jing remembers those words carefully. All right, I understand. He firmly orders the mirror spirit. You must always stay completely aware of your exact position inside the mirror world, and do whatever it absolutely takes to stop this place from spiraling totally out of control. She completely obeys him. I understand. Xue Jing instantly activates two massive skills, Dragon Horn and Shadow Flame, but using the Dragon Horn just for flying total waste. He still desperately needs to find a way to score a new mount. He locks his eyes onto one target. Watch this closely. That is the one. Xue Jing immediately launches himself high into the air. Dark Shadow Flame tightly wraps completely around this giant dragon. The beast furiously lets out a massive roar. Xue Jing drops right onto its massive head. You also want to help me free your trap brothers, right? Then you better help me out. A series of system notifications explode outward. You have successfully tamed your second dragon companion. His experience points just shoot up like absolute crazy. Riding skill gets a huge boost, jumping from level 2 to level 4. He just completed the hidden conditions to activate the epic Dragon Knight skill. Dragon Knight class level 1 unlocked. 0 out of 300 skill effects, plus double the experience points gained from defeating dragon monsters. Seeing the wild dragon's status finally become completely stable now, Xue Jing stands tall, grips its huge horns, and asks, I guess this officially means you have finally accepted me, right? Suddenly, a massive monster rushes right at them. Xue Jing instantly activates both Dragon Horn and Demon Shadow Flame. Dragon Thunder Pierce. Just one brutal strike shatters the monster into tiny pieces. The system notification displays eliminated a highly special creature holding pure divinity. Divinity stat increased by 58 points. He thinks to himself. Before this, just from taming that wild dragon, he already scored way over 300 pure divinity points. Like we always say, those normal monsters simply cannot even begin to compare with an actual dragon. Listen, you and I know sheer numbers. When massive enough, they literally trigger a total quality shift. 2 hours pass by after totally wiping out a monster horde. Combat hits level 8, scoring 3,623 points. Body fitness levels up. Secret healing arts hit level 8 too. Aiming hits level 8 with over 5,000 points scored perfectly. Sprinting hits level 8 too. Ghost magic maxes at level 10. Secret master arts hit level 6, breaking past 2,000 points. Xue Jing was completely exhausted, simply because of that massive experience point drop. But fighting like this non-stop would literally push him to death. Another system update, inheritance skill unlocks level 4. Acting skill hits level 5, scoring 499 points. 355 points. Watch this pivot. His bracelet suddenly chimes an urgent warning. God 05 is definitely moving now. Those infected victims are walking straight toward Renya right this second. While the dragon god and Renya slept, she wakes up, her eyes still heavy and totally half asleep, looking right at the intruders. Renya is completely shocked, because she actually spots her own parents inside that massive crowd. Why are you guys all here? She completely failed to sense the extreme danger at first, running toward them completely happy. We were all so worried about you, so we came looking. Why, I'm perfectly fine. And the great dragon god is completely safe here too. One infected mind-controlled guy violently shoves Renya right to the side. Get away, we are here to kill the dragon god today. She stared in pure shock. Dad, do you hear yourself speaking? If we do not kill the dragon, then this entire world will literally be destroyed forever. Her mother laughs coldly, her voice breaking up horribly now. So what does that matter? If we kill the dragon god, we will finally be set free. We watch as Renya realizes something is horribly wrong with them. Are you guys completely out of your minds right now? The great dragon god is the core of this entire world. How could you even try killing him? She throws her arms out, blocking them. I will never let you hurt the great dragon god here. Suddenly, her dad raises his heavy iron axe. If you do not move right now, I will strike you down and bury you together with him. She closed her eyes tight, silently, bracing for this exact moment. Right at that critical second, the deadly axe completely shattered. Her father collapsed heavily down onto the ground. Xue Jing immediately warned Renee about this. They were already fully infected by the mirror world system. Even though they clearly kept all their past memories completely intact, there was absolutely zero doubt about it anymore. They were all just mindless mirror world puppets now. She broke down crying and begging, pleading with Xue Jing to please save her parents right now. He was so incredibly strong, he definitely had a way. But the dragon god dropped a death sentence instead. Sorry. No one could save them. Unless they completely shattered the mirror world, there was no other way out. Xue Jing quickly did the math. You and I can clearly see 30 or 40 enemies standing opposite him. If every single one of them rushed in to attack, then he couldn't keep Renee safe during the chaos. He asked the dragon god, could he fight? But the beast just shook its head helplessly. Sorry, master. My severe injuries still haven't fully healed up yet. Xue Jing could only really wonder. Why in the world was this dragon god so incredibly weak? Was it just because he absorbed its divine energy earlier, and that actually caused it to become so weak? All right. Their attack power wasn't exactly strong by any means at all, but they clearly had a massive numbers advantage. The biggest issue, they were all just normal, everyday people, just being completely mind-controlled. He absolutely could not afford to just kill them. Xue Jing quickly gathered his shadow flame. He needed to knock them out using the absolute minimum power. He couldn't damage their internal organs at all during this. Crucially, he also couldn't let them rush in and attack Renee. Renee, hide behind the dragon god right now, he warned her. No matter what happens out here, do not step outside. Understood. She was still hesitating, but then Xue Jing quickly reassured her, smiling. Just trust me on this. Relax. I promise I will not hurt your mom and dad. Hearing him say that finally gave her some real peace. Thank you. You be very careful too. Now watch an axe-wielding guy rushed at him. Xue Jing smoothly tilted his body, dodging perfectly, causing the heavy axe strike to completely miss the mark. He slams his hand right into the enemy's neck. Watching the guy pass out instantly, Arthur realizes something is wrong. That strike was just slightly too heavy. The rest of the mob goes crazy and rushes forward. He instantly teleports away from his original spot. Arthur strikes the back of their necks, one by one. His speed right now is absolutely off the charts. Seeing them hit the ground, he finally breathes a sigh. Good thing every single one of them is just completely normal. Zero combat training. It only takes one hit to drop them. But whenever one guy gets knocked down, another one immediately steps up to take his place. We know he definitely needs a plan to wipe this problem out completely. Maybe use his shadow flame to bind them all together. But these guys are just ordinary people. That shadow flame would absolutely tear them apart. How can he actually stop it? Can he prevent the shadow flame from totally destroying them? Like removing the destructive damage attribute maybe, and just keeping the suppression effect to hold them down. Arthur channels his energy into the ground. Might as well test this wild idea out first. A massive energy ring suddenly explodes outward. Sharp pieces of rubble fly directly toward the mob. Arthur is thrilled seeing the whole entire group getting knocked backward. It is actually working perfectly. Once everything is finally handled, he wipes the cold sweat right off his face. So there are no more problems, right? The only target left is the guy holding that mirror. Are we sure he is not hiding among these villagers? A sudden warning rings out from the spirit inside his bracelet. Arthur, watch your back. Arthur manages to dodge just in time. A yellow stone slashes past his arm, leaving a trail of blood. Arthur spots someone standing over by the edge of the woods. He finally sees the enemy's face clearly. The mirror spirit notices him. Is that really the guy? God 05 begins speaking in a strange, forgotten ancient language. He slowly raises that glowing yellow crystal into the air. Pure energy ripples outward in every direction. Seeing all those knocked out villagers slowly start standing up, Arthur suddenly pieces it together. We now know he was controlling these villagers all along. Rainier detects him. He says he wants to kill everyone. He gives a command. She made sure to evacuate everyone who could still walk. Get them out of here. Leave this guy to me. The mirror spirit warned him. Xue Jing, that guy is completely assimilated by the mirror world. God 05 just kept muttering his bizarre chant, Siua Kaka. That freaky stone was deeply embedded right in his chest. Suddenly, countless sharp fragments exploded straight from his open palms. God 05 launched forward. The shards pierced the bystanders while Xue Jing desperately dodged away. He lunged straight for his backpack and his trusty blade, resting right beside that boulder. Xue Jing grabbed his blade and slashed, completely shattering the incoming fragments. God 05 finally spoke perfectly clear English. Who are you? Xue Jing confidently fired back, the guy who will absorb you. Instantly, God 05 charged right at our main character. Xue Jing instantly swung his heavy blade to block that hand, but he grabbed the blade. The mirror spirit screamed out a warning. He's trying to corrode you right through the sword. Xue Jing was absolutely stunned. Wait, what is this thing? It can actually corrode a human body just by touching it. God 05 forcefully ripped the blade away from him. Xue Jing stumbled backwards, completely losing balance. Countless deadly mirror shards fired out sharper than ever before. His eyes went dead serious as Xue Jing immediately activated his shadow flame skill. A dark aura completely wrapped around him, successfully blocking every single one of those deadly fragments. The broken shards jammed right into the dark shadow flame. He was trapped inside, pushing hard to maintain the shield. His shadow flame was dangerously close to hitting its cooldown. If this kept up, the shield would definitely break apart. Suddenly, Xue Jing's eyes glowed with a bright blue light. He finally pinpointed his terrifying opponent's hidden weak spot. Now, if only he could find a way to strike it directly. That strange core crystal on God 05's chest started glowing. The monster resumed its chant as blinding energy exploded outward from its chest. Sharp crystal fragments rained down right at Xue Jing's feet. The entire space completely transformed around him. Massive blocks of mirrors slowly faded into view. They completely surrounded him right in the middle. Xue Jing figured it out. So you want to play hide and seek? Suddenly, from the opposite mirror, a violent ripple of pure energy blasted outward. He instantly spun around on high alert. God 05 lunged out, attacking him with his own stolen sword. Pure reflex kicked in and Xue Jing threw his fist up to block. Xue Jing was stunned. Wait a second, isn't that his own blade? God 05 just teased him. Your blade here is actually super easy to use. Xue Jing threw a heavy punch. So you can finally speak a human language, huh? Losing the fight, God 05 ducked into the mirror. His legs slowly phased right through the glass. Finally, only 2 glowing spots remained on the mirror's surface. The mirror reflection gave a warning. This right here is the mirror world domain, alright. Maybe it is speaking so you can actually understand it. Xue Jing quickly replied. The mirror world domain, you say? Wow, looks like my guess was spot on. He remembered what Wu Yuqing had told him earlier. This borderland held an item that belonged exclusively to him. Xue Jing finally realized this was exactly what she meant. Intense shadow flames erupted straight out of his hand. Xue Jing spoke up. If you really love playing hide and seek this much, then I will gladly play along with you. He analyzed the situation. This mirror world probably meant the enemy could move freely inside mirrors, relying purely on surprise attacks to strike targets down. Xue Jing unleashed his shadow flames. If that is the game, I will destroy every single mirror. That pure power instantly shattered the entire first row of mirrors. The fierce energy blasted straight ahead with force. God 05 hid deep inside a nearby mirror. The exact mirror hiding him was violently smashed to pieces. Xue Jing quickly obliterated half the surrounding mirrors around him. Spotting God 05 lurking right inside that specific mirror, he raised his fist. You brought this on yourself, buddy. Yet the villain actually gave a slight creepy smirk. God 05's reflection slowly faded from the glass. His eyes flashed with suspicion. Something was definitely off. Look closely. A tiny crack appeared on his wristwatch. A sharp glass shard shot directly towards Xue Jing's eye. He panicked, backing up. Luckily, a lightning strike shattered that nasty shard into dust. He exhaled in pure relief. That was close. Xue Jing watched glass shards digging right into his own arm. These things were literally burrowing straight under his skin. Fine then. I will just use Shadow Flame to burn all of you to ashes. He instantly activated the Shadow Flame. Those tiny fragments were finally pushed out. He secretly rejoiced it was actually working. But wait, you and I both see it, this stuff is spreading everywhere. Did that guy purposely lure him into burning through his energy earlier, just to speed this whole thing up? It is reaching his eyes now. Xue Jing's vision starts to fade. This is really bad. His consciousness is getting super blurry already. Looks like our guy has run into some serious trouble this time. But right now, he would rather die than let the mirror world control him completely. So he instantly activates his twin skill. Passive effect 200 kicks in, granting him 2 lives if he dies within 7 days. Plus, he can freely choose exactly when to revive. Once the death phase activates, Xue Jing requests a complete reset of all his current stats. Even though this definitely isn't the smartest strategy out there. But since things are this bad, there is simply no other way out now. The mirror spirit panics. Xue Jing, wait. What exactly are you doing? He coughs up blood. Update notification for Jing Yan. Cooldown time is set to 6 hours. Xue Jing's body stumbles and completely collapses backward. The mirror spirit flies out desperately, calling his name. Those strange fragments are rapidly invading straight from his hands. She holds his unconscious body, crying out for Xue Jing. Xue Jing's God 05 steps out and speaks. Seems like you are still not worthy to be my master. The mirror spirit furiously screams, what did you just do to him? He scoffs, glaring down at the low-level divine artifact. Get lost. Instantly, her entire body is forced into complete submission. God 05 mercilessly mocks the weak. He touches Xue Jing's forehead. I really shouldn't exist in a world like this anymore. Wouldn't you agree with me? Xue Jing's forehead starts blurring away, consumed by that thick mirror substance. A thick silver liquid slowly begins to spread everywhere. It completely covers every single inch of his body now. The mirror spirit slumps to the ground in absolute terror. It is totally over this time. He cannot come back from this. Meanwhile, Xue Jing's consciousness wakes up in a pitch-black void. So wait, are you and I actually looking at the afterlife? That is weird. Look at Jing Yan's status. Why does it seem way more active than it was before? Alright, you and I are watching something insane unfold here. Just like his very first awakening, does his mental visualization mean? To actually unlock his true domain power, he literally had to die a real death first. The system pops up special hidden conditions fully met. Jin finally gets it. So that was the secret. Death was never the actual endpoint here. It was the trigger needed to evolve his domain. Right now, God-005 is on high alert, staring at that weird silver slime bubbling straight up. Jin opens his eyes, shadow flame blazing in his pupils. Jin uses the shadow flame to rip through the slime. The enemy panics and jumps right up. What in the world just happened? How is this guy suddenly alive again? Jin pushes off the ground and slowly sits back up. The system notification displays twin cooldown time at exactly 59 days 23 hours. System check specialization totally successful. Shadow Flame skill officially upgrades into True Shadow Flame. Level 3 out of 1000. Jin clenches his fist super tight. True Shadow Flame erupts from his very fingers. Jin calls out with ice-cold focus. God-005, you better start saying your prayers. The enemy's hands are visibly shaking right now. His fingers suddenly merge together into one solid twisted mass. It transforms directly into a deadly razor-sharp weapon. God-005 loses it and charges. Jin's expression does not change at all. Just way too calm. He vanishes right before the deadly strike even lands. Jin instantly reappears right behind him. Way too slow, one brutal punch straight to the neck. Fragments explode and fly absolutely everywhere around his body. God-005 gets blasted backward, losing his footing. He skids violently across the dirt. God-005 cannot process this reality. How did you suddenly get this incredibly strong? Jin just glances down at the insane power in his hands. After that, epic level up, the pure speed and strength of True Shadow Flame. Both have skyrocketed to a completely new tier. Desperate God-005 summons the broken fragments back. Watch this. God-005 frantically launches shards at him. Xue Jing uses his classic trick again. He vanishes completely from his exact spot. This absolutely enrages God-005. He just vanished again. Then his voice echoes out. Are you looking for me? He whips right around fast, and his face eats a massive brutal punch from Xue Jing. He asks with absolute disgust. Didn't you just call me incredibly weak a second ago? Not even worthy to be your master, right? God-005 is shaking in pure agony. How is this possible? How shattered glass pieces scatter all across the cold floor. He instantly backpedals. You definitely heard that totally wrong. Someone as insanely strong as you is obviously worthy, but those mirror shards are slowly gathering. He is secretly plotting to kill him. Xue Jing stays completely calm. Really? But honestly, I do not want you anymore. God-005 gnashes his teeth. Rejecting my goodwill are we. He violently slams his hands down. The shattered shards violently bounce back up. If you refuse to be my master, then just die. Deadly mirrors shoot toward him, but Xue Jing raises his fists. He smashes them all. God-005 tries hiding inside a remaining mirror. You and I both know this dude is an absolute monster. Even while escaping, he still actively taunts him. But as long as I stay right here, I can make these mirrors infinitely regenerate over and over. You can never do a single thing to me. Xue Jing orders the mirror spirit to open the passage and completely lock down his true body. The mirror entity obeys immediately. Understood. Energy gathers in her hands. Her tightly clenched fists start radiating massive amounts of energy. Spiritual power pierces straight into the giant mirror, where God-005 is currently standing. He looks down in horror as the core on his chest turns completely yellow. Wait, what in the world did you do? To me, Xue Jing bends down, grabbing his blade. He covers it completely in dark shadow flame. You are not escaping this time. Deep cracks slowly begin to appear across God-005's face. He finally admits it. You really are incredibly strong. Exactly like all the terrifying rumors. He swings his blade. Heavenly Tao, profound dark slash. We're done. All right, watch this. The heavy blade slashes right through the mirror he hides inside. Shards of broken glass explode and scatter wildly through the air. Every single piece rains straight down. A massive crack splits the main mirror. As it shatters completely, God-005's real body is exposed. He is instantly destroyed, crumbling away into countless tiny scattered fragments. Xue Jing bends down, picking up a single glass shard to ask, what exactly did you mean by what you just said? What rumor exactly? God-005 is now reduced to just one tiny shard. Inside it, the glowing silhouette of a girl appears and replies, it has been way too long. I honestly cannot remember clearly anymore. But someone told me you possess a very unique and special power. That is why I have been waiting. Both of my previous masters were way too weak. Because of that, I had to confirm exactly how much raw power my brand new master could handle. Xue Jing figures it out immediately. So you were just testing me right from the very start. God-005 makes her offer. It is fine, you passed the test. Please let me stay right by your side. I will patiently wait for my next major power awakening. After saying that, her eyes slowly drift completely shut. Xue Jing lets out a heavy sigh, especially after surviving that absolutely brutal battle. When he finally steps back outside, he looks completely shocked. Weight already out, the massive blade in his hand suddenly cracks. He holds it up for closer inspection. It just could not handle surpassing its absolute limits. The blade could not endure the power shattering into tiny pieces. Thinking about Xue Jing beating him up over this mess, his face turns completely pale. If his senior sister actually finds out that the special blade she gifted him turned into total dust, the dragon god calls its master. The spirit inside the mirror cheers happily like a child. We can finally head back and report our ultimate success. The giant dragon respectfully bows its head. Thank you so much for saving this entire boundary realm. Xue Jing smiles casually, telling the dragon not to mention it. Seeing that nobody else is left around, he suddenly remembers something important. Oh right, let's see where the villagers went, the system quickly reported. Ever since the master stepped right into the mirror world realm, those villagers have slowly but surely regained all their lost consciousness. Right now, they have all returned safely to the village. Renia steps forward, bowing deeply to thank our guy Xue Jing. Thank you so much for saving my mom and dad. He just smiles and replies, you're way too polite. I honestly just did it to get out of here. Suddenly, a massive long crack appears right in the sky. From those deep cracks, huge shards of glass violently shatter outward. The dragon god and the others look up totally curious. The person in the mirror finally answers. This happens whenever the mirror world is finally being dismantled. After all, you have already completely absorbed it by now. Now, if this place was purely a true mirror world, the entire world would have completely shattered into pieces already. But this is an encroaching mirror boundary zone we're in, so it basically just strips away all the weird anomalies that originally belonged to the mirror world itself. That is it. From this exact moment onward, this boundary land will not spawn any more dangerous mutations at all. The creatures inside here will be allowed to grow in a natural way. Xue Jing immediately notices that right after absorbing God 05, a truly strange and bizarre new power seems to flow deep inside him. System update notification. Divine relic absorbed. Divinity plus 2,568. He is absolutely overjoyed. 2,000 years of violently slaying dragons never even gave me this much. The dragon god speaks up. Master, thank you so much for finally helping me and my people achieve true freedom. I want to offer you a special gift. Xue Jing is shocked. A gift? We're getting more loot, guys. Staring at the handed item, he is just totally confused. What is this? Xue Jing picks up a rock-hard egg covered entirely in thick dragon scales and asks Dragon Egg. The dragon god proudly introduces it. Master, this is my child. Once it finally hatches, it will fully inherit all my power. When that time comes, you can ride it and fly freely across the skies. Just thinking about using a literal dragon as a mount, pure joy surges inside his heart. This actually means that he gets to own a pet baby dragon all for himself. Xue Jing wonders out loud, but exactly how do I hatch it? The dragon god brings up, Master, do you remember how I once shared my power with that girl? Wait, Xue Jing thinks to himself, does he really have to spend divinity again? He channels his spiritual energy straight into the egg he's holding. Let's test this out first. A system notification pops up, hatching Dragon Egg 1 out of 50,000. You and I can see this deal looking pretty bad. 50,000 divinity points. Why on earth does it need so much? With so many different skills already needing to be nurtured, the gap in his divinity is already massive enough. Well, this is just perfect. Now he has to upgrade his skills and hatch this egg. Looks like he'll definitely need to hunt down more divine relics soon. Suddenly, his smartwatch beeps, signaling an incoming connection. The screen brightly displays the name Su Ren. Her image pops up right alongside 2 other team members. Finally, we actually got a signal. Xue Jing, what's your current situation looking like over there? Do you need us to wait at the gate as backup? He calmly replies, no need. The mission is officially complete. I'm getting ready to head out now. The 2 guys behind her gasp, you're seriously way too overpowered. Su Ren quickly delivers the update. We've already set up a temporary camp right at the boundary zone. Just make your way out first and we'll plan our next move. Xue Jing turns back to say his goodbyes. I have to leave now. Thank you for the incredible gift. The dragon god responds respectfully. Please take excellent care of it, master. Rania clings to a fragile sliver of hope. Xue Jing, are we ever going to see each other again? Her eyes are incredibly sad during this heavy moment of parting. He doesn't dare make any promises. I hope so. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Let's watch him finally step back outside. Su Ren sighs heavily as she explains the chaotic situation. Not long after you went inside that place, the boundary zone surveillance system triggered a massive blaring warning. Core fluctuations went completely wild. The divine relic was fully unleashed. The danger level actually crossed the absolute critical threshold. We all honestly thought you were completely dead in there. I remembered your instructions and immediately requested urgent approval from headquarters to send a few qualified recruits straight inside, just in case something terrible actually happened to you. Then at the very least, we could instantly recover your body. Xue Jing quietly acknowledges her genuine concern. I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness. But watch out, something's moving outside his window, leaving Xu Ren absolutely speechless. Something was dropping straight down from the sky above. It landed with an earth-shattering crash, leaving everyone there completely stunned. Thick smoke and dust billowed up all around them. As the heavy smoke cleared, a man's face finally emerged. This guy, Xue Jing Dawei, the deputy commander of Agency 6. The whole crowd was totally freaking out. Wait, isn't that the deputy commander himself? Now you and I are probably wondering why is a huge big shot here. Xu Ren whispered a quick warning. It's the deputy commander. His background is absolutely massive. If he gets even slightly annoyed, he could flip this entire city totally upside down. So watch your mouth and don't say anything stupid. Dawei pushed the curtain aside and stepped right up. He reached out his hand. Kid, you must be Xue Jing. At first, Dawei's expression was incredibly strict and dead serious. Xue Jing frowned, instantly going on high alert, having absolutely no clue what this guy was planning. Then he happily grabbed his shoulder, truly worthy of being the rising star of White Jiang. Right from the moment I read your official file, I knew immediately that you were anything but ordinary kid. Looks like I definitely picked the right guy. That sudden shift in attitude left our guy totally confused. Dawei turned around and loudly barked the attention command. Xu Ren stood perfectly straight. Understood, sir. He patted his shoulder, announcing loudly. Starting right now, you are the official special advisor. An extra off-the-books agent for the elite White Jiang squad. Operating straight out of Agency 6's Special Operations Unit. Xu Ren respectfully handed over a badge as Dawei introduced it. This exact badge serves as the ultimate symbol of your identity. With this thing, you can freely walk in and out of Agency 6. What's more, the entire White Jiang squad will always be waiting on your direct deployment orders. Xue Jing actually felt a bit disappointed. He honestly thought he was getting a solid cash reward. Turns out it's just a tiny badge. Xu Ren quickly spoke up. Congratulations on the promotion, Commander. He looked completely shocked. Honestly, Xue Jing really hated being called by that formal title. Too annoying. Just drop the formal title entirely. She froze in pure shock. This kid actually dared to refuse. Xue Jing continued. He originally never even planned to join White Jiang. Plus, between you and me, their intel was absolutely garbage. Totally inaccurate. If he wasn't so ridiculously tough, he would have died back in the Crossworld realm. Dawei casually brushed it off. With great power comes greater responsibility. But Xue Jing knew perfectly well. If things went sideways, he would absolutely be the one forced to step up. Dawei quickly cut him off. Besides, even though the upcoming missions are basically nightmare difficulty level, this was actually his chance. He could get his hands on more divine relics. And collecting these incredibly powerful divine relics was exactly his main mission from the very start. Xue Jing looked curious. What exactly did he mean? Dawei smiled and dropped the reveal. Once he accepts this official appointment letter, every single classified file from Agency 6 would be completely unlocked and open to him. Whenever he actually wanted, he could browse through the agency's highest secrets at any time. Plus, depending on just how insanely hard his future missions get, he could even request to borrow some of the 3-digit rank divine relics directly from Agency 6's vault. That caught Xue Jing's attention immediately. 3-digit rank divine relics. Seriously. He finally nodded. All right, fine, since Dawei trusted him this much. He would go ahead and accept this new official position. Dawei eagerly handed over the shiny badge for Xue Jing to take. Just like that, our main character officially became his boss. Xue Jing pointed right at him. Listen up, Vice Commander. You better keep your promise on this. Dawei immediately put on his super trustworthy face. Of course, then Dawei suddenly remembered something else. Oh right. Inside that envelope was a special arranged vacation mission just for him. He told Xue Jing to use this chance to finally relax. Xue Jing ripped open the envelope. Inside was a boarding pass. Dawei smiled. That was a ticket for a top-tier luxury cruise. Rumor had it a single ticket cost several million. Even with cash, you could barely buy one. The fine print inside clearly displayed the strict boarding requirements. Now you and I should pay attention here. Everyone invited had to meet one condition. Condition A, physically possessing a divine relic. Or Condition B, being gifted one. Cut to Xue Jing packing his bags. He warned little Ning Fengna sitting right on his shoulder. Cruise ships. Absolutely, do not allow pets on board. They had to pass a strict security check up ahead. She needed to sneak onto the ship herself. No problem at all, you can definitely count on me. We will meet back up later on the ship. After that, they split up and go their separate ways. Xue Jing heads straight inside the building, while Ning Fengna sneaks off in another direction. A massive luxury cruise ship is docked by the harbor. He curiously watches the people gathering around. Are all these people seriously waiting for the ship? Based on the strict ship boarding requirements, these people gathered here must be packing some serious skills. Looking closely at this crowd, you and I know this is no normal vacation. His twin system ability is still stuck on cooldown. He really hopes nothing too crazy goes down today. Suddenly, a hidden weapon shoots straight towards Xue Jing's completely unprotected back. His clairvoyant eyes activate in a split second. Xue Jing catches the dart barehanded. You and I know sneak attacks are a really bad habit. Up high on the roof, fighters in traditional gear leap out with their swords drawn. Xue Jing dodges a strike thinking cold weapons in this day and age. Two of them are already surrounding him. Xue Jing easily evades every single sword swing with insane agility. He quickly notices something familiar about their combat moves. This is the Golden Wind Crimson Sword. Xue Jing instantly figures out exactly where these guys came from. You guys are from the Golden Wind Dojo, aren't you? Horus steps forward immediately, blaming our main character for everything. Our master vanished and my junior brothers are either dead, or they completely scattered away. The Golden Wind Dojo falling apart and turning into this pathetic state. It is all because of the people from Hidden Dragon Dojo. You ruined us. Xue Jing looks confused. What is my connection to that? The man angrily interrogates him. If that guy, Xue Jing, had not injured our master back then, the Golden Wind Dojo would never have been disbanded like this. Xue Jing just looks completely unimpressed. You just admit you are weaker than them, yet you blame your opponents for being way too strong. Who actually acts like such sore losers like you guys? Horus lunges right at him, screaming, "Today is the day. Even if I die, I am dragging you straight down to hell." Xue Jing does not even flinch once. He simply tilts his body, dodging perfectly. Glowing energy blades shoot right out from the old man's palms. So powerful, Horus completely misses his target and screams in bitter frustration. Just as expected. You Hidden Dragon Dojo guys always act exactly like this. Always sneaking around and hiding in the shadows, or just cowering inside your tightly sealed little courtyard. Like a bunch of terrified turtles, Xue Jing openly mocked them. He shot back, "Aren't you guys the exact same, totally weak but obsessed with fighting? Then you lose and cry about not getting any respect." Suddenly, glowing dragon horns appear on his head. When it comes to being totally shameless, watch this. Lightning smashes right into Hong Ping. Your Golden Wind Dojo is definitely #1 in the world. Pitch black smoke starts pouring right out of his mouth. Hong Ping collapses, completely slamming hard into the dirt. The other disciples instantly ready their attack. "Come on, brothers, finish this guy." Suddenly, a massive blast of energy shoots from the ship. That intense aura completely traps the disciples in the middle. A booming voice suddenly echoes out. "Now pay attention. You actually dare to cause trouble on our turf." The energy tightens like a rope. "Do you guys want to die?" Right on cue, a mysterious man steps straight out of the ship cabin. He gives our main character a polite greeting. "Greetings, my highly valued guest. Please forgive me. My security measures were clearly not up to standard. This guy is Tang Yao, manager of the Infinite Nova ship." He leads the way, saying his boss is formally inviting him inside. Boarding the ship, Xue Jing is stunned. He subdued those fighters way too easily. He notices the incredibly tight security inside the ship. He quickly senses something. The auras on all these guards are no joke. Xue Jing shifts his focus onto Tang Yao. And this ship manager right here. The crazy technique he used to tie up those goons. It definitely was not a normal ability. Was it a divine relic? Or does he actually just possess that insane kind of power himself? Honestly, this whole luxury yacht gives off a super weird vibe too. Tang Yao stops right outside a private room. "We have arrived. Our boss is waiting for you right inside." He is highly curious. He really wonders who exactly the owner of this massive yacht could possibly be. With that thought, Xue Jing turns the doorknob. A completely blinding light instantly shines out from the room. Turns out it is Wu Yuqing waving her hand hello. "Long time no see, Xue Jing." He is totally shocked to see her. Boss Wu Yuqing clearly understands why. "You must have a whole lot of questions to ask me, right?" Xue Jing steps inside and asks her. "You are really the owner of this yacht?" She smiles and replies, "You can basically consider me the boss." All right, look at Xue Jing. He is completely confused. He checks his pocket and walks away. "I actually have something important to ask," he says. "Did you give that mirror shard to God 005? 005 claimed I hold a very special hidden power. That is why it waited. Who exactly is that person anyway? And what does special power even mean?" Ao Tin suddenly interrupts. "Let me guess." He sits down in the opposite chair. God 005 and 1108 are connected. Both are divine relics with their own independent active consciousness. These glasses must definitely be a derivative of the mirror system, right? Or to put it simply, it is part of God 1108, with a mind of its own, and closely connected to the mirror. Plus it knew I was special. A unique divine relic like that, I have only ever seen two. One is God 005, the other one 108. And God 1108 was in your hands all along. So the person who told God 005 about this could only be you, Ao Tin. Xue Jing confronts her directly. "I am not wrong, am I?" Ao Tin twirls her hair and calmly replies to him. If the final outcome is already working in your favor, why does the motive matter so much? He immediately shows his total frustration, setting everything up for me so perfectly, just like this. There is absolutely no way you lack some hidden secret agenda. Besides, I seriously refuse to be manipulated like a pawn anymore, like a complete total fool. Outeen reveals the truth. Truth is, I was actually born as a naturally blessed individual. Ever since I can remember, deep inside my own body, a specific kind of power existed. This exact power has brought me so many incredible things in life: status, massive wealth, and deep respect. But at the same time, it also brought a dark curse upon me, one that I cannot escape from. As the designated guardian of all these powerful divine relics, I must gather all of the corresponding divine relics within a strict time limit, otherwise I will simply die. Even though you are just helping me collect these divine relics, you are also actively helping me extend my own lifespan. Now you and I know he finally has his answer. No wonder they offered him such an absolutely sky-high salary. Xue Jing admits Madame Wu really thought everything through perfectly. But don't worry if it's within my power to do. I will absolutely do my best. After all, you are technically my boss right now, the one paying me. Yuxing replies with absolute pure joy. Thank you so much, Xue Jing. Xue Jing flips the topic. What about this God 005? How do you plan to handle it? She sets her teacup aside and asks him quite directly. You must have felt it by now, that extra surge of raw power inside your body. Strange, right? Wait until you fully master it, then give it back to me. No rush at all. Xue Jing is super curious, what exactly is that weird power anyway? How am I supposed to master it? Yuqing simply answers him. If it already accepts you as its master, then you will definitely find the right answer yourself. She adds more details, specifically mentioning God 005. It actually has the insane ability to move right through mirrors. If you can somehow get a solid grip on this power, your ability to protect yourself later on will become so much stronger. Yuxing sees him out. Alright, that is all for today. Go back to your room and rest up. Do not forget to attend the dinner party tonight, okay? There is a massive surprise waiting for you. Xue Jing arrives back at his room. Room 9723. He silently tells himself to calm down. He tries forcing all his focus deep into the mirror's reflection. A long water ripple appears on the glass. Broken glass shards float up before him. He tries touching them. So this is what the actual world inside the mirror looks like. Next, let's watch him try walking right through it. Xue Jing's hand actually phases directly through the solid mirror. His entire body slowly slides right into that shiny glass. And just like that, Xue Jing disappears inside. When he finally opens his eyes, he is somewhere completely different. Xue Jing is stunned. Wait, did he just return here again? Sure enough, things are never that easy. His gaze quickly catches something over in the corner. Xue Jing sees Ningfengna just chilling on the bed waiting. She speaks up. I actually just went to go inspect the kitchen. I gotta admit, the food on this ship isn't as good as your own cooking, but there's tons of variety, totally worth trying out. He lets out a sigh, asking her, aren't you afraid someone will spot you acting this openly flashy? Alright, look closely. Ningfengna explains, with all these cameras here, staying totally hidden is basically impossible. Tyler just pats her head. Relax, the owner here is chill. She definitely won't say a single word. Suddenly, remembering something, he turns back. Oh right, Ningfengna. I'm trying to understand this thing. If things go completely sideways while I am doing this, you need to wake me up immediately. Ningfengna covers her nose in pure disgust. What is that? It smells awful. Is this just another stray divine artifact or something? Tyler smirks, dropping the reveal. This right here is the real deal, completely genuine. The Mirror World God 005. She is stunned. A single-digit tier divine artifact. Logically speaking, the aura should be way more pure here. So why does it smell this incredibly weird? He thinks to himself. Could this terrible stench actually be part of Aubrey's unique powers? Ningfengna promises him it will be fine. If anything goes wrong, I will wake you up instantly. Tyler waves it off. Well, it might not go that far. Watch closely. He steps through the newly activated mirror. He tries again but gets violently thrown out every time. Tyler is completely shocked. Ningfengna looks at him curiously. Did you already fail? He quickly breaks down what just happened. Half his body made it in before he got thrown backward. It literally felt like the mirror totally rejected him. Ningfengna tries to guide him. Try relaxing your body to fully accept the divine artifact. Even though I have no idea how you actually snagged God 005, but this thing seems to hold serious hostility toward you. Tyler tries doing exactly that. I feel like I am finally accepting it now. But what exactly am I supposed to do? Ningfengna chimes in. I cannot really explain it clearly either. But back then my overall power was actually pretty strong. Maybe you need to use overwhelming power to completely suppress it. Hearing this, Tyler is visibly shaken. Use even greater power. Then would that not require Arthur's strength? Could he really borrow Arthur's overwhelming power to suppress God 005? It actually sounds super simple. but you and I know pulling it off is tough. Watch this closely. Xue Jing's hands are radiating glowing light. Pure power blasts straight out from his system panel. The mirror completely absorbs all this intense energy. Blinding spiritual energy lights up everything around him. A sudden system alert pops up, fusion successful. Xue Jing smiles. It finally worked. Another system alert shows he perfectly fused a literal divine relic, plus 788 divinity points. Ningfeng looks thrilled and quickly rushes him. Quick, try it out again. He turns and steps directly into the mirror. Just a moment later, he steps back out. Ningfeng excitedly praises him getting it right on the very first try. But he still isn't fully satisfied yet. The speed is just not fast enough for his liking. At least he isn't getting forcefully thrown back out anymore. He definitely needs to practice a bit more. Inside the massive cruise ship hall, a highly luxurious party is in full swing. The sharp click-clack of high heels echoes around. Ningfeng is walking right alongside Xue Jing now. Now get this crazy part, multiple divine relics are detected nearby. Almost everyone in this room is holding a divine relic. He is totally stunned. That is way too many relics. Just touching them would let him absorb insane amounts of pure divinity. Hatching that dragon egg is finally within his reach now. Ningfeng immediately rushes straight toward the huge buffet table instead. I will go check out the food. She tells him to just go walk around by himself. Xue Jing lets out a heavy sigh at her food obsession. Suddenly, a woman grabs his arm and calls him handsome. I am feeling so lonely tonight. How about we go somewhere private and have a chat? But Xue Jing immediately notices the strange mark on her face. He can't believe someone is using a bizarre entity on a fancy cruise. He instantly rejects her. Sorry, I have other things to handle. Ling Lan winks, practically begging him. Don't reject me just yet. The real show is starting. All the lights suddenly go pitch black. Wu Yuqing's voice loudly echoes through the darkness. Welcome aboard the legendary Infinite Nova luxury cruise ship. I really hope our little appetizer didn't leave any of you feeling totally bored. 3 guards push a massive treasure forward. Starting right this second, every single one of these divine relics will become a bet. Stick with me here because winning these items grants you completely unimaginable power. You and I are seeing something unbelievable. Are they going all in or soaring straight to the top? It all completely comes down to their actual raw power now. The crowd starts buzzing with intense whispers. It's Yuxing. The heaven-blessed girl actually hasn't hosted a single betting game in over 3 whole years. Yeah, rumor has it that nearly 60% of divine relics are sitting right inside her own private collection. Ling Lin leans against his shoulder, simply asking him, Did you hear that? Wanna go try around with me? Xue Jing nods. He just fully agrees. So what are we playing? He glances over, looking incredibly intrigued already. Over at a specific betting table, everyone is intensely focused on inspecting this brand new divine relic. Wait, is this thing actually real? This is already the 9th game now. The chatter just keeps getting louder. Word is this absolute beast has won 8 straight matches here. No way. How many divine relics has Wei completely wiped out today? Cards flip. 21 points. I win again. Xue Jing walks right up to watch this. He pulls out a chair, politely speaking up. Sorry to interrupt. Wondering if I could possibly join your card game right now, guys. Wei looks quite intrigued, asking him what he plans to bet. Xue Jing heavily slams a mirror shard down. God 005. Is this enough? We're all just left completely stunned here. A single-digit divine relic, absolute sheer madness. Isn't this the exact legendary item rumored to completely destroy the entire world someday? Wei easily just agrees. Fine by me. If you have a relic of this insane tier, little bro, I obviously have absolutely no objections here. Our rules are actually super simple today. Whoever scores the highest total card points wins. Wei orders the staff. Deal the cards out. He pushes up a divine anomaly box. You matching this? Meanwhile, our guy completely activates his absolute vision. Xue Jing already has a flawless plan. He just needs his eyes to catch the exact dealing moment. True observation skill. True observation uses the gathered info to completely analyze the deck, figuring out the exact suit and points of the whole card. He pushes God 005 straight up. I call. Wei silently analyzes. Watch closely, you and I are seeing his artificial eye analyze every single biological muscle movement, using that data to completely predict his opponent's next move. The guy sitting across just furrowed his brow a tiny bit. Clearly, he is not feeling too confident about his own hand. He flips his cards over. Looks like I totally win this round. On the table sits a jack and 7 of spades. Xue Jing just smirks, flipping his own cards. Nope, I actually win. He holds up the queen of diamonds. Underneath is an 8 of spades. Victor furiously slams the table. How is that even possible? You cheated. Xue Jing totally mocks him. You lose, so now you cry about cheating. You simply cannot play the game like that. He quickly calms down, quietly calculating his next sneaky move. Victor wants a brand new game. Listen, kid, do you dare play a different game with me? Xue Jing doesn't even think twice about it. Yeah, sure thing, man. But before we do that, hand over what I already won today. He pulls out a heavy gun. Yeah, no problem at all. So Russian roulette. You brave enough to play that. Lily slams the table hard. Victor, do not take this too far. He reminds her. You're the one going way too far. Do you realize you almost completely ruined our massive master plan? Xue Jing stares at the deadly heat in Victor's hand. It's totally real. He unloads all the bullets onto the table. Rules are incredibly simple. I am going to leave exactly one bullet inside this gun. Rock, paper, scissors will decide who gets the very first turn. The lucky winner gets to choose the exact firing order. Whoever shoots can pull the trigger as many times as they want, but they must take at least one single shot. And if you somehow manage to survive, I'll hand over 100,000 credits to you right away. Lily anxiously begs him, little brother, please listen to me. This absolute maniac is crazy. Do not bet against him. You are literally going to die. Xue Jing easily agrees. I bet, but only he knows the hidden truth. He never planned on betting his life. They get ready for rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, Victor quietly analyzes the odds. Scissors, 57%. Paper, 31%. High chance, he throws scissors then. Rock, 12%. Whatever. No matter what sign you throw, at the very last possible second, I will swap my hand sign with lightning fast speed. So fast that you won't even see it. But watching the kid's hands start moving, he totally panics and switches. Wait, he is throwing paper. But whatever happens, he loses. Victor ends up throwing scissors, because Xue Jing is actually throwing a solid fist. Looks like our main character's luck actually won out here. Seeing this, veins pop violently right on Wei's forehead. How the hell could this actually just be pure luck? He thought back to earlier. He had clearly changed his hand position, at a blinding speed that normal humans could absolutely never react to in time. But our guy was faster, instantly switching from paper to rock. The total combined time for his reaction and his action, under 0.01 seconds. Wei tossed the loaded gun across the table. Just what kind of monster is this crazy kid? Xue Jing caught the gun, thanking him. Then I will just start right from this side, Linglin. She couldn't believe he actually beat Wei with simple rock, paper, scissors. You and I know this incredibly handsome kid is seriously not that simple. Wei still clung to some desperate hope. Logically speaking about this situation, there is absolutely no way this brat knows. The live bullet is in the 5th chamber. If he gets scared and shoots less than 4 times, then Wei could still easily win this. Our guy finally spoke up. May I ask your name? He immediately replied, my surname is Wei. Xue Jing raised the gun straight to his temple. Ah, so it is Mr. Wei. The surrounding bystanders were absolutely stunned. He shot himself 3 times in a row. What is this kid's background? How is he actually this incredibly brave? Isn't that enough? From now on, every single pull is a 1 in 3 death sentence. Right before pulling the trigger, Xue Jing asked one more question. I just have a very quick question to ask you, Mr. Wei. Wei coldly demanded him to speak up. Our guy said, you are about to die. Explain exactly how you plan to pay my 10 million. Can you just transfer the money first? Wei replied, I make no promises. But he was secretly panicking inside. Stick with me here, it has been so long. Why no movement yet? Someone had asked him right before this. Are you really sure this will actually summon the sea wasp swarm? If it fails, we definitely will not be seeing them. Wei dumped the liquid into the sea. Do not worry. This intel was provided straight by Mr. Hugh himself. This right here makes it totally reliable. No worries about them not showing up. Xue Jing speaks up, then I thank you in advance. The onlookers watch in absolute horror. 4th shot, 4 consecutive pulls and still no bullet. His luck is absolutely off the charts. The odds of the 5th shot being empty are down to 1 in 6, which means a loaded chamber is well over 80% likely. Someone suddenly warns him. Hold on, you still want to take the 5th shot, switch out. You have basically won this already, he thinks to himself. During the first 4 shots, his opponent had absolutely zero reaction. But right as he prepares to pull the trigger again, that twin instinct suddenly flares up inside him. Could this actually be a deadly warning sign? Wei secretly rejoices inside. That 5th shot is definitely live ammo. Everything is going exactly as planned. This kid really wants to die, daring to make such a completely insane bet, thinking all 5 shots would be completely empty. Wait, Tang Yao actually steps in. Pause for a second. Mr. Xue Jing, this next shot. The risk is too high. You can simply choose to give up here. Even if you quit now, I guarantee you will not face any sort of penalty whatsoever. His voice is strangely calm. Do not worry. It is fine, I never intended to take the 5th shot anyway. Xue Jing tosses the gun right at him. As expected, Mr. Wei should definitely get a little sense of participation in this. Wei feels absolutely shaken. Did this little punk completely see through his entire plan? How in the world did he do it? Earlier, our guy had already activated true visualization. Xue Jing thinks to himself. True visualization perfectly helped him simulate the final outcome of this entire crazy bet, including the bullet's exact location and his opponent's sudden moves. This insane gamble. He had already won the moment the chamber was cracked open. He asks his rival why he has not fired yet. Mr. Wei, do not tell me you are actually scared. He clearly knows this weapon packs some seriously massive firepower. Even with his heavily mutated physical stats, taking a direct hit would not kill him, but he would be severely injured. Plus, Ling Lan quickly communicates with him. Wei, do not ever forget our main mission. Vance gritted his teeth with a cold snort. He aimed his gun barrel straight ahead. Sorry, but I absolutely cannot die yet. Titus immediately chimed in. Are you seriously going back on your word? Seems like Mr. Vance here is breaking his promise. Vance replied, I will transfer that 10 million directly to your family. As for breaking promises, do you remember the bet I clearly mentioned at the very start? Someone in the crowd finally remembered. Wait, didn't he say that if a kid survives, he actually has to give him the 10 million? But if he's dead, he gets nothing. Titus spoke with an ice-cold tone. Mr. Vance, isn't this just a pathetic excuse? He fired his weapon. It absolutely is an excuse, but hey, sorry about this. Titus's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant blue light. A massive wave of pure power blasted forward. He smoothly pulled his leg back. That move right there, soft energy. Now watch this with me. A simple kick logically shouldn't launch someone that incredibly far. Titus thought back to the exact moment he rushed forward to strike. The exact second that bullet left the chamber. He triggered his insane twin speed skill. While perfectly dodging the deadly bullet, he unleashed a flawless frontal kick, fueled entirely by his soft energy. His twin speed was absolute madness, but it looked like the soft energy attack got blocked. The impact was forced to explode completely on the outside. That is exactly why the enemy got sent flying so far. You seeing this protective shield. It counters physical martial arts way too perfectly. Seriously overpowered. Another bullet came whistling right at his head. Titus casually tilted his head and easily dodged the deadly shot. Everyone else completely froze. Holy crap, he actually dodged a bullet. Suddenly, a sharp dagger slashed at his back from out of nowhere. Titus instantly locked a tight grip right around his attacker's wrist. He smirked. Weren't you just trying to recruit me earlier? Why the sudden change of heart, huh? Lily simply shot back, sorry about this. She snapped her wrist, breaking his grip, and ruthlessly swung her dagger straight at his face. Titus casually blocked every single strike using just his bare hands. We can all see it, he literally grabbed the sharp blade, without taking a single scratch. Lily was left absolutely stunned. How is this possible? His palm was completely covered in thick golden scales. Titus lunged forward and brutally grabbed Lily right by the head. He grabs her head, lifting her up. Someone yells out, hey, didn't she just apologize to you a second ago? You are not seriously about to lay hands on a girl, right? Xue Jing stays totally calm. You really think saying sorry works here? But too bad you are not even a real human being. After trashing her, Xue Jing walks straight toward Victor across the room. Victor is completely terrified. This guy is a total monster. No cybernetic implants, no weird bodily modifications at all, and absolutely zero signs of using any forbidden combat drugs. His physical stats, 3.6 to 4.2. Turns out this guy actually practices ancient martial arts. Crazy. His total body mutation rate, under 1%. Danger level between 4.1 and 4.5. Damn it, if that stupid girl had not provoked him earlier, things never would have escalated to this insane point. But right before she died, she managed to plant a hidden trap. Now we just wait and see, to see what kind of damage that trap actually does. Victor loads his gun, but he is honestly not sure. He has no idea if these bullets can even scratch Xue Jing. Meanwhile, Xue Jing casually bends down and picks up a single die. He closes his eyes, tossing the cube in his hand. Without warning, Xue Jing whips it straight at his opponent at blinding speed. Victor tilts his head to dodge. The wall behind him caves in. Massive cracks spread everywhere. Pure terror flashes inside Victor's wide, panicked eyes. Because Xue Jing is already there, driving a brutal knee into his chest. Victor slides backwards across the floor, desperately trying to brace himself. He immediately opens fire, shooting wildly directly at our guy. But Xue Jing dodges every bullet like it is absolutely nothing. Victor yanks out a tactical device, chucking it forward. It hits the ground and a massive burst of energy explodes. A blinding, intense flash of white light completely swallows them both. Victor smirks. That was a high-frequency sonic grenade. Any normal guy would be permanently blinded and instantly knocked out. Xue Jing activates his shadow flame aura. To use a move like this? Looks like you actually have half a brain here. You knew a martial artist has way sharper senses than normal, meaning a sonic blast like that causes even more damage. Victor absolutely panics, seeing Xue Jing dash through the smoke. Wait, hold on. How the hell are you completely unaffected by that crazy blast? With no choice, Victor enhances his arm muscles, bulging to insane sizes. He throws a massive punch. Damn it, you arrogant punk. Do not ever underestimate me. Xue Jing meets that giant punch head-on. Alright, watch closely. Xue Jing absorbs the power completely terrifying way, yet he does not even move an inch. Xue Jing throws a massive punch straight forward. A blast of spiritual energy pierces right through his fist. Wei's hand is sliced in half and instantly drops. Xue Jing smirks, praising that the move was actually pretty interesting. How did he do that? Is he some sort of anomaly? Wei stubbornly snaps right back. Why should I tell you? Notice how Xue Jing's icy gaze shifts over to the side. He checks on Ning Fengna, who is gripping Linglan's wrist tight. Ning Fengna, what is wrong? She quickly replies. This woman. It looks like she came back to life. Wei loudly curses, screaming out, damn it. He keeps firing his gun, yelling, get out of here. Taking advantage of Ning Fengna dodging bullets, Linglan makes a desperate run. Wei sacrifices himself just to stall them for a moment. Xue Jing is busy fighting Wei, so he commands Ning Fengna. I am leaving her entirely to you. Ning Fengna immediately gives chase. Do not worry, I got this. She scales the high wall, rushing right after her prey. There is no way she escapes. At that height, Wei cannot shoot her down. Son of a bitch. By now, Xue Jing has caught up. Looks like your gun is totally out of bullets, huh? Meeting Xue Jing's ice-cold stare, Wei's entire body completely freezes up. What the hell is happening right now? Why can't I move a single muscle? A brutal shadow flame blasts straight toward Wei. He completely zones out, eyes turning unusually empty and lifeless. His entire upper body is sliced clean off, revealing a bunch of robotic wires inside. The ground slightly shakes as his heavy metal body crashes. Xue Jing quickly glances over to the side right after. Suddenly, the loudspeaker blares a loud warning. Sea wasps, we have a massive sea wasp swarm attacking. Meanwhile, Linglan is fleeing outside, looking incredibly smug about her escape. The sea wasp swarm is actually here. Boss Tiger's intel was absolutely spot on, just as expected. Ning Fengna is right on her tail now. Still got the nerve to think about other things. She launches a vicious claw attack, completely shattering Linglan's entire body. As every little shattered piece falls down, Linglan's final fading shred of consciousness can only think one thing. Too fast. How could anyone ever stand against her? Alright, we start with her having absolutely zero strength to fight back. Ning Fengna stepped right up and grabbed Linglan firmly by the head. Xue Jing just happened to catch this exact scene. Knocking a guy out in high heels, that is seriously impressive. Not bad at all, Miss Ning Fengna. Ning Fengna instinctively straightened her back right up. Linglan screamed loudly, begging to be let go. The roof above them started shaking violently. She started panicking. What was the actual move here? Their boat had been sailing out for hours now. If they flipped survival, chances were basically absolute zero. Linglan angrily called her a total fool. Sea wasps completely fill the ocean. Jump in and you die from the stings instantly. How could anyone possibly swim back? Ning Fengna just squeezed her head even harder. She shrieked in pain, begging her to stop. It hurts. Please stop squeezing so hard. Xue Jing realized something. No wonder she came back to life earlier. Turns out their entire bodies were made of mutant alien entities. She smirked back. Is that a problem? You sounded excited when the swarm arrived. Everyone else was completely terrified. But you and Wei, you two looked absolutely thrilled. So let's piece this together. Did you guys intentionally lure this massive wasp swarm right here? Sister, you guys were the ones who lured the sea wasps over, right? Linglan froze, completely speechless. So what if we did? She had to admit this kid's observation skills were incredibly sharp, almost too good for a normal human. Xue Jing knew perfectly well, though. If you really came all this way to catch the queen wasp, then you must have a solid plan to deal with them, right? She smirked back. We definitely do. We just need Wei for it. Because once that sea wasp swarm appears, their numbers are going to be absolutely terrifying. We are talking 10,000 wasps at the bare minimum. The sea wasp queen acts as the literal brain of the swarm. She hides inside a swarm of hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of those monsters. Only by capturing or killing the queen wasp directly, and completely cutting off the command pheromones she sends out, that's when we see the swarm lose control and plunge into chaos, and scatter completely into the wind. Alright, to find that hidden sea queen bee, they definitely needed data from those specially programmed synthetic eyes. Xue Jing asks her straight up, want me to gouge it out so you can plug it in? Linglan definitely feels super insulted. How would I even plug that in? You think I am some flash drive? He just sighs. Only one option left then. She nervously asks, what option? Xue Jing replies, deadpan, we completely wipe out that CB swarm. Linglan thinks that sounds totally impossible. Pure fantasy. Those CBs pack stingers loaded with some seriously lethal poison. Just one single sting. You are guaranteed dead in 30 seconds flat. To wipe out 100,000 CBs, you would need some massive weapons of mass destruction for that. Xue Jing questions her more. We still have to try it. So what exactly should we watch out for when fighting those things? Watch out for soldier bees. Within the whole swarm, there is a small fraction with much larger bodies. Those are the soldier bees, and they are way more dangerous than the regular ones. He just casually replies, thanks. Ning Fengna asks him, Brother Jing, What should we do with this woman now? Xue Jing replies. Hand her over to the owner of this ship. Ling Lan's head suddenly starts smoking. She panics, screaming for help. Help me, he immediately shouts. Ning Fengna, drop her right now. She tosses her straight into the ocean right before she completely explodes. Ling Lan's head burns to ash, falling into the sea. Ning Fengna lets out a huge sigh. That was way too close. Footsteps echo loudly down the corridor right then. Tang Yao brings a long sword straight over to Mr. Xue. Miss Wu asked me to deliver this directly to you. She said there is nothing better right now, so just make do with it. Xue Jing asks, how's the situation with the passengers holding up? Tang Yao answers, they are all gathered safely inside. Miss Wu also said you can go all out here. If anything goes wrong, she will handle the fallout. Xue Jing keeps that in mind. He instantly feels a lot better. Having her guarantee definitely saves him from a ton of incoming headaches. Now he stands completely alone outside. Alright, let us watch him track the shifting ocean waves. Xue Jing stares at the massive monster swarm gathering right there. That massive underwater cluster, definitely a swarm of sea wasps. Who would have guessed such fragile-looking things packed deadly poison? He immediately climbs up onto the yacht railing. Then he pulls his sword right out. He might as well test out his long-range attack damage right now. Let us see. Xue Jing channels raw lightning straight into it. These real-world monsters definitely cannot be tougher than the Boundary Land divine dragons. He slashes down, unleashing a brutal mix of lightning and shadow flames. A massive electric surge crashes into the ocean's surface. The whole swarm gets blasted completely upside down. Fried by the electricity, their bodies rain back down onto the water. Seeing this, Xue Jing silently celebrates. The attack was super effective. Suddenly, a toxic stinger shoots out from under the water. He quickly leans back and gracefully dodges it. It nails the yacht as deadly colored poison suddenly spreads out. Xue Jing thinks to himself, they already launched a perfectly accurate counterattack this fast. Insane. That must be the Sea Wasp King. If he does not find this hidden commander quickly, killing all these normal sea wasps is just completely useless. Where the heck is it hiding? It is not this one. Not this one either. Damn it, there are just too many. His aiming skill can definitely lock onto a target, but it simply cannot tell them apart. A king hidden among thousands of identical-looking bugs. In that case, you and I know what comes next. Time to deduce its exact location. A brilliant blue light pierces right through the ocean's surface. It locks onto a single wasp. Seeing this, Xue Jing opens his eyes wide and activates clairvoyance. That specific wasp is finally in his direct sights. He charges forward. Found you at last. A shadow flame spike violently pierces right through it. He watches it explode. Xue Jing mentally compares it to the terrifying beasts from the Boundary Land. Yeah, this thing is way too weak. He dives from high up straight into the water below. Then he surfaces. The cool ocean water feels absolutely amazing. Suddenly, a massive wall of system notifications pops up. You have survived a truly brutal life or death battle. Your body potential has been fully activated. Physical training experience plus 2,187. Training hits level 9. 525 out of 8,000. Combat experience plus 502. Survival pays off, running experience plus 668. Completely relaxed mood. Vitality experience jumps 1,687. Marksmanship experience plus 1,069. Swimming 553 over 1,200. Hidden Dragon Force experience adds 1,960. Weapon combat adds 2,388. True visualization experience plus 1,726. Swimming experience plus 825. True visualization hits level 5. 782 over 5,500. Successfully eliminated a very special, highly dangerous divine creature. Divinity goes up 82. Xue Jing smiles to himself. It seems besides those divine relics and domain zones, there is suddenly a brand new path to far more divinity.